Chapter 251. The next moment, the pale yellow gem in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea burst into dazzling light. However, others couldn't see this glow. The cloud sea net, wrapped around the level 4 blood descendant, tightened rapidly. The level 4 blood descendant's body disintegrated into dozens of blood chunks without resistance. Hundreds of strands of cloud sea reappeared around Milton Cheney. The cloud sea strands turned into hundreds of swords, fiercely reaping the lives of these blood descendants. Whether they were level 2 or level 3 blood descendants, they were just diced into pieces by the cloud sea strands without resisting. Qi cultivation 4th stage, an exaggerated stage of Qi cultivation. This was the first time Milton Cheney had shown his prowess at the 4th stage of Qi cultivation in reality. The level 4 blood descendant who turned into blood chunks did not die. The blood chunks fused together, and the body of the level 4 blood descendant was restored again. Milton Cheney saw that fleeting dash of blood color and his eyes glistened. Blood descendant particles. But even with blood descendant particles, how many times can you resurrect? Milton Cheney remained unaffected, and the cloud sea strands were once again wrapped around the level 4 blood descendant's body the moment it had recovered. After wrapping around the level 4 blood descendant, the cloud sea strands tightened again. They completely turned into lethal blades. The level 4 blood descendant was strong, but its strength seemed meaningless when it was unsuspectingly caught in Milton Cheney's cloud sea strands. Time passed, and a moment later, the body of the level 4 blood descendant completely faded away, turning into a mass of fresh blood that integrated into the blood pool. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. The level 4 blood descendant was dead. And the one who killed the level 4 blood descendant, Milton Cheney, didn't even seem to have expended much. Milton Cheney waved his hand, and the cloud sea strands flew towards the blood pool. Without the level 4 blood descendant, the unclaimed blood pool here naturally could not escape the fate of being destroyed by Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney's figure moved, appearing above the blood pool. Spiritual power surged, and several blood beads were attracted out from the blood pool by Milton Cheney and floated in front of him. The next moment, a transparent bottle appeared in Milton Cheney's hand. Milton Cheney guided these blood beads into the bottle with his spiritual power. Blood descendant particles are a good thing. The blood descendant particles of a level 4 blood descendant are even more valuable. Milton Cheney never expected there would be such an unexpected gain. After placing the bottle containing the blood descendant particles into the spatial magic device, Milton Cheney looked around at his surroundings. A good stronghold was now completely damaged. Can't even meditate in peace. Milton Cheney was somewhat helpless. Having killed a level 4 blood descendant of the Bloody Sea realm, who was by no means weak. If it hadn't been for his preemptive move and the fact that the level 4 blood descendant didn't understand his technique, it would not have been so easily killed by him. Seems like it was a noble among the blood descendants. Milton Cheney looked at the red line on his arm and muttered to himself. This red line is the so-called blood print, a kind of marking. Generally, killing a blood descendant would not result in such a blood print, but it would appear if a noble among the blood descendants was killed. Next moment, the red gem in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea lit up with a weak luminescence. The blood print on his arm seemed to have faded slightly, but only just a bit. If he wants to completely eliminate this blood print, it would take at least 2 months for Milton Cheney. During this period, he can't stay in the void battlefield. Otherwise, if another level 4 blood descendant comes to him, he won't be able to meditate and cultivate properly. Now that he has completed the mission of the Guardian Sea, he can retreat to the safety of the Guardian Sea for a while. Even though he didn't plan on returning to the Guardian Sea so soon, it seemed his plans couldn't keep up with changes. Milton Cheney didn't expect a level 4 blood descendant to pop out and offer itself up for death. Without hesitation, he summoned the Book of Truth and hovered it in front of him. The spiritual power from his spiritual sea was mobilized, covering his body, and he disappeared right from where he was. Time passed. Several months later. Guardian Sea, the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, the meditation room. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Retain the memories of my 35th, 544th, and 545th year. Milton Cheney said to himself. The spiritual power in his spiritual sea thickened a bit more, and 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind. After absorbing and understanding these three unfamiliar memories, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Is the vampire ancestor so weak? Or is the gap between Manser and other level 7 wizards really that big? Milton Cheney asked himself. This text simulation brought quite a shock to him. A level 7 wizard actually participated in the Inter-Realm War. And this level 7 wizard was Manser Hall. In the simulation, Manser directly attacked the vampire ancestor of the Bloody Sea Realm. Unexpectedly, the so-called vampire ancestor of the Bloody Sea Realm seemed to be powerless against Manser. This simulation changed Milton Cheney's impression of Manser once again. It seemed that this level 7 wizard was different from what he had originally thought. As to who was the real Manser, Milton Cheney didn't know. The future seemed to be shrouded in fog, and he couldn't figure out what the real future would be like, despite having the simulator. Because the future is always changing. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney closed the pale blue transparent light screen in front of him and stopped deliberating on it. After closing the panel, Milton Cheney didn't continue to sit and meditate, but stood up instead. After finishing his mission for the Guardian Sea, he no longer needed to take on new missions recently. If he didn't take on any missions, he would no longer need to go to the void battlefield. Even if he wanted to, his mentor Bernard wouldn't allow him to take unnecessary risks. However, he didn't want to stay in the Guardian Sea either, so his destination possibilities were limited. Other planes in the Wizard Realm? Or within the Wizard Realm itself? Was there even a choice to be made? In the Guardian Sea, within Bernard's Sounds of Sea Pavilion. At this moment, Bernard and Milton Cheney stood side by side. The two of them stood at the top of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, overlooking the whole region. You completed your mission so quickly. Upon hearing Milton's words, Bain spoke out in a somewhat surprised tone. It seemed like it was just about a year since Milton Cheney left the Guardian Sea for the void battlefield, and he had already completed his mission? Noticing his mentor's surprise, Milton nodded. I have completed it. The mission I took wasn't difficult, so I completed it faster. Milton spoke, his gaze fixed on the distance, his expression unwavering. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Bernard's face. His student was indeed outstanding. However, a moment later, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. You're going to leave the Guardian Sea again. Where are you going this time, to one of the attached planes of the Wizard Realm or the Wizard Continent? Can't you just meditate peacefully? Or construct some more third ring magic in your spiritual sea? Bernard's tone was somewhat helpless. Why couldn't his student just settle down? He had just returned from the void battlefield after completing his mission and now he was heading back to the Wizard Realm. Wizard Continent, I haven't been back in several years. Now that I've completed this mission, it's a good time to go back and visit. Milton replied softly, without any intention of hiding his thoughts. At his words, Bernard nodded. This time, he didn't say anything to dissuade him. After all, compared to the void battlefield, there was virtually no danger for Milton Cheney in the Wizard Continent of the Wizard Realm. Since there was no danger, Bernard naturally had no reason to dissuade Milton Cheney. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Milton changed the subject. Mentor, have you taken on any missions from the Guardian Sea recently? Milton asked. Hearing this, Bernard shook his head and said. No, I haven't taken a mission from the Guardian Sea in nearly 20 years. Why do you ask? Are you interested in my missions? Bernard answered with a hint of amusement. This was the first time his student had asked him this question. There was no secret to it, so naturally, he didn't hide anything. Just curious. Milton replied. After several text simulations, 2 of them ended with Bernard's death due to the missions from the Guardian Sea. So Milton intended to hint his mentor Bernard subtly. The missions from the Guardian Sea would become increasingly difficult as time went on. This was somewhat of an unspoken rule known to all members of the Guardian Sea, his mentor included. That was why Milton said these somewhat cryptic words. It wasn't that Milton didn't want to tell his mentor Bernard plainly, but he was worried that being too explicit might reveal something. After Milton finished speaking, Bernard fell into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Bernard was the one to break the atmosphere. There is virtually no danger for you in the Wizard Continent at the moment, as most of the wizards in the Wizard Realm have gone to the void battlefield. However, you still need to be careful, the Black Lizard Scholars Association is very interested in you. If there's any danger, send a message to me through the Book of Truth," said Bernard. Milton nodded. The possibility of the Black Lizard Scholars Association continuing to make a move on him was extremely low, as they were having difficulties protecting themselves now. After the start of the Inter-Realm War, the Black Lizard Scholars Association was the first realm-level wizards organization to be obliterated. If his calculations were correct, this organization would cease to exist in about 2 years. Time flowed by, a month passed. At the Wizard Realm, Kazan subcontinent. The figure of Milton Cheney suddenly appeared on this continent. Having returned to the Wizard Realm, of course, Milton's first stop would be the Kazan subcontinent. After all, this was where his transcendental journey began. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already inside the Frost-Winter Kingdom. Now, this place was no longer called the Frost-Winter Kingdom, but the Golden Lion Kingdom. Within the royal city of the Golden Lion Kingdom, Milton looked around at the surroundings, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He hadn't been back for many years, and the changes to the kingdom were significant. The grandiose royal city may not mean much in Milton's eyes. However, for a kingdom on a subcontinent, building a city of such scale was quite an achievement. Milton didn't mobilize the spiritual power in his spiritual sea, instead, he just started walking. A while later, Milton stopped in front of a large building, a smile appearing on his face. Chapter 252. Within the Golden Lion Kingdom, inside the royal city and the Lionheart Palace. This is where the members of the royal family of the Golden Lion family lived. However, there were not many members of the royal family in the Golden Lion family at this time. Inside a courtyard in the Lionheart Palace, under a tower, Milton Cheney and Arthur were sitting in chairs. The father and son duo were chatting softly to each other at the time. A gentle breeze blew across their faces, inducing pleasant feelings. "When will you leave this time?" Arthur asked casually. He didn't know that the wizard realm was facing the threat of an inter-realm war. Not just Arthur, but the majority of individuals in the wizard continent and the subcontinents in the wizard realm didn't know about the inter-realm war between the wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm. The inter-realm war had not yet reached the wizard realm. Milton didn't inform his father about it. "Father, I would probably be staying for a year or so," Milton Cheney replied with a light smile. He would spend considerable time in the wizard realm during his return. His next mission to the Guardian Sea is still a long way away. The new simulation count would be here soon. It just so happened that he could complete the reincarnation simulation and the true body simulation on the subcontinent. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Arthur's face and he nodded. He had become an epic knight by then, and living for 200 years was not a problem for him. His early success in becoming an epic knight was largely due to the treasures provided by Milton Cheney. Time flew by, and before you knew it, several months had passed. A year had passed since Milton's last true body simulation. And 2 years had passed since the start of the Inter-Realm War. The few months since his return to the Kazan subcontinent had been the most relaxing in recent years for Milton. After leaving the Guardian Sea and returning to the Kazan subcontinent. During this time, Milton had been staying in the Lionheart Palace at the place arranged for him to live by Arthur. Inside a lavish room, Milton was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, a light blue, transparent light screen, visible only to him, had appeared. Text simulation count L. Do you want to start the text simulation? Yes. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 segments of memory. Retain realm. Retain my memory from 38 years old, 39 years old, and 42 years old. The spiritual power became heavy again, with unfamiliar memories appearing. After digesting the 3 segments of memory, Milton Cheney placed his consciousness on the reincarnation simulation column in the light blue, transparent light screen. Reincarnation simulation count L. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Yes. Milton didn't hesitate and made a decision. A year had passed, and the simulator's new reincarnation simulation count had accumulated. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed and his consciousness appeared within the reincarnation space. Milton was looking down at countless different colored light clusters beneath him. A light yellow cluster caught Milton's eye, and he observed it quite carefully this time. The light yellow cluster in front of him had not changed from the last reincarnation. This may be because his last reincarnation simulation didn't change the future of this world. Should I reincarnate into this world again? Milton pondered over this in his heart. An endless cycle of reincarnations into one world is a good way of reincarnating. Moreover, he had reincarnated into this world 3 times so far, and he was quite familiar with it. However, after a brief contemplation, Milton took his gaze off of the light yellow cluster. The primary purpose of the reincarnation simulation was to help him travel through many realms. Continuously reincarnating into a single world might be good, but Milton did not plan to do that continuously. Of course, there were considerations regarding power improvement as well. The main reason he had reached the Qi cultivation 3rd stage after his last reincarnation in the cultivation realm was due to his background. He wouldn't necessarily be this lucky each time. Reincarnating into other worlds would likely help him improve his power at a faster pace. Time passed, and a while later, Milton's consciousness stopped on a purple motes of light. The color of this mote closely resembled the wizard realm, only it was a light purple color. Moreover, it was located very far from the wizard realm and was much smaller in size. Let's go with this one. Milton made a decision, and his consciousness gradually approached the light purple mote. A moment later, Milton's consciousness darkened, the mote and his consciousness completely fused together. What happened? Inside the reincarnation space, Milton's consciousness gradually recovered, looking somewhat astonished. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected from the reincarnation space. Inside the Lionheart Palace, in his room, Milton opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. It has been detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function has not been activated. Do you want to activate it manually? 3 mechanized voices echoed inside Milton Cheney's mind. Unconsciously raising his hand, Milton rubbed his temples. Do not activate memory protection. Milton frowned slightly as he tried to recall exactly what had happened during the reincarnation simulation. In the end, he realized that even though he had retained his memory, he ultimately didn't have any memory. This situation could only mean that he had died before he had even had a chance to be born, or right after his birth. So, he had died prematurely before being able to solve the mystery of his existence. Another reincarnation simulation opportunity lost. Milton felt a bit helpless. It took a year's time to accumulate a reincarnation simulation opportunity. Though the span wasn't long. Chapter 253. But for Milton Cheney, each reincarnation simulation was absolutely precious. Last time, he died before he could unravel the mystery of the womb, just like the time before that. At least he managed to live for a few years the previous time, but this time he died even before he was born. Cheney did not ponder further. The reincarnation simulation had already ended, and there's no use dwelling on it. He could only wait for the next one. Cheney stood up, heading out of his room. Time passed, a month, 3 months, 6 months. In the blink of an eye, a year had swiftly elapsed. In the garden of the Golden Lion Palace, Cheney was teasing a blonde, blue-eyed child. The child was the firstborn of his brother Nicholas, who had just been born this year. After playful nudges, Cheney handed the child to his brother Nicholas. Not going to hold him any longer. Nicholas laughed as he spoke. It seems like the little guy doesn't like me much. Cheney gently pinched the little one's cheek in Nicholas' arms and laughingly replied. After leisurely chatting with Nicholas for a while, Cheney left the garden and returned to MS room in Tnego Lion Palace. Back in his room, Cheney sat down cross-legged. A pale blue light screen was summoned by him and floated before him. Text simulation count L start text simulation. Yes. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may elect to retain 3 memory segments. Retain realm. Cheney did not hesitate and chose to retain realm with a thought. This time, the enhancement of spiritual power was substantial. A moment later, everything settled down, and Cheney let out a sigh of relief. Limit of a level 3 white wizard. Feeling the strong spiritual power within his spiritual sea, Cheney mumbled to himself. After nearly 20 simulations, he had finally reached the limit of a level 3 white wizard. One step forward, and he would be a legitimate level 4 white wizard. Retain the memories of 40-year-old, 212-year-old, 433-year-old. 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in Cheney's mind. After digesting the 3 segments of memories, Cheney placed his thoughts on the reincarnation simulation column of the pale blue transparent screen. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. True body simulation count, 1. Start true body simulation. Start reincarnation simulation. Start. Cheney thought in his heart. Another year passed, and this time both reincarnation simulation and true body simulation were accumulated concurrently. Cheney decided to first use the reincarnation simulation, then use the true body simulation. The moment the reincarnation simulation began, Cheney's consciousness appeared within the reincarnation space. Below him were countless clusters of colored lights. After the appearance of his consciousness in the reincarnation space, Cheney's gaze rested on a light, purple cluster. Last time he was reincarnated, he chose this world, but he died without even being born. This made Cheney somewhat curious about this world. After a while, following careful consideration, Cheney finally decided to be reincarnated into this world again. After all, if he chose other worlds, it would still be unfamiliar to Cheney. It would be better to choose the world where he had reincarnated once. Cheney's consciousness began to drift towards this faint purple cluster of light, until his consciousness and the light completely fused together. The next moment, a white beam traversed infinite time and space, speeding into a world. In a somewhat noisy classroom, a boy sitting in the very back was lost in thought. Naturally, this boy sitting in the classroom was Cheney. The mystery of the rebirth had been unraveled. The memories of these 8 years gradually became clear in his mind, prompting Cheney to exhale gently. He felt this body was incredibly weak. The memories in his head gave him a simple understanding of this world. Cheney's expression didn't change much, but his heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he was eager to leave this classroom and find a library to look up the history of this world. Time passed, and the bell rang. The teens in the classroom packed up their things and left, and Milton Cheney was no exception. No one talked to him. Milton put his books in the desk drawer and left the classroom. The school had a library. Skipping lunch, Milton went straight to the library. Entering the library, he went to the history section and picked out a book to read. As time flowed, Milton began flipping through the pages more quickly, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Could it really be Azure Star? In this world, there wasn't anything transcendental, only technology. Moreover, the history of this world was an exact mirror of Milton's previous life. If the memories in his mind made him slightly suspicious, now Milton was beginning to believe. After all, the historical book in his hand couldn't be lying to him. Still, he found it a tad unbelievable. How could this even be possible? After he crossed over to the wizard realm, he'd contemplated that he might someday have a chance to return to Azure Star. But he never expected it to be in this form. Milton didn't even know how many worlds there were in the reincarnation space. Did he really reincarnate into Azure Star by coincidence? However, the history book in his hand was constantly reminding Milton that everything was real. He truly reincarnated into Azure Star. Or rather, a parallel world within Azure Star. And it was Azure Star 20,000 years in the future. No, if it were truly Azure Star, then the light cluster representing Azure Star couldn't possibly be so large, Milton muttered to himself. The size of the light purple cluster in the reincarnation space may not be comparable to the wizard realm, but it was significant. Azure Star, the world where Milton had lived for decades in his past life, was too familiar. If you placed Azure Star inside the reincarnation space, the light cluster representing Azure Star would undoubtedly be pitifully small. Putting down the history book, Milton left the library. At this point, he needed to go eat. Since his reincarnation this time wasn't met with an untimely death, the secrets of this world would inevitably reveal themselves to him. It's undeniable that Milton had a keen interest in this world, which was nearly identical to Azure Star. No matter whether this world had a path to transcendence or not, Milton wouldn't feel aggrieved. 3 months later, time had passed. Milton's school was a boarding school, where he could go home only once a week. In this lifetime, he had healthy parents who showered their only child, Milton, with exceptional indulgence. At home, in his room, Milton laid in bed while carefully reading a book in his hands. Hi! Turning the last page of the book, Milton let out a sigh. He believed he now understood why the Azure Star appeared as such a large light cluster in the reincarnation space. The Azure Star he reincarnated into had begun interstellar colonization, and the Azure Star Federation had a strong reputation among the stars. Just how far is this world from the wizard realm? Milton reflected inwardly. In 3 months, he had completely integrated into this world. In this world, all the paths to transcendence that Milton had under his control couldn't be cultivated. Indeed, all of them. Even the path of the martial artist and the knight's path, which cultivated physique, weren't viable in this world. They were without any effect. Moreover, this world was different from all the worlds he'd reincarnated into before. The place he was now was right on Azure Star. Azure Star was a planet. Or rather, what could be observed of Azure Star's universe was all in the form of a planetary world. All the worlds he'd reincarnated into before, inclusive of the wizard realm he lived in reality, were worlds with a round sky and a flat earth. I didn't reincarnate into another universe, did I? Milton wondered to himself. This world, devoid of transcendental traces, was a truly complete technology world. During his time in the reincarnation space, he knew this world was far from the wizard realm, but he didn't have an intuitive understanding of this distance. But now, after reincarnating into this world, he realized that the distance from this world to the wizard realm was likely unimaginable. Perhaps even a level 8 wizard from the wizard realm might not be able to traverse space and arrive in this world. Milton, dinner's ready, a voice called out from outside his room. Coming. Chapter 254. Time flies, and a decade has gone by in the blink of an eye. Milton Cheney has been reincarnated in this world, which is extremely similar to Azure Star, for 18 years now. It's been 10 years since he broke free from the mysteries of his inception. Azure Star, Anton Province, Fairtown. After the final exam of the college entrance exam, Milton packed up his stuff and left the examination site. As soon as the exam ended, the quiet and orderly environment instantly became noisy. Countless people were discussing the questions from this exam with the people around them. Of course, all this noise didn't bother Milton. After leaving the examination site, Milton hailed an energy taxi. Once inside the taxi, Milton activated his Palm computer. A transparent screen emerged from his Palm computer, and Milton swiped in mid-air and clicked on a website. 10 years have passed, and Milton could almost affirm that this world is a technology world. A pure technology world, without any trace of transcendence. Even on the dark web, no traces of the transcendent were revealed. However, Milton was not surprised. In the countless vast universes, there were too many worlds without transcendent powers. Plus, Milton chose the reincarnation world himself, so it was normal to be reincarnated into a world without any supernatural powers. Or, one might say, Milton was lucky in his past lives. In his previous lives, he was always reincarnated as a human, and each reincarnation world he went to had traces of the transcendent. Milton didn't know whether this was a hidden rule of reincarnation simulation, or he was just very lucky. But Milton preferred the former, because if it was once or twice, it could be a coincidence, but not if it was 3 or 4 times. Perhaps in the reincarnation simulation, he could only reincarnate as a human and had no other options. When he came home, Milton saw the anxious looks of his parents, their eyes filled with a bit of curiosity. "Don't worry, I performed as usual," Milton said with a smile on his face. At his words, the 2 people in front of him immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions instantly becoming more relaxed. Performing as usual is enough. They knew that if Milton performed as usual, he would be the top scorer in the province. "Son, what do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you," Mrs. Cheney said with a smile. Mr. Cheney left the room upon hearing Milton's words, but he couldn't help wearing a grin on his face. Milton rattled off a few dishes, and Mrs. Cheney went off cheerfully to cook. Back in his room, Milton connected his Palm computer to the household's mini terminal. Projected virtual images appeared in front of him, and Milton quickly operated on them. The website and introduction of a school appeared before his eyes. Milton meticulously perused the information displayed on the screen. Federal First University. This was the university Milton planned to apply to. He was confident he had the necessary scores. However, there were some additional criteria to be met if he wanted to apply to this university. After all, it was the best university in the Federation, and countless people flocked to it every year. Milton had lived in this world for quite some time and naturally hadn't stayed idle. These additional conditions, which might be difficult for others, were not a problem for Milton. After checking the admission requirements and finding that they hadn't changed, Milton closed the website. After reincarnating in this world, he hadn't found any traces of the transcendent path. But that didn't mean Milton would leave immediately. Milton's character wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. Since he reincarnated into this world, naturally, he needed to do something. Life wasn't just about advancing through the realms. The reincarnation simulation didn't necessarily have to be used to advance realms. Every reincarnation simulation was important to him. Time passed, and several months vanished in a flash. Federal First University's admission process had already ended. As expected, Milton successfully became a freshman in the Azure Star Federation's top university. If there was a place where Milton could further understand this world, then university was undoubtedly the best place. And among all the universities, Federal First University was the standout. You could even say it was the best university in the Azure Star Federation. Looking at the expansive campus gate in front of him, Milton's expression didn't change much. This was certainly the Federal First University. However, compared to the martial arts first university he had established in the martial realm, this one still fell short. In reality, he was a level 3 wizard and had experienced countless simulations, so he wouldn't easily be swayed. He stepped into the campus. It was very spacious. This was Milton's first impression of the university. Note that it was the back-to-school season, yet there were not many people at the campus entrance. After entering the campus, Milton only saw about a dozen scattered people. Milton first went to the registration office to register his identity. The Federal First University had two campuses, East Campus and West Campus. Milton was currently on the East Campus. He didn't have much luggage, so he quickly reached the dormitory area of the school. After entering the dormitory, Milton pushed open the door to his assigned room and walked in. It was a spacious room for two. Aside from Milton, however, there were no signs of anyone else in the room. Milton made up his bed, then left the room. College life wasn't all that new to him since he had already experienced it in his previous life. However, doing it all over again, especially in a world closely resembling Azure Star thousands of years later, gave Milton a distinct feeling. Chapter 255. Leaving his dormitory, Milton Cheney made his way to the university's on-campus library. As the top-ranking university in the Federation, the library here naturally housed an abundant collection of books. Many books that were not found anywhere else could be located here. When Milton Cheney entered the library, he didn't draw any undue attention. Compared to the amount of people on the rest of the campus, there were more here. The absence of raucous background noise allowed every single person to quietly immerse themselves in their books. The flipping of pages made a soft rustling sound that contributed to the serene atmosphere. Milton Cheney wandered around within the library, eventually moving towards a bookshelf, where he selected several books. Having found these books, Milton then looked for a vacant spot to sit down and began to flip through the volumes in his hand. Over these years, Milton's understanding of this world was derived from either the internet or books. Over a 10-year period, he had read at least 1,000 books. Opening a book, Milton read the contents attentively. Indeed, as I imagined, this period of history has appeared not only in history books but also in miscellaneous ones, he muttered to himself. Milton's gaze lingered on a page in the book, mulling things over in his mind. After careful examination of the contents of the book, Milton got up and headed to a different shelf, where he picked up another book. Milton opened this book as well, then compared it with the one he'd just been looking at, noting they were indeed strikingly similar. The Azure Star was once briefly colonized by an alien civilization, but none of these books clearly state when specifically that happened. Why is it so vague? While comparing the information in the two books, Milton pondered this question. He had always been intrigued by the fact that the Azure Star had once been colonized by an extraterrestrial civilization. Of course, after his initial bouts of research, he'd gradually put this topic on the back burner. The reason was simple: there just weren't many books available on this subject. It really seems the Federation's upper echelons are incredibly reticent about this matter. Documentation on an event that took place 3,000 years ago is surprisingly sparse, Milton mused. This was unusual. The world recorded in quite vivid detail events that took place 10,000 years ago. But the period of colonization happened only 3,000 years ago. How long that colonization lasted was unclear. The texts appeared to gloss over this time frame without any clear timeline provided. Theoretically, this kind of event should be recorded in detail. But instead, specific documents regarding it were incredibly scarce. Time passed, and Milton checked several more books, but ultimately he didn't reach any firm conclusions. All he could say was it seemed as though most of this period in history had been scrubbed from the records, leaving behind only faint traces. Deciding not to dwell on this anymore, Milton returned the books to their shelves and left the library. He'd only just started university and had many things to take care of. While he was curious about this period in history, he knew he had plenty of time to explore it further in the future. After all, he was enrolled in the history department of the top federal university. He could consult some of the senior members later if he wished to learn more about this topic. Leaving the library, Milton wandered around the campus a bit more, then went on to complete some procedures that freshman students needed to do. Time passed and a year had already gone by. Within the Federal First University, in the History Department laboratory. "Your talents are the best I've ever seen." These admiring words were addressed by Professor Arthur Morgan to Milton, who was the talented individual Professor Morgan was referring to. Milton, who was busy taking notes in a book, smiled at the comment. "So, have you made up your mind? I have a nomination slot I can offer you to go to the Southern Union University on Fire Cloud Star as an exchange student," Professor Morgan said. This year, Milton was still a freshman. Being chosen to hear this offer from a history professor after only 1 year of attendance was unprecedented. Indeed, it was Milton's talent that had caught the professor's attention. "Thank you, Professor Morgan," Milton replied, not turning the offer down. Having already thought this through, there was no reason for him to decline. Seeing Milton agree, Professor Morgan nodded with a smile. The Southern Union University was his alma mater and the one he deemed the most suitable university for Milton. The reason was simple: the History Department of Southern Union University, encompassing all of the Azure Star Federation's colonies, was ranked first. If the Federal First University was ranked first in the Azure Star Federation in terms of overall rankings, then without a doubt, the History Department at Southern Union University was undeniably first in the entire Federation. "Oh, right, I'll give you what you asked for now." Arthur Morgan seemed to remember something, opened his Palm computer, and transferred a set of data to Milton Cheney. "There's precious little information I have about the research on the Muta civilization's colonization of Azure Star. Southern Union University should have conducted research in this area too, albeit perhaps not much. In my memory, many have conducted research in this area, but all eventually gave up because the available data was too scarce. I even started doubting if the colonization of Azure Star was a fabricated tale," Arthur Morgan remarked with a slight frown. As a history professor, he had conducted related research on the history of Azure Star being colonized in his early years. But the outcome was not satisfactory. Because the historical records of that time period seemed to have a minor discontinuity, leaving far too few clues. Milton Cheney had already opened his Palm computer and began examining the data transferred to him by Arthur Morgan. Indeed, there was a major overlap in the information. Very few of the new pieces of information were useful to him. "Professor Morgan, do you know anything about the Muta civilization? I have searched for related information before, but the information in this area is extremely scarce." Milton Cheney closed his Palm computer and asked. Having reincarnated countless times, Milton Cheney now possessed an extremely accurate intuition. He felt that there was a significant issue with this seemingly erased history. It seemed that this world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps, there might be some unexpected gains? Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, Arthur Morgan deliberated for a moment. "All I know is that the Muta civilization, like the Azure Star Federation, is a human civilization. I know nothing further," Arthur Morgan replied. If Milton Cheney asked him about other historical knowledge, there would be little that he didn't know. But regarding this part of history, he really didn't know much. Not only him, but it can also be said that most scholars studying history don't know much about this area. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Professor Morgan. No problem, if you want to study the discontinuous history, Southern Union University would be a good place. Of course, do not focus all your energy on this part of history. Know when to give up," Arthur Morgan advised. Milton Cheney's talent was amongst the best he had seen, but it would undoubtedly be a waste if he became overly fixated on this matter. Naturally, he did not want this to happen. which was why he offered the advice. "I understand, Professor Morgan," Milton Cheney replied. Subsequently, he chatted with Arthur Morgan for a while before leaving the laboratory. Time flew by and a year passed in a blink of an eye. In Milton Cheney's dormitory at Southern Union University. Overall, there wasn't much difference between Fire Cloud Star and Azure Star, so Milton felt quite at ease. As an exchange student, he lived in a single dormitory at Southern Union University. Milton Cheney operated his Palm computer in front of him to collect some important information. Without a doubt, the history department at Southern Union University, being the Federation's best, resolved many of Milton's doubts. After recording everything, Milton Cheney closed the Palm computer. His fingers gently tapped on the desk in front of him, a profound look in his eyes. 400 years. What exactly happened within these 400 years? The progress of technology is evident. What else has changed? Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. A moment later, Milton Cheney's pupils constricted slightly. He remembered something. The next moment, he quickly opened the Palm computer, input a keyword and started searching. When the information appeared before him, a hypothesis in Milton Cheney's mind was sputtering to life. Chapter 256. Milton Cheney scrolled down the interstellar colonization entry. This entry records the time and place of each interstellar colonization by the Azure Star Federation. In 3,000 years, the Azure Star Federation has colonized 22 inhabited planets. This number is rather exaggerated. Mulling over the information before him, Milton Cheney murmured to himself. Having reincarnated to this world for so long, Milton Cheney naturally understood the world well. This world, which is remarkably similar to Azure Star, entered the interstellar age 10,000 years ago. Over 10,000 years, Azure Star had altogether colonized 21 uninhabited life planets and 13 inhabited life planets. After a while of Azure Star being colonized 3,000 years ago, the speed of Azure Star colonizing other planets intensified several times. Moreover, many problems in the field of technology were easily solved. Could the high ranks of Azure Star now be extraterrestrials? This speculation swirled within Milton Cheney's mind. His assumption was quite bold, but not impossible. However, he only accounted for one of the many who shared the same idea. The Federation was extensive and plentiful, surely there were more bright minds than just his own. However, these were merely conjectures. There must be a reason the Federation kept their colonization 3,000 years ago a secret. If he were a level 3 wizard, he could probe into this secret. However, as he was now, he was just an ordinary person without any transcendent power. In order to explore the concealed history of 3,000 years ago, he couldn't just rely on his strength. Turning off his Palm computer, Milton Cheney no longer dwelt on it. Leaving his dormitory, Milton Cheney headed towards the history department at Southern Union University. As an exchange student at Southern Union University, Milton Cheney had very little free time and a lot to learn every day. Although this world didn't offer a transcendent path for him to cultivate, there were still many things that piqued Milton Cheney's interest. ILME passed, a year went dy. Nearly 2 years had passed since Milton Cheney had arrived at Southern Union University as an exchange student. "I can get you a spot on the scientific expedition team, but it requires approval from your professor at Federal First University. I've talked to Arthur Morgan about this, but he doesn't want you participating in this expedition," a middle-aged man said, appearing somewhat helpless in front of Milton Cheney. He naturally knew the appeal of this expedition to young Cheney, whose research was headed in the direction of the historical gap 3,000 years ago. The detected age of the recently discovered ruins places its origin precisely between 3,000 and 2,000 years ago. "I've talked to Arthur. He has agreed," Milton Cheney interjected. He had to go on this Southern Union University expedition to the ancient ruins. Finally, they had discovered ruins from 3,000 years ago. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't know when the next would come. So, Milton Cheney had contacted Arthur Morgan to explain his reasons. Though Arthur was worried about the risks, he ultimately agreed. Arthur agreed. Wyatt Vaughn exclaimed in surprise. Just yesterday when he had contacted Arthur, the old man had adamantly refused. He claimed that it was too dangerous. Absolutely not, he wouldn't let Milton be part of it. How could it be that in just one day, the old man had changed his mind? "I need confirmation." As long as Arthur's in agreement, a spot on the scientific expedition team can be reserved for you. But I suggest you think it over, after all, you don't have experience in this area. When it comes to exploring ancient ruins, knowledge is secondary. Experience is what truly matters. Vaughn added. Despite his short time at Southern Union University, Vaughn did appreciate Milton Cheney. Even though Cheney was inexperienced in exploring ruins, he was invaluable due to his talents in the field of historical research. However, no one is perfect. Vaughn felt Milton was fairly inexperienced concerning the exploration of ruins. Nonetheless, gaining experience was valuable. Following the rest of them, Milton was safe from any major risk. I understand, Professor Vaughn. Milton Cheney replied. Time flew and several months went by in the blink of an eye. The scientific expedition team of Southern Union University returned to Azure Star without a hitch. The ruins that they were searching for were located on Azure Star, the main body of the Azure Star Federation. After reaching their destination, Milton Cheney took in his surroundings. The surrounding area was tightly sealed off, and men stationed there greeted Vaughn as they approached. Professor Vaughn, has this area been explored before? Standing by Vaughn's side, Milton pointed towards the sealed-off area and asked quietly. Although his voice barely carried, Vaughn could hear him loud and clear. Hearing this, Vaughn nodded subtly. Before their scientific expedition team arrived, someone had already explored this place once. The good thing was that they had eliminated some dangers, making their journey much safer. However, the downside was that the ruins had been explored before, limiting their research opportunities. The scientific expedition team, consisting of 8 members including Cheney, ventured further into the ruins. Upon entering, their sights were greeted by a spacious hallway surrounded by scattered rocks. Surveying the surroundings, Vaughn furrowed his brows. The first batch of people who came here had no idea what they were doing, they simply blasted their way in. Looks like our findings this time may not be as fruitful as we had anticipated, Vaughn said in a solemn tone. The hallway had been blasted open. Initially, the hallway was just a small narrow passage, now it was inexplicably spacious. Chapter 257. The air was also filled with a faint unpleasant smell. The ones who came before seemed to have had no intention of preserving the relic, which made Wyatt Vaughn somewhat angry. Little Lees, survey the geology of this relic, Wyatt Vaughn said. Little Lees, who was beside him, nodded, took out equipment and began the geological survey of the relic. Not everyone in the scientific expedition team entered the ruins. Another person was outside, using a drone to photograph the area, conducting a thorough investigation of the local environment around the relic. The information they gathered was then constantly sent to Wyatt Vaughn's Palm computer. It was essential to fully understand the geographic features of the relic, geological structure, and its relationship with the surrounding environment. Although there was existing information, it was often the case that the data obtained from personal investigation were of higher value. Moreover, Wyatt Vaughn was certain that the last ones who entered these ruins were absolute amateurs. Milton Cheney by the side didn't speak at all. Exploring relics was not an easy task, it was time-consuming and laborious. However, prior to their arrival, they had already made detailed plans and preparations. The one who knew most about the history of this fault was Milton Cheney. He had already committed to memory all the related historical documents and literature. Patience was most crucial in relic exploration. For now, their task was to determine the scope of the investigation and ensure that all necessary tools and equipment were ready. Professor Vaughn, the survey results are the same as the information given to us, the error is very small, Little Lees reported after finished surveying. Hearing this, Wyatt Vaughn nodded. Then let's begin the excavation. Be careful, we must ensure the integrity of the relic and the preservation of the antiquities within, Professor Vaughn stated. Upon his command, several members of the scientific expedition team sprung into action. Little Cheney, the recording will be your responsibility. Yes, Professor Vaughn. Milton nodded and replied. He activated his Palm computer and began to collect, clarifying, and categorize the data. Time passed, the excavation of the relic progressed smoothly. However, most of the unearthed antiquities were of little use. After all, the valuable items most likely had been taken by those who came first, all that was left for them was leftovers. Members of the scientific expedition team marked and numbered the antiquities excavated, carefully cleaned and repaired them, ensuring the integrity and preservation status of the artifacts. The collected data would first be passed to Milton Cheney, who would then clarify and categorize them. While these tasks might be troublesome for others, they were quite easy for Milton Cheney. Milton meticulously documented the process, pictures, maps, measurements, etc., and archived and analyzed them. In-depth research and interpretation of these antiquities would then be left to the respective professionals. Professor Vaughan, take a look. Milton Cheney showed the consolidated data to Professor Vaughan. Looking at the data on Milton Cheney's Palm computer, Professor Vaughan frowned, seemingly finding something strange. Something's off, this 4-type cardiac instrument isn't something from 3,000 years ago. Are there other data? Vaughan queried. Yes, there is, Cheney responded. Milton slid his fingertip and exported the remaining data for Professor Vaughan to view. The more he looked at it, the stranger Vaughan felt. Is this something left by the previous group? No, the data from the artifact detection shows that these were produced before 3,000 years. It's just that the serial numbers have become blurred, they need to restore before further querying. Milton Cheney shook his head and replied. Data didn't lie. Moreover, all this data was integrated by Milton Cheney himself. As to whether or not they were authentic, he knew best. Did the Federation start producing this type of cardiac instrument 3,000 years ago? Or did I remember it wrong? Vaughan asked, somewhat puzzled. Although he was the third professor of the Southern Union Department of History, it was impossible for him to be completely aware of all historical facts. At least in some aspects, he still had shortcomings. Researches in the Federation cycled too quickly, so it was common for him to have some memory bias. Professor Vaughan, the 4-type cardiac instrument officially began production about 1,500 years ago. This could be a test version, we can verify it by restoring the serial number later, Milton Cheney opined. Milton definitely wouldn't remember it wrong while it was possible for Wyatt Vaughan to do so. Especially the history from 3,000 years ago till now, Milton could certainly recite it eloquently. The history prior to 3,000 years ago might be somewhat vague to Milton, but the history from 3,000 years ago to now was something he understood in great detail. This is somewhat strange, let's query it after restoring the serial numbers. Remember to consolidate a report and give it to me after we finish exploring the relic, Vaughan stated. Milton nodded. Time flowed, and another 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. Another ancient ruin detection came to an end. After returning to Southern Union University, Milton Cheney reorganized the data and sent it to Wyatt Vaughan. Exiting the dormitory, Cheney headed towards the history department. Assistant Cheney. Hearing someone call him, Cheney smilingly greeted the person. Professor York, what brings you here? I'm preparing to head back to Azure Star for a while, just thought to gather a few things from home. Congratulations. Hearing these words, Cheney naturally understood the reason, thus he responded with hearty congratulations. Hold on, it's not confirmed yet. Are you going to see Wyatt Vaughan? Yes, I'm delivering a report to Professor Vaughan. Cheney clarified. After a brief exchange, the two bid each other farewell. Upon arriving at his destination, Cheney pushed open the door to Vaughan's office. Professor Vaughan, this is the combined report on the C-32 relic, please have a look. Cheney spoke and handed over the document envelope in his hands to Vaughan. Vaughan accepted it, but did not immediately open it to read. Instead, he massaged his brows with a rather helpless expression. Cheney, I know your research direction, stop it now. I think you should understand my meaning. It's not a good thing to know too much. Vaughan spoke, his tone sounding somewhat frustrated and weary. Upon hearing this, Cheney fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. He had, once again, implicated others. After discovering a new Q in the history a year ago, Cheney knew this day wouldn't be too far off. I'm sorry, Professor Vaughan, for dragging you into this. Cheney spoke apologetically. He knew that Vaughan must have defended him, which would explain his current demeanor. You don't have to apologize, Arthur Morgan has already contacted me. He suggested that you return to the Federal First University first. At least there, your personal safety can be guaranteed. Cheney nodded in understanding. Vaughan said it so, and it was clear to Cheney. His research direction was correct. That was enough for him. As for whether he preferred to stay at Southern Union University or return to Federal First University, it mattered little to Cheney. As time flew, a year later. Azure Star, Federal First University. Cheney had stopped investigating the historical fissure. He knew that he had already attracted the attention of certain individuals. If he continued researching, even the Federal First University would struggle to protect him. "Professor Morgan, I'll leave for now," Cheney announced. "All right, I will bring you along for the upcoming exchange meeting. Perhaps the title of the youngest professor at Federal First University will soon be bestowed upon you," Morgan cheerfully teased. He had been nothing but satisfied with Cheney's work. Hearing this, Cheney shared a laugh as well. It was easier to get things done with a worthy title. Becoming the top professor in the Federation would bring substantial benefits to him. Thus, he naturally aimed to achieve this. Returning to the faculty dormitory, Cheney started organizing his things. But the next moment, he halted in his tracks. For something impossible had happened. An automated voice echoed in his mind. This was the first time he heard the voice of the simulator while in a simulation. "Warning! Reincarnation's memory is being altered, successfully blocked." Cheney's expression shifted slightly. Someone was modifying his memory? And he hadn't detected it at all. Note that memories within the simulation were linked to reality, altering them could cause significant problems. The next moment, Cheney felt like he was being asphyxiated, as if his throat was being clenched. His consciousness blacked out. Transcender. This was Cheney's last thought. Chapter 258. After his consciousness sank into darkness, unknown time later, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared within the reincarnation space. The very next moment, his consciousness was ejected from the reincarnation space. Within the room, several voices echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successful retention of reincarnation simulation memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by the memories of reincarnation. Simulator's memory protection function has not been activated. Do you want to activate it manually? Milton Cheney declared in his mind. His expression didn't change, but he was deep in thought. This reincarnation simulation was, arguably, the shortest since he awakened from his prenatal mystery, with not much to gain. The only consolation was that his reincarnated world was similar to his previous azure star. Transcenders, this blue star is indeed not quite the same as what I imagined, Milton murmured to himself. He initially thought that after giving up the research into that historical fault, no one would come to bother him anymore. Rather, even if someone sought trouble, it wouldn't happen at Federal First University. However, his presumption was overly simple, or rather, he hadn't considered that there could actually be transcenders on Azure Star. The means of erasing his memory where he couldn't see, were definitely not the methods of an ordinary person. He posed a threat to some people. Naturally, they wouldn't feel secure with him staying in this world. What a pity! However, even if Milton knew that Federal High Command would make a move against him, he was powerless. On Azure Star, after all, he was just an ordinary person. Even without transcenders, if the Federation wanted him dead, it would be effortless. This world has transcenders too. Maybe I can reincarnate in this world again next time. Only, I wonder how much time would have passed in this world by the time I reincarnate next. Milton contemplated. Although this reincarnation simulation wasn't a significant gain, the number of reincarnation simulations he could accumulate once a year. If not this time, there would be the next. The world of reincarnation simulation was his own choice. If he wanted to reincarnate again in a world similar to Azure Star, all Milton needed to spend was a year's wait. After pondering for a while, Milton pushed down his emotions. No longer thinking much, a transparent, light blue screen appeared, suspended in front of Milton. Milton's thoughts concentrated on the last row of the panel. True body simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the true body simulation? Yes. Milton did not hesitate and went straight to start the true body simulation. He was already at the limit of a level 3 white wizard. This true body simulation might be an excellent opportunity for him to become a level 4 wizard. The next moment, the panel faded, and the true body simulation began. Milton disappeared from the spot with a shift of his figure. After saying goodbye to his father, Milton left the Kazan subcontinent, then left the wizard realm. When Milton reappeared, he was already in the void beyond the realm. During this true body simulation, the most crucial task for him was to practice the meditation technique. The pace of practicing meditation technique in Guardian Sea was rapid, so naturally Milton would return to Guardian Sea first. Golden Lion Kingdom, Golden Lion Palace, inside the room. True body simulation ended. Realm, techniques, memory retained. Detected that the host will not be affected by the memory, the simulator's memory protection function has not been activated. Do you want to activate it manually? Yes. Milton murmured in his heart, slowly opening his eyes. A profound light flickered in his eyes, returning to calm after a moment. 500 years went by in an instant, and Milton chose to activate memory protection. The memories from the true body simulation replayed in front of him as if a film. Destiny Solid Stone. Milton did not move, still sitting in the room. However, several thoughts in his heart began to entangle. This time, during his true body simulation, Milton did not become a level 4 white wizard. The reason is straightforward: to become a level 4 white wizard, he still lacked one thing. The white wizard path was different from the traditional spiritual wizard path. Since the spiritual sea of the white wizard path was continually compressing, there were significant risks when becoming a level 4 wizard. Some highly talented people could ignore these risks, forcefully break through to become level 4 white wizard, then gradually stabilize. However, most people who wanted to become level 4 white wizards needed a kind of treasure called Destiny Solid Stone. This treasure would be integrated into the spiritual sea when a level 3 white wizard attempts to break through to level 4, greatly increasing the probability of a successful breakthrough. The spiritual system wizards do not have this kind of trouble when becoming a level 4 wizard. The traditional spiritual system wizard only needs to break the limit of a level 3 wizard to naturally become a level 4 wizard. However, there are pros and cons. Had Milton initially chosen the traditional spiritual wizard path, whether he could have made it to level 3 wizard right now would remain uncertain. He was not a highly talented person. Milton knew this very well. Because at the end of the simulation, he tried to forcefully break through to become a level 4 wizard. But the final result was an explosive growth of the spiritual sea, while the size and the substantial aspects of the sea were completely out of balance. This resulted in his spiritual sea's direct collapse, ending the simulation immediately. If he hadn't chosen to forcefully break through to become a level 4 wizard, he might have lived for several hundred years more during the true body simulation. During the simulation, I tried probing for traces of Destiny Solid Stone at Dandelion Tavern, but ultimately left disappointed. The mentor also said he would help me keep an eye out, but in the end, there were no results. Milton contemplated, his thoughts entangled in his mind. Chapter 259. To become a level 4 white wizard requires a Destiny Solid Stone, a fact that Milton Cheney only learned during this true body simulation. Upon his return to the Guardian Sea, he nearly made a forceful breakthrough to the 4th level of wizardhood. Before this, neither his books nor his mentor told him about the Destiny Solid Stone. This object is indeed precious. After all, it is a treasure assisting a level 3 white wizard to become a level white wizard. However, to say it is extremely rare or non-existent in the wizard realm is not exactly accurate. After all, there are many level 1+ white wizards in the Guardian Sea, most of whom became so by using the Destiny Solid Stone. Since they could get it, Milton Cheney figured he would have no huge issues getting it either. In this true body simulation, he didn't get the Destiny Solid Stone, but he learned countless pieces of information about it. This kind of information won't be worth mentioning in 500 years. But for now, it will give him a significant advantage. Milton Cheney is confident that within a year, he can genuinely obtain the Destiny Solid Stone and become a real level 4 white wizard. The next moment, Milton Cheney willed the attribute panel to appear. Name: Milton Cheney Spiritual, 39.9, 43.5. Physique: 32.6, 34.2. Spiritual Wizard Realm, Level 3 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 3 Wizard. Breathing Technique: Golden Lion Breathing Technique, Perfect. Meditation Technique: Guardian Meditation Technique, Perfect. Refining Technique: White Raven Refining Technique, Perfect. Night Skills: L. Spiritual Magic: Eye of Destiny, 3rd ring, Surging Flame Waves, 3rd ring, Spatial Door, 3rd ring, Meteorite Heavy Strike, 3rd ring. Bloodline Magic: White Raven True Form, 3rd ring, Soul of the White Raven, 3rd ring, Authentic Disguise, 3rd ring, White Raven Illusion, 3rd ring, Ultimate Insight, 3rd ring. True Body Simulation Count: 0. The attribute panel floated before Milton Cheney. After taking a glance, Milton Cheney retracted the panel. His spiritual power has not changed and was still at the limit of a level 3 white wizard. This means that if he can't find the Destiny Solid Stone, his meditation cultivation would be meaningless. The 43-5 in parentheses after the spiritual attribute represents his chi cultivation at the 4th stage. The chi cultivation of a level 4 wizard was clearly reflected within these actual attributes. After retracting the panel, Milton Cheney disappeared from where he stood. "Father, I'm leaving." Arthur was startled by Milton Cheney's voice. Although Arthur had already adapted to Milton Cheney's sudden arrivals and departures, hearing a sudden voice still triggered some involuntary reactions. "All right, you don't have to worry about the family." Arthur put down the things in his hands and smiled with a confirmation. "Father, this is for you." Milton passed a prepared piece of paper to Arthur. "If the family encounters anything that cannot be handled, activate this page with life energy, and I will arrive as quickly as possible," Milton said. Arthur took the page and couldn't figure out anything from it. However, he certainly remembered Milton's words. So, he gravely nodded in confirmation. After father and son had exchanged a few words, Milton left. If possible, Milton Cheney would like to stay in Kazan subcontinent for a while longer. However, he had to leave now. Otherwise, his family could face potential risks. The Black Lizard Scholars Association couldn't even protect itself and even tried to find trouble for him in the true body simulation. They were indeed quite persistent. Another reason was the Destiny Solid Stone. He must start making plans for becoming a level 4 white wizard. While he did hold many pieces of information, simply having some information is not enough. He needs to turn the information he has into an actual Destiny Solid Stone. If it were easy to obtain the Destiny Solid Stone in the real world, it would undoubtedly be the best situation. Because then, he could exploit the simulator. Leaving the Golden Lion Palace, Milton Cheney vanished from the Golden Lion Kingdom. Outside the wizard realm, within the void, Milton Cheney strolled leisurely through the void, where it was quiet. Not coming out. Milton laughed lightly. The next moment, his spiritual power stirred. Surging from his spiritual sea, his spiritual power enveloped him, stirring up a storm around him. Milton Cheney was thoroughly familiar with the people from the Black Lizard Scholars Association. The members of this wizard organization were like sticky dogs that once latch onto you and would not let go. Hence, he was cautious in activating his spiritual power. As he knew that a level 4 wizard from the Black Lizard Scholars Association lurking in the shadows would not retreat. Sure enough, as Milton Cheney aggressively exerted his spiritual power, a man hidden underneath a black robe appeared in the void. He had lost count of the number of times he had encountered members of the Black Lizard Scholars Association in the void. Including simulations, he reckoned at least 10 times. Even up until now, Milton was somewhat unclear about why the Black Lizard Scholars Association was so interested in him. "I'm a bit curious, why are you all so interested in me, a minor figure?" Milton asked, his figure resonating in the void. The man in the black robe did not answer. Milton knew there was a high chance he would not respond to his question. But he asked anyway. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything to ask. What if this guy was a fool and actually answered? The next moment, the man in the black robe made a move. Milton also moved. The two of them attacked almost simultaneously. Fourth ring magic black tide. In the void, a black tide swept towards Milton Cheney. Milton stood in the void, his expression unchanging. A small pendulum suddenly appeared in his hand and he threw it out into the void. The pendulum automatically struck, emitting a slight sound. A phantom image of the pendulum appeared above the man in the black robe. His body was fixed in place, even the black tide sweeping towards Milton came to a stop in the void. Quick in, quick out. Milton was not intending to drag this out. Members of the Black Lizard Scholars Association were all notoriously tenacious in life. Especially this man in front of him who was already a level 1+ bloodline wizard, he was practically an immortal. Even if Mentor Bernard came, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. But Bernard was Bernard, and Milton was Milton. In some aspects, Milton was definitely stronger than Bernard. Several hundreds of cloud sea silks appeared before Milton and rushed towards the man in the black robe the moment they appeared. The next moment, the man's body was shredded into pieces by the cloud sea silks. However, he regenerated moments later, but was obliterated by the Cloud Sea Silks once again during the process of restoration. If he couldn't kill him in 10 attempts, then he would try 100 times. If 100 attempts failed, then he would try 1,000. Just as he was able to trap this level 4 wizard from the Black Lizard Scholars Association in the void during a simulation, the real him would certainly be no exception. The Cloud Sea Silks continued to obliterate the man's body. Milton, standing in the void, also wasn't idle. With a gentle sweep of his hand, a light blue gem in his spiritual sea emitted a faint phosphorescence. Star-picking technique. A phantom hand that nobody but Milton could see appeared behind the man in the black robe. He gently plucked a thread of luck from the man. However, this thread of luck was just a small part of all the luck surrounding the black-robed man. Using the star-picking technique against a level 4 wizard is kind of stretching it, at least 90 times are needed to take all the luck from a level 4 wizard. Milton muttered to himself. But he didn't stop the movements of his hands. Moments later, after activating the star-picking technique 20 times, the deep blue gem in his spiritual sea no longer gave off any phosphorescence. Reached the limit, I can only use it 20 times a day at most. The star-picking technique had been incredibly useful to Milton in the past. He was able to successfully kill a level 3 wizard when he was still a level 2 wizard. But as he grew stronger and stronger, up until now, the second-grade star-picking master seemed a little less useful to him. Time passed, and it wasn't until the man in the black robe was completely gone from the void that Milton withdrew the Cloud Sea Silks. I hope a level 5 wizard won't personally come after me next time. Milton laughed softly to himself. The Book of Truth hovered in front of him, and with a movement, Milton's figure disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already in the Guardian Sea. Chapter 260. At the Guardian Sea, in front of a wizard tower. Milton Cheney looked up at the wizard tower before him and found there was no change from before. This was not his first visit here, but last time he came, he was only a level 2 wizard. Next moment, Milton stepped into the wizard tower. Seeing Milton, Sir Thompson, who had been closing his eyes for a nap, opened them with a hint of a smile on his face. Sir Thompson. Milton started speaking with a trace of respect in his tone. Young man, what do you want to buy, and have you brought the magic stones you owe me from last time? Sir Thompson started speaking with a smile. Hearing that, Milton moved a spatial magic device in front of Thompson using his spiritual power. The spatial magic device hovered in front of Sir Thompson, who took it without checking. Sir Thompson, I want to buy Destiny Solid Stones, or any information related to it. Milton said straightforwardly. In his true body simulation, he had also come here, only 40 years later. At that time, Sir Thompson didn't have Destiny Solid Stones, and he didn't know much about them either. Every year in the future is unpredictable. Milton pushed this time 40 years earlier, there might be some different results. Sir Thompson pondered for a moment and then spoke up. After a moment, Thompson started, Sorry to disappoint you, young man, but I don't have any Destiny Solid Stones here. But I do have a piece of news about Destiny Solid Stones. The multi-factor plane once had Destiny Solid Stones. You can try there, but this happened quite a while ago, so it might not be of much help. After Thompson finished speaking, Milton nodded his head. As expected, it was of no use. The information overlapped. Milton already knew about the occurrence of Destiny Solid Stones in the multi-factor plane, and he had been there personally in his true body simulation. Of course, he didn't get anything in the end. I understand, sir. Thank you. Milton thanked him. After chatting with Sir Thompson for a while, Milton left the wizard tower. To find Destiny Solid Stones in reality is not an easy task. Even in his 500 years of true body simulation, he didn't manage to find it. Furthermore, the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm were in an inter-realm war, making it even more difficult to find Destiny Solid Stones. But Milton didn't feel any disappointment. After his true body simulation, there were many pieces of information in his mind that he had to verify. Without going back to the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Milton sent a message to Bane through the Book of Truth. Time passed, several months later. Inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion of the Guardian Sea, Milton was sitting in the meditation room with his legs crossed, and a light blue light screen was suspended in front of him. During these months, Milton didn't rush to verify the information about Destiny Solid Stones in his mind. After all, with text simulation, why would he risk it himself? Text simulation could help him verify the information better. Text simulation count, 1. Do you want to start a text simulation? Yes. Milton didn't hesitate and started the text simulation directly. The next moment, dark words started to appear on the light blue transparent light screen. Age 35, you returned to the wizard realm and went to the Dandelion Tavern for more information about Destiny Solid Stones. Age 37, you didn't find anything useful in the wizard realm, so you left it and returned to the Guardian Sea. Through the plane channel, you traveled to the multi-factor plane. Nov, L, B / JNN. Age 45, you didn't find Destiny Solid Stones in the multi-factor plane, so you left it and returned to the Guardian Sea. Age 46, you took a new mission from the Guardian Sea and left it for the task. At the same time, you also paid attention to the information about Destiny Solid Stones. Age 92, in the Wizard Realm, you obtained more detailed clues about Destiny Solid Stones and went to the Cordo Wizard Continent. Age 93, you met the controller of the Flames School in the Cordo Wizard Continent. She was a level 3 wizard just like you. You asked about Destiny Solid Stones but returned disappointed. Age 153, the war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm escalated, but you didn't care. Destiny Solid Stones were all that you cared about. You went to the Fennel Plain. Age 158, there were no Destiny Solid Stones on the Fennel Continent either, and you returned disappointed once again. Age 234, by chance, you received some news and left the Guardian Sea for Rose Plain. Age 242, you were thrilled because you found traces where Destiny Solid Stones had once been. You were sure that Destiny Solid Stones once appeared here and regretted a little that you came late. Age 525, you came to the first battlefield in the Wizard Realm, hoping to complete a new task for the Guardian Sea quickly. Age 532, you were assassinated by a level 5 blood descendant of the Bloody Sea Realm. A life-saving puppet saved your life, and you left the first battlefield of the Wizard Realm. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain Realm or Retain Technique. You can select to retain 3 memories. Retain Realm. Milton thought in his heart. The next moment, his spiritual sea fluctuated slightly and then calmed down. Chapter 261. Milton Cheney's eyes brightened as he felt the changes in his spiritual sea. It was actually possible. He was certain that he had reached the limit as a level 3 white wizard. However, after practicing meditation techniques in a simulation, there was still a slight improvement in his retain realm. Although it was extremely faint, didn't this suggest that he could force his realm to ascend, by purely relying on the simulator, even without using the Destiny Solid Stone? But, doing so would be too slow and would waste too many simulation counts. Naturally, Milton wouldn't choose this way. If he could use the Destiny Solid Stone, he should definitely use it. Because it would be faster. Even though it was a text simulation, each one was extremely precious. Retain the memories of 242 years old, 243 years old, and 244 years old. Milton murmured in his heart. The next moment, 3 unfamiliar memories emerged in his mind. He quickly absorbed these 3 memories. After a moment, these memories were clearly imprinted in Milton's mind. Indeed, these are the traces of the Destiny Solid Stone's presence. Milton opened his eyes, somewhat pleasantly surprised. In this text simulation, he didn't obtain the Destiny Solid Stone directly, but he did obtain an important clue. That was enough. However, whether the Destiny Solid Stone was already acquired by someone else, Milton had no idea. If the Destiny Solid Stone was already gone at this point, then the clue he obtained from the simulation would be useless. Should I go now? Or should I wait for the text simulation 3 months later? Milton pondered this in his heart. 3 months was neither too long nor too short. If the Destiny Solid Stone was obtained by someone else within these 3 months, then Milton would really want to cry but couldn't shed any tears. Although the chances of such a coincidence were small, Milton was still a bit worried. In the end, Milton made a decision. Go now. He couldn't always rely on the simulator. Moreover, he now had the baseline of the Chi cultivation 4th stage, and even in the wizard realm, he was absolutely not weak. As long as there was no level 5 wizard, Milton wouldn't fear anyone. A level 5 wizard could establish a realm-level wizard's organization in the wizard realm. There was very little chance that one would appear. Even if one did appear, he still had a life-saving puppets to guarantee his safety, so his life wouldn't be threatened. After considering all of this, Milton's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the void space outside of the Guardian. See. Upon passing through the plane channel, Milton's body appeared in the rose plane. The rose plane was a medium-sized plane without an owner, devoid of any signs of life. And because the resources here were scarce, occupying it didn't offer any benefits. Therefore, the realm-level wizard's organization was not interested in this plane. The moment Milton's figure appeared in this plane, the Eye of Destiny, constructed of spiritual power, hovered behind Milton. It brazenly surveyed the surrounding environment. After a moment, Milton's figure disappeared from the spot. The retained 3 years of memory made Milton familiar with this plane. The location where the Destiny Solid Stone had once appeared was also in Milton's mind. Milton's figure reappeared in a deserted wilderness where there were no people. The Eye of Destiny disappeared, and Milton's spiritual power turned into a giant hand, directly leveling a piece of land. Once the land was leveled, a pale yellow diamond-shaped gem came into Milton's sight. Was it so easy? Milton murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, Milton appeared in front of the Destiny Solid Stone. But as he got closer and truly saw the Destiny Solid Stone, Milton's expression subtly changed. His spiritual power burst out subconsciously, enveloping his body. The Eye of Destiny emerged again, scanning the surrounding environment. A Destiny Solid Stone with a master. Milton's thoughts entangled in his mind. The Destiny Solid Stone here was not an ownerless one, but one that someone was cultivating here. The Destiny Solid Stone was linked to the earth veins of the rose plane, nourishing the Destiny Solid Stone itself. During the text simulation, Milton retained his memories. But because the Destiny Solid Stone had been taken away by then, Milton could not determine whether the Destiny Solid Stone had an owner or not. He just assumed that the rose plane was somewhat special and had bred a Destiny Solid Stone. Milton looked a bit solemn. He didn't hastily take the Destiny Solid Stone. Milton Cheney had no idea who left this Destiny Solid Stone here. It's known that Destiny Solid Stone is useful to white wizards, but apparently it's of no use to other wizards. Therefore, the owner of this Destiny Solid Stone here might be a white wizard. Although Guardian Sea is the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, it's not the only one. Milton Cheney took another careful look at the Destiny Solid Stone in front of him, and found that it has not been fully nurtured yet. That means even if he takes this Destiny Solid Stone right now, and tried to break through to a level 4 white wizard with this Destiny Solid Stone, there's a high likelihood he would fail. Good thing it wasn't a wasted trip. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. His spiritual power turned into a big hand again, restoring the environment here back to the way it was. Milton Cheney had no intention of taking away this Destiny Solid Stone now. If he took it now, it might cause him trouble with an unknown enemy in reality. This Destiny Solid Stone has not been fully nurtured yet, so the owner of this Destiny Solid Stone would not take it away anytime soon. After confirming this point, Milton Cheney could use the simulator to come here again. In the simulation, he used Destiny Solid Stone to break through to a level 4 white wizard, while in reality, he could still become a level 4 white wizard. In this way, he won't attract unknown enemies in reality. It can be considered as the best of both worlds. He took another look around at the environment and didn't find any abnormalities. Milton Cheney's figure moved and disappeared on the spot. Time flew by, and 3 months later. 3 months have passed since Milton Cheney returned to Guardian Sea from the Rose Plain. Within the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, in the meditation room, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the pale blue light screen in front of him. Text simulation count L start text simulation. Start. Milton Cheney's mind was set. A series of texts began to appear in front of him. Milton Cheney was looking very carefully. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Milton Cheney muttered in his mind. The next moment, the change in his spiritual sea was extremely weak. What a pity, I failed again. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He was too impatient in this text simulation. He went straight to the Rose Plane as soon as the simulation began, and then used the Destiny Solid Stone that had not been fully nurtured yet. As expected, the result was a failure. He couldn't break through to become a level 4 White Wizard. Retain the memories from when I was 36, 52, and 53 years old. Milton Cheney's mind was set. The next moment, 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. The reason why he chose to retain these 3 years of memory was quite simple. During this simulation, he only lived until he was 53 years old. After he absorbed these memories, Milton Cheney opened his eyes and let out a sigh. It's really a level 5 wizard as the prophecy indicated. Milton Cheney felt a bit emotional. The owner of the Destiny Solid Stone did turn out to be a level 5 wizard. This was the answer the simulated version of him paid with his life to verify. Moreover, Milton Cheney was familiar with the realm-level wizards organization this level 5 wizard belonged to. It was the Gospel Master's order. He underestimated level 5 wizards. Even though the simulated version of him had a life-saving puppet, he was still killed in the end. Fortunately, he didn't rashly take away the Destiny Solid Stone in reality 3 months ago. Otherwise, in reality, he would have to face the pursuit of a level 5 wizard. Without further thought, Milton Cheney got up and left the meditation room. Although he didn't become a level 4 White Wizard in this text simulation, Milton Cheney didn't feel frustrated. Because he is on the right path. He is getting closer and closer to becoming a level 4 White Wizard. Chapter 262. Time passed, a few months later. Within the wizard realm, inside a mysterious forest on the wizard continent, Milton Cheney was sitting cross-legged in the heart of the forest. In front of him was a transparent, light blue screen. Becoming a level 4 White Wizard through the simulator was certainly not an option in the Guardian Sea. It would cause too much of a stir and might invite unnecessary trouble. Text simulation count L. Would you like to initiate the text simulation? Seeing the 2 black characters that appeared before him, Milton Cheney made a mental decision. Yes. Strings of text started to surface on the screen. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Retain realm. Milton Cheney thought silently. After choosing to retain his realm, his spiritual sea underwent a slight change, but it was not significant. Another failure. The text on the pale blue screen in front of him gradually disappeared, causing Milton Cheney to frown. If the last failure was due to his impatience, then this one had a different cause. He had fused with the Destiny Solid Stone 10 years later, by which time the stone had been almost completely incubated. Could it be that it wasn't fully incubated? Milton Cheney pondered. Despite integrating the Destiny Solid Stone 10 years later, he couldn't claim that the stone was 100% incubated. After all, if it had been fully incubated, it would have been taken away, and there would be no chance for Milton Cheney to obtain it. Nevertheless, it hadn't been far from being fully incubated. If he waited any longer, his efforts would have been fruitless. Luckily, he had the opportunity to make mistakes in the text simulation. This time, he could try pushing it a bit further. Retain the memories of when I was 46, 47, and 48 years old. Milton Cheney mentally asserted. After digesting the 3 unfamiliar pieces of memory, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Until he achieved his breakthrough to the level 4 White Wizard status, Milton Cheney would not return to the Guardian Sea. At present, he was just a step away from becoming a level 4 White Wizard. It would take more than 10 years for the Destiny Solid Stone to be fully incubated. During this period, Milton Cheney had ample opportunities for simulations. Or rather, it wouldn't take that long at all. Milton Cheney was confident that he could become a level 4 White Wizard within a year. With the disappearance of the transparent light blue screen in front of him, Milton Cheney remained seated. 3 months, 6 months, and half a year passed just like that. Text simulation count, 2. Would you like to initiate the text simulation? Seeing the simulation count on the panel in front of him, Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged. Initiate. The moment the simulation started, Milton Cheney's gaze rested on the strings of text emerging on the panel. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 pieces of memory. Retain realm. Retain the memories of when I was 49, 50, and 51 years old. Milton Cheney made a mental decision and chose to retain his realm and 3 memories. Despising the slight changes in his spiritual sea, Milton Cheney digested the 3 new fragments of memory. Still no success. Is it because of the Destiny Solid Stone or is it because of me? Milton Cheney pondered. If he previously thought that his failure to break through to become a level 4 wizard was surely due to the Destiny Solid Stone, now, he was having doubts about that theory. Because some level 3 white wizards managed to become level 4 white wizards even without the Destiny Solid Stone. Milton Cheney did have the Destiny Solid Stone. Although it hadn't been fully incubated, it definitely had a huge impact. But even so, he failed in his 3 attempts to break through to become a level 4 wizard during the simulations. Even if the failure had something to do with the Destiny Solid Stone, it must also be related to him in some ways. For each simulation, Milton Cheney always chose to retain the realm. A significant reason behind consistently choosing to retain the realm was because Milton Cheney was preparing for the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario being that he would not become a level 4 wizard with the Destiny Solid Stone. But such a worst-case scenario, Milton Cheney believed, was highly unlikely to happen to him. After all, the White Wizard path, which holds the potential to reach up to a level 7 wizard, was verified by the wizard realm over 10 million years. There was just no way he could be the exception to overturn this wizard path. Without hiding his attribute panel, Milton Cheney made a mental command. Text simulation count L. Would you like to initiate the text simulation? One of the 2 accumulated text simulations was still available. If he failed this time, he would have to wait another 3 months. Yes. But Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and initiated another text simulation immediately. Lines of black text started to appear in front of Milton Cheney. At 36 years old, you returned to the Guardian Sea, asked your mentor Bernard some questions, and then meditated diligently in the Guardian Sea. At 37 years old, you were meditating, and the inter-realm war didn't disturb TNE Interior or TNE Guardian Sea. Your cultivation was stable, but the progress was almost negligible. At 43 years old, you left the Guardian Sea, went to the Rose Plain through the Plain Channel, and decided to plan in advance. At 1+4 years old, you found the Destiny Solid Stone, but it hadn't been fully incubated, so you didn't rush to fuse with it. Chapter 263. At the age of 48, you hid in the Rose Plain, waiting for the perfect time. All other matters were temporarily put aside. At the age of 49, you occasionally check the Destiny Solid Stone, planning on how to fuse with it at the best moment. At the age of 53, you feel the time has come. Even though the Destiny Solid Stone hasn't been fully nurtured, you know you can no longer wait. You fused with Destiny Solid Stone, neither succeeding nor failing. At the age of 54, you have completely fused with the Destiny Solid Stone and successfully become a level 4 white wizard. A level 5 wizard attacked you, but you successfully escaped back to the Guardian Sea using a life-saving puppet. You messaged your mentor, Bane, and told him about your experiences. At the age of 112, you have never left the Guardian Sea. However, this mission forced you to leave. At the age of 113, you left the Guardian Sea. A level 5 wizard attacked you and you died. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Pieces of black text flashed before Milton Cheney's eyes. Retain realm. Without hesitating, Milton Cheney chose to retain his realm. The moment he retained his realm, a torrent of spiritual power surged out from his spiritual sea. The spiritual power turned into a storm, destroying everything around it. This spiritual power was just a trace overflowed from Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. If he would mobilize all his spiritual power now, he could sink the entire wizard continent. Clarity filled Milton Cheney's mind as never before. If he observed inwardly now, he would find that the spiritual power in his spiritual sea seemed to have solidified. So strong! Milton Cheney exclaimed in his mind. He now and his prior self were completely different. Milton Cheney had never experienced such an incomparable feeling of strength before. Even reaching the Qi cultivation 4th stage had not given Milton Cheney this sensation before. If the Qi cultivation 4th stage was his weapon, then being a level 4 wizard was the power of his own body. Retain the memories of age 53, 54, and 55. 3 unfamiliar memories were absorbed by Milton Cheney. The memory of breaking through to level 4 white wizard during the simulation appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. This gave him a deeper understanding of the realm of a level 4 wizard. The next moment, Milton Cheney called out his attribute panel. Name, Milton Cheney Spiritual, 41.5, 43.5. Physique, 32.6, 34.2. Spiritual System Wizard Realm, Level 4 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 3 Wizard. Breathing Technique, Golden Lion Breathing Technique, Perfect. Meditation Technique, Guardian Meditation Technique, Perfect. Refining Technique, White Raven Refining Technique, Perfect. Night Skills, L. Spirit System Magic, Eye of Destiny, 3rd Ring, Surging Flame Waves, 3rd Ring, Spatial Door, 3rd Ring, Meteorite Heavy Strike, 3rd Ring. Bloodline Magic, White Raven True Form, 3rd Ring, Soul of the White Raven, 3rd Ring, Authentic Disguise, 3rd Ring, White Raven Illusion, 3rd Ring, Ultimate Insight, 3rd Ring. Reincarnation Simulation Count, 1. After glancing at his spiritual power attribute on the panel, Milton Cheney hid the panel. His spiritual power has completely broken the limit of a level 3 wizard. Now he was a genuine level 4 wizard. He could now clearly feel the power of a level 4 wizard. His spiritual power was far more potent than before. He feels that if he mobilizes all his spiritual power now, he could even pierce through a small plane. From the time Milton Cheney crossed into this world until now, it had been 20 years. In just 20 years, he had gone from an ordinary person to a level 4 wizard. Even in the wizard realm, a level 4 wizard could definitely be considered a powerhouse. In the entire wizard realm, the number of level 4 wizards wouldn't be too many. Now, he just needs to master a few 4th ring magic spells to be considered strong among level 4 wizards. Mastering 4th ring magic was a time-consuming and labor-intensive task for others, but for Milton Cheney, it's just a matter of running a simulation. Although he was now a level 4 wizard, Milton Cheney did not plan to return to the Guardian Sea right away. In this text simulation, Milton Cheney saw some unusual aspects of the Guardian Sea. Remember, in this text simulation, he was already a level 4 wizard. But in the end, because of a mission, he had to leave the Guardian Sea, and then a level 5 wizard from the Gospel Master's order killed him. Couldn't the Guardian Sea protect a level 1+ wizard? Milton Cheney did not believe so. What's more, the level 5 wizard who attacked Nim was a known enemy or TNE Guardian Sea, the Gospel Master's order. Of course, it could be that the Guardian Sea didn't care much about him, maybe he was overthinking it. After pondering for a moment, Milton Cheney decided not to dwell on it anymore. He has completely tied himself to the Guardian Sea for now, at least for the time being. He can't leave the ship that is the Guardian Sea. Just as Milton Cheney prepared to mobilize his spiritual power to leave, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Milton Cheney's face did not change. Here it is, he almost forgot. Congratulations, host, on successfully becoming a level 4 wizard. The upgrade of the Wizard's Life Simulator 5.0 has begun, and this upgrade will last for 1 natural month. Detecting that the host still has 1 unused reincarnation simulation. Do you want to use it? Milton Cheney had expected the simulator upgrade much earlier. Chapter 264. After becoming a level 4 wizard, the simulator is upgrading as usual. But this time, it seemed a bit different. Previously, the simulator upgrades took a day each, but this time it actually would take a month. Moreover, there was no notice before his simulator upgrades, regardless of whether he had simulation counts or not. This time it even asked him if he wanted to use the reincarnation simulation. Could it be possible that this simulator upgrade would affect his existing simulation counts? Milton Cheney was uncertain about this and did not want to take a risk. Each simulation was precious, as were these reincarnation simulations. If the simulator upgrade ended up consuming the counts of his reincarnation simulations, that loss would outweigh the gain. A month would pass by quickly for him. After becoming a level 4 wizard, his normal lifespan would be at least 8,000 years. Even without any interferences, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for 10,000 years. Use it. Milton said in his mind. Since there could be potential effects, he might as well just use it directly. Anyway, he didn't have the habit of accumulating simulation counts. Once the decision was made, a resolute piece of his consciousness immediately appeared within the reincarnation space. An uncountable number of differently colored light clusters appeared beneath him. Did these light clusters increase? Observing the uncountable light clusters in front of him, Milton felt a twinge in his consciousness. He was certain that his memory was not faulty. The light clusters inside this reincarnation space representing various worlds had increased. This was a situation that had never occurred before. Milton had experienced many reincarnation simulations in the past. If these extra worlds had naturally appeared before, Milton would have surely sensed them. So there's only one reason. The additional light clusters, representing various other worlds, have abruptly appeared. And the sudden appearance of these could only be because he became a level 4 wizard. Besides this, Milton could think of no other reasons. An infinite number of light clusters floated into Milton's view. This time, Milton observed them carefully. The changes in the reincarnation space made him appreciate the magnificent power of the simulator even more. The reason these added worlds didn't appear before was because my prior level wasn't high enough. Milton pondered and guessed. If that was indeed the case, then this was truly outrageous. You must know one of the worlds he reincarnated into before was the Mage Realm. The most powerful being in that world could even rival a level 8 wizard. So how strong were the most powerful beings in these new worlds that have appeared now? A level 9 wizard? Or do they surpass a level 9 wizard? Consciousness of Milton Cheney came to rest on a purely black light cluster. This light cluster hadn't appeared in the reincarnation space before. Just by looking at this pure black light cluster, Milton felt a certain palpitation. Suddenly, a flash crossed Milton's field of vision. What exactly was that? Milton's consciousness was somewhat stunned. He didn't know if he had just hallucinated, but it looked like there were a few tentacles on that black light cluster. Milton Cheney quickly averted his gaze. This world seems a little weird, better refrain from reincarnating into it. Just looking at the size of the light cluster, this black light cluster is almost equivalent to 20 times the size of the wizard realm. Milton didn't hastily choose any of these newly appeared light clusters. The last scene of the Mage Realm was still fresh in his memory. These newly appeared worlds might have something to do with the simulator that was currently upgrading. In the end, Milton's gaze landed on a faint purple light cluster. He had to take another trip in this world. He wanted to see the extraordinary beings in this world and what kind of cultivation path they were treading on. Chapter 265. Colon Star, one of the colony stars of the Azure Star Federation. 15 years have passed since Milton Cheney was reincarnated into this universe. Milton has gained a certain understanding of the future of this world. Only 20 years have passed since the last time I was reincarnated into this world. At home, Milton flips through a history book in front of him, reflecting on this realization. Though he's certain of it, every time he thinks about it, Milton is filled with marvel at the mysteries of the vast cosmos and its endless worlds. The second time he was reincarnated into the cultivation realm, 7 million years had passed since his first reincarnation. However, only 20 years have passed since his second reincarnation into this world, which is similar to his previous life on the Blue Star. This might be because this place is very far from the wizard realm. So time is not greatly affected here. Milton does not find his name in the history books, which is normal. But it's quite abnormal that he can't find his name anywhere on the internet. After all, he wrote more than a dozen research papers, but there is not a trace of them in this world. It's clear that the evidence of his past existence has been erased by someone. Transcenders. Milton closed the book, pondering this thought. He's certain that transcenders exist in this world. Although these transcenders do not reveal themselves openly and their traces remain hidden. But how to find these transcenders is the question. The simplest method is to join an official organization, then climb the ranks. Perhaps one day he could discover the secrets of the transcenders of this world. However, this method is too slow. By the time he really gets to meet a transcender, he does not know how old he will be. You must know that in this world, he cannot practice any other transcendent paths. This means his lifespan is at most 150 years. Compared to his previous life on the Blue Star, this lifespan is already long. However, for Milton, this lifespan is too short. If it's only about climbing the ranks, Milton's memories and experiences of thousands of years make him fearless of any competition. He is confident that in his lifetime, without relying on transcendent abilities, he could make it to the top of the Federation. But this method has a downside. That is, even if he makes it to the top of the Federation, he might still not be able to interact with transcenders. The last time he was reincarnated into this world, it was only on his deathbed that he finally confirmed the existence of transcenders. This means that the transcenders in this world are very well hidden. This won't work, it's too slow. Milton's hands unconsciously tap on the thick book in front of him as he contemplates. Should I continue to follow the academy route? Milton murmurs to himself. During these 15 years, Milton hasn't been idle. He has spent 8 years creating a persona of a super genius. If there's a place that can provide shelter and a platform for a commoner like him, the universities of the Federation are definitely a good choice. After contemplation, Milton decided not to overthink. If this isn't feasible, he has other options. He must participate in this year's college entrance examination. He could try following the academy route. Having made up his mind, Milton got up and left the room. Time flies, and half a year later. At the Azure Star's first exam venue, Milton finishes packing his things and leaves the examination area. A quiet atmosphere wraps around the surroundings. There is no noise, everyone orderly exited the exam venue. This is very different from the last time Milton took the college entrance exam in his previous life. That's because this is the first exam venue. Here are gathered thousands of the top potential candidates for the college entrance examination from the billions of students in the Federation. Milton, have you thought about which university you're going to? Milton was the first to leave the exam venue. A person jogged over and walked beside him. The person spoke up. He did not ask Milton which university he aspires to attend, but directly asked which one he was planning on attending. This is normal, as students who can take exams at the first venue can choose from any university in the Federation. Each person here could possibly become the top student in this college entrance examination of the Federation. Federal Third University. Milton replied in a calm voice, his pace unchanged, and his expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, Benedict White was slightly surprised. The third? You want to become a merchant? I thought you would be joining me at the Federal Second University. Benedict said. When you mention the Federal Third University, you can't help but think about the capital giants who graduated from there. When you want to speak nicely of them, you'd call them merchants, but if you want to be direct, they are capitalists. This term is often associated with the Federal Third University. Because too many capital giants graduated from this school. Of course, this is just the first impression that many people have of this university. It doesn't mean that all graduates from this university have to become merchants. Who says that if you go to the Federal Third University, you have to be a merchant? Milton chuckled. Speaking. He chose this university because many capital giants had graduated from here, not because he wanted to be a capital giant. Upon hearing this, Benedict laughed as well. Why not? Maybe we can join forces once we do. Benedict said, laughing. Of course, this was mostly a joke. After all, Milton is well aware of the situation at the Federal Second University. Milton had considered this university before. Milton also knew about Benedict's goal. So, Milton responded with a light smile, join forces, you mean a political business alliance? Federal Second University, known as the breeding ground for federal politicians. Most of the graduates from here choose to go into politics every year. Chapter 266. This university only admits the least amount of students among the Fed's Big 6 each year. Choosing this university means giving up your freedom. Your future is only controlled by yourself. Milton Cheney had considered attending this university before, but eventually decided to give it up after much contemplation. As for the one that admits the most students, that's naturally the illustrious Federation First University. It's not like it's impossible. Benedict White stroked his chin, pretending to be mature as he spoke. Milton Cheney shook his head and didn't respond. Benedict White was too idealistic. With so many politicians, it's not at all easy to stand out. The two strolled side by side, chatting casually from time to time. Time passed in a blink of an eye and 2 months had passed. It had been 2 months since the end of the entrance examination for Azure Star. The federal universities have a law. That is, while those universities located outside of Azure Star might be good, those located on Azure Star are definitely the best. As the central star of the Federation, everything here is top standard in terms of the Federation. That included educational resources. Newport, this is the city where the Federal Third University is located. Milton Cheney stepped into the gate of the Federal Third University. Cheney understood the procedures very well, because the last time he reincarnated in this world, he had already experienced university life once. After completing the newcomer registration, Cheney headed to his allocated dormitory. Unlike at the Federation First University, the dorms at the Federal Third University were for four. There was no one in the dormitory when Cheney arrived. Am I the first one again? He remembered last time when he went to the Federation First University, he was also the first one to arrive at the dorm. After picking a bed, Cheney tidied up the bedding a bit, then left the dormitory. In order to come into contact with the transcenders of this world, from the first moment he stepped into the university gate, he had to start planning. Since the transcenders of this world were hidden in the shadows, it meant they did not want to be discovered by others. The following period of time passed smoothly, with nothing of note happening. At the Federal Third University, many outstanding alumni were invited to give speeches to incoming freshmen. Cheney observed these speakers. As expected, they were all ordinary people. He assessed that there were certainly not many transcenders in this world. Otherwise, traces of them would be inevitably revealed. Perhaps the information cocoon room had a certain influence on this, but Cheney had many ways to find out things himself. Of course, he had not been too outrageous over the years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain if it was discovered that he had been searching for transcenders in his early years. Time flew by and 2 years passed. 2 years had passed since Cheney entered the Federal Third University. New residence, Peony Pavilion. Little Cheney, how's it going? After graduation, come to me. I'll hand over the Colne Stars branch to you. A middle-aged man said with a smile, looking at Cheney. Cheney shook his head effortlessly. Brother Wilson, you know me. I plan to start a business. Cheney responded. This was just his excuse, but every word Cheney said seemed so sincere. Even John Wilson believed him. Cheney wouldn't do anything meaningless. Everything he did was to explore the path of transcenders in this world. He was extremely curious about the path of the transcenders in this world. Though in reality, he was already a level 4 wizard, this did not conflict. John Wilson felt a bit of regret hearing his words. He admired this young man very much, but his aspirations were too high. You can't do it alone if you want to make medicines. The Federation's control over medicines is very strict now, not to mention the new drugs you've discovered. John Wilson said. Cheney understood what John Wilson was suggesting. After pondering for a moment, Cheney said, Brother Wilson, is there a way you can help me connect with the Federal High Command? I want to surrender this new drug to the Federation gratis. After Cheney finished speaking, John Wilson seemed a bit surprised. It seemed he didn't expect Cheney to say that. His previous words were a habitual bargaining tactic, euphemistically known as wanting a piece of the action. If this new drug could be thoroughly launched into the market, the money it could make would be an astronomical figure. But if it were to be given to the Federation without compensation, Milton Cheney would have nothing. Is this a proper merchant? Is this the capitalist he is familiar with? You. What are you thinking? You do know how much money you'll lose, right? John Wilson finally spoke. He had seen a lot in his life, so he quickly adjusted his mood. He found it difficult to understand the thought process of the younger student before him. Look, I can help you manage the operations of this drug, solve all obstacles for you, and I only ask for 30%. John Wilson proposed. He had initially planned to demand more than 50%, but now he changed his mind. When Milton Cheney declared his intention to give this new drug to the Federation without changing his expression, Wilson realized this young man was not ordinary. Brother Wilson, thank you. Milton Cheney finally spoke. Donating it to the Federation at no cost, and making a fortune by introducing this drug to the market, were not conflicting ideas. Who said he only developed one drug? Of course, he would choose the best one to give to the Federation. By the way, have you given this drug a name? John Wilson asked with some curiosity. Let's call it the Hope Elixir. Milton Cheney said with a faint smile. Time flies, and 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. For Milton Cheney from the wizard realm, 5 years might feel like a moment. However, for Milton Cheney who reincarnated into this world with a lifespan of only 150 years, 5 years was quite a long time. Azure Star, the capital market. A large building, in the top floor of the building. Milton Cheney and John Wilson sat side by side on a sofa. A set of teaware was neatly placed on the table in front of them. Milton Cheney's face looked no different from 5 years ago, while John Wilson seemed a bit older. He was nearly 90 now. Back in the previous Blue Star when Milton Cheney lived, 90 would be considered an old age. The market response is very good. When will the second drug be launched? John Wilson broke the silence first. As the first drug that can noticeably change a person's physique, the Hope Elixir had monopolized the market of its kind in just 1 year. This monopoly not only brought Milton Cheney wealth, but also countless assassination attempts. A guiltless man has nothing to fear but his property's guilt. These years, assassination and espionage attempts were countless. No rush. Milton Cheney said softly, taking a sip of tea. Sometimes I really suspect you're not a young person. John Wilson said with some emotion. In 5 years, he had witnessed this young student leap through countless ranks to become one of the Federation's capital giants. Some of his tactics were even chilling for him. You've already started contacting the Federation, haven't you? I don't know what you're thinking, what you want to do. But I have a word of advice, some mistakes once made can't be mended. John Wilson spoke again. Milton Cheney didn't speak but just twirled the teacup in his hand. Having enough money to spend is enough, I'm not interested in money. You really can play cool, I can't believe you'd say that, how many years has it been since you last said that? John Wilson burst out laughing. They had known each other for so long that they often spoke casually. After a moment, Milton Cheney glanced at the time and put down his teacup. Let's go, Brother Wilson, I have someone to meet. I'll leave the company in your hands for the time being. Milton Cheney spoke as he rose and left the room. Watching Milton Cheney's disappearing figure, John Wilson's expression gradually turned serious, then indifferent. Easy for you to say, you've been more of a hands-off manager these years, haven't you? Are you genuinely not interested in money? How can anyone not be interested in money? Chapter 267. Azure Star, Federal Central United Laboratory. Milton Cheney handed a transparent bottle to an elderly man in front of him. Without a word, the old man took the bottle, opened it, and poured white pills into his hand. Wearing transparent gloves, he picked up a pill and examined it. Little Cheney, this seems identical to the Hope Elixir you've been researching. Do you mind if I test it? His voice was heavy as he finally broke the silence. No problem at all, Professor Edgerton. Milton nodded and responded. The Hope IL drug will certainly be far more effective than the ordinary Hope Elixir. He wouldn't have presented Hope IL so soon if he hadn't ensured it was foolproof. Professor Edgerton was someone Milton trusted. With Milton's consent, Professor Edgerton picked up the medicine and began examining it on the experiment table. Shortly after, he stopped. Indeed, there are 2 types of new materials that can't be detected, and they're not chemical materials. Is it something you discovered recently? Have you tested its effects? Professor Edgerton halted his movements and asked Milton. Milton replied, they're new, 2 new materials have been tested. The effect is more than twice that of the ordinary Hope Elixir, and there are no side effects. But while taking the elixir, one might gain a better appetite, which I wouldn't count as a side effect. Milton's tone was relaxed. Hearing this, Professor Edgerton pondered for a moment before replying. I see. I have also read the message you sent to my Palm computer. Are you sure you want to donate this drug to the Federation for free? Yes. Milton simply nodded. Donating this medicine to the Federation for free was a decision Milton had made long ago. However, he couldn't directly give it away, so he spent 5 years making many preparations. As long as he had enough money, he was satisfied. This wasn't him bragging. In this world, he didn't have much time left. Compared to the Transcender's path, he naturally had no interest in money. I will express the Federation's gratitude to you for this in advance. With this contribution, you could apply for the Federation Great Contribution Medal. This will also greatly benefit your future business development. Professor Edgerton said confidently. His mood was quite good, given that this new drug would be turned over to the Federation by his hand. While his contribution was not as great as Milton's, it was still significant. Milton just smiled and nodded. Of course, his goal was not just a Federation Great Contribution Medal, which was not very useful for him. You can't eat an elephant in one bite. In order to get in touch with the Federation's Transcenders, he had to earn the Federation's complete trust. This time's Hope IL was merely a knock on the door. There was still a long road ahead, and Milton had set a goal for himself, to get in touch with the Federation's Transcenders before he turned 50. After 2 reincarnation simulations, Milton certainly was not interested in enjoying the thrill of making money in this world. Genuine improvements would bring him joy. Time passed, and 5 years later. Azure Star, Capital Market. Hope Mansion, within the 22nd floor. A look of confusion crossed John Wilson's face as he attempted to read Milton's expression. But he couldn't decipher anything. What are you thinking? The market is now almost monopolized by the Federation's pharmaceutical companies. Don't tell me you don't know why. You've given the Federation so many medicines for free over the years, just to get a protective charm. There was no anger in Wilson's tone. Instead, he sounded puzzled. After all, he held more than 20% of the company shares, and his interests were directly involved. Although he knew Milton must have a reason for doing all this, he was still quite confused. Could there really be someone in this world who had a bone to pick with money, who wasn't interested in it? Although the mass market has the ordinary hope elixir as a guarantee, which pharmaceutical company only has one product. They could have made more money, but chose to stick with their small territory. Wilson had always thought that Milton was ambitious, but now he was beginning to doubt his assumption. But this time, he was wrong. Milton was indeed ambitious, just not in commerce. Brother Wilson, don't worry. Milton replied, not wanting to dwell on this topic. Wilson probably knew something, but he didn't know as much as Milton. So Milton didn't say more. There were some things that Wilson would not benefit from knowing. Hearing Milton's words, Wilson laughed helplessly. He knew that Milton was definitely hiding something from him, but he did not ask. All right then, if you're confident, I won't say more. But the higher-ups in the Federation can be ruthless. You should be careful when dealing with them. Wilson warned. Having been taken advantage of before, he naturally did not want Milton to face the same fate. Although he knew that Milton would likely not suffer any loss due to his character, he still instinctively reminded him. As the two were talking, Milton's palm computer beeped. Seeing this, Wilson shook his head and left Milton's office. The contents of the message lit up Milton's eyes. After 10 years of planning, it was finally time to take the most crucial step. Counselor Allen has agreed to meet with you. Come to the laboratory first. After glancing at the message, Milton shut down his palm computer. If one were to ask who in the Federation had the most power, it would undoubtedly be the counselors of the Federation Council. Chapter 268. In the Federation, those most likely to be Transcenders, or those most likely to come into contact with Transcenders, are often the counselors. Had Milton Cheney originally chosen to attend the Federal Second University and pursue a political career instead, he probably wouldn't have connected with such high-level individuals for decades. Counselor Allen. Milton began solemnly. Yet his heart stirred slightly. The counselor in front of him, Allen, took an interested look at Milton's face and body, and finally nodded. Good, an aspiring young man. The last time the Federation produced a genius like you was several decades ago. Interestingly, his last name was also Cheney. Allen, with a hint of a smile, observed Milton and spoke. Milton's expression did not change, but a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes, as if he did not understand the implication in Allen's words. Oh, who would that be? Milton asked out of curiosity. Seeing Milton's posture, Allen did not elaborate further on this topic. Milton was sure that Allen recognized him from his past reincarnation in this world. However, he was sure that in his previous reincarnation, he had not met Allen. Moreover, Counselor Allen in front of him looked extremely young. If he were an ordinary person, such an appearance would be unlikely. But Milton could not ascertain for sure whether Counselor Allen in front of him was indeed a transcender, because he could not sense a hint of transcendent aura from him. I'm curious to know, what is the reason behind your eagerness to see me? Allen asked with a smile. He got straight to the point, without giving Milton any time to prepare. After saying this, Allen gazed into Milton's eyes. But Milton, with all his lifetime's worth of simulations, held the secrets of countless years. With all the simulations taken into account, Allen was but a child in front of him. So, Milton had a well-prepared response for such situations. Pure lies wouldn't work. Brilliant lies are always mixed with truths, and oftentimes, the truth forms the majority. I am curious about transcendent powers. Milton spoke, laying his cards on the table. He did not mention anything about the Federal High Command, only stating his interest in transcendent powers. Taken aback upon hearing this, Alan paused. He had considered other answers, expecting this as one, but never thought it could indeed be because of the Transcenders. Nevertheless, Alan's expression remained placid. He had grown accustomed to this faux smile, no matter the situation, it would always linger on his face. Where did you hear about it? Alan asked casually. In a way, his question served as an indirect revelation as well. With these words, he essentially acknowledged the existence of Transcenders. It was also a form of threat. If Milton couldn't explain properly, there was a possibility that he wouldn't leave this room. Online. Just that. Alan frowned upon hearing his answer. Milton silently nodded. He hadn't lied. In this life, he had indeed found a trace of the Transcenders' existence online. Even if Alan were to investigate, he wouldn't find any discrepancies. If Milton had not been sure of the existence of Transcenders in this world beforehand, he himself might not have noticed this evident clue. It was as if he had the answer before solving the question, which naturally made things much simpler. So you figured it out on your own, meaning you weren't sure before? Alan asked. Was he really this observant? Figuring out the existence of Transcenders in the Federation from mere straws in the wind? Milton nodded in agreement. I can tell you explicitly, the Federation does have Transcenders. In fact, I am one of them. Hearing this, Milton was taken aback. Not because Alan had openly confessed it, but because of Azure Star's collective terminology for this group. Transcender, do they really call it Transcender? Milton had always presumed it to be something like ability user or the like. But there are many restrictions to becoming a Transcender, and it requires competition too. Your chances are slim. You're already on the age line, it's hard to compete with a bunch of young people. Alan spoke. It is clear that he had great interest in Milton. Milton hadn't suggested that he wanted to become a Transcender, he only mentioned his curiosity about transcendent powers. But it seemed like Alan was already considering allowing Milton to truly become a Transcender. Despite his comments about the difficulty of Milton becoming a Transcender, it precisely indicated that he had considered this aspect. There was no need for Alan to divulge such information to him. Milton Cheney knew that things wouldn't just fall from the sky, Alan wouldn't say these things for no reason. His relationship with John Wilson was solid because their interests were tied together. But Alan was different, being almost at the peak of federal power, he didn't have any entangled interests with himself. However, I can help you, but you would have to help me with something in return. Just as expected, here it came. Milton's face suddenly turned serious. He was somewhat curious about what Alan couldn't or wouldn't do, that he wanted Milton to help with. Was it about money? There were plenty of people in the Federation who had money. If they could get the chance to establish a relationship with a counselor, the amount of money they would be willing to spend would undoubtedly be astronomical. Please proceed, Counselor Allen. Milton spoke softly. This might be difficult for others, but I believe it would be easy for you. I want you to help me develop a drug, and the effect should be. Milton nodded as he listened. But after a while, he felt that something was off. Despite any changes in his facial expression, he continued listening earnestly. After a moment, Alan finished speaking. A quiet atmosphere enveloped both men. All right, I'll give it a shot. Milton quietly replied. He knew the moment he heard Alan's personal problem, he became intertwined with him. But he didn't expect the youthful Alan to have issues in that area. I know you can do it. Developing this drug is much easier than the Hope Elixir. You can get to know some people through me in your spare time. I will assist you in obtaining a transcender quota. Alan laughed as he spoke. He could actually force Milton to develop the drug for him, or simply kill him if he refused. But he refrained from doing so. He was clearly no fool, otherwise he wouldn't have reached his present position. He knew that gentle persuasion was always better than forcible demands. This had always been his way of governing. Milton nodded. Even if Alan seemed gentle now. But if he failed or if the drugs had side effects, his life would be over. It really is uncomfortable having no power. Milton muttered to himself as he left Alan's office. If he were a level 1+ wizard, he could have easily dealt with everything. But as an ordinary person, the difficulty to transcend was truly high. Actually, he was already very lucky. Just as Alan needed him to develop a drug, he didn't have to force him to do so. Otherwise, it would still be extremely difficult for him to transcend. But now, he was much closer to becoming a transcender. I've never touched drugs related to that area before. How do I research it? Milton pondered to himself. No one would particularly research drugs for that area. Although Milton had lived countless years in simulations altogether, his experience in this field was rather shallow. Professor Edgerton, how is the testing going? Milton was standing beside an elderly man. In front of them was an experiment table. Under the glass cover on the table was a mouse that was now motionless. It's not working, what did you add? The drug's effects are too strong. Professor Edgerton gave Milton a somewhat peculiar look, seemingly wondering why Milton would research such a drug. This had no relevance to the drug the company was planning to launch in the market. How long did the mouse last? 3 hours. That's too short, no good. Too short. Professor Edgerton was taken aback, clearly surprised by Milton's comment. What is this about? Milton did not answer this question. Ordinary people of course wouldn't need to consider the drug's effects. But the problem was that the final consumer of this drug was a transcender. Milton opened his Palm computer to take a look. After a while, Milton shut down the Palm computer, and said, "Old Edgerton, let's stop for a while. The Federation is getting someone to support our experiment." "A human experiment? One person probably won't be enough, we need at least 2. Professor Edgerton voiced his thoughts after contemplating for a moment. Chapter 269. Counselor Allen, the drug experiment is completed, there are currently no issues. Milton Cheney handed the bottle containing the secret medicine to Allen, who was standing before him. Allen's eyes brightened as he received the glass bottle. "Are you certain there are no issues? You still need to test it personally. The side effects of the secret medicine have already been reduced to a minimum," Milton Cheney said. Hearing this, Allen slightly furrowed his brows. "There are still side effects." His tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Milton Cheney's Hope Elixir had quickly dominated a large share of the Federation drug market. The key reason for that was its lack of side effects. "This side effect isn't significant. It's just a state of mental excitement," Milton Cheney explained. This drug incorporated a kind of stimulating medicine, so side effects were unavoidable. Of course, if the transcender were very special, he could perhaps avoid these side effects. But Milton didn't mention this. This was because he wasn't yet a transcender and didn't fully understand this particular group. If things were to backfire, it wouldn't be good. Upon hearing Milton's words, Allen nodded. He wouldn't consume this medicine immediately upon obtaining it. He would perform his own round of tests too. "All right. I have reserved a slot for you in the Transcender's quota. Just go find Ryan Yancey," Allen declared. Though he hadn't seen the effects of the medicine yet, he was not worried that Milton would deceive him. Success. A thought flashed through Milton's mind. "I understand. Thank you, Counselor Allen," Milton responded. Listening to this, Allen waved his hand, indicating there was no need for formalities. Milton could now be considered as part of his faction. His investment in Milton was, after all, also for his own sake. The two discussed the effects of the medicine for a few more moments before Milton bid farewell and left. Time passed, 2 years later. Azure Star, Bitter Sea Island. This was an isolated island located in the Atlantic Ocean, and it was also a training site for the Azure Star Federation's Transcenders. "Instructor Lees, what is it?" Milton looked at the middle-aged and robust man before him, a trace of confusion in his tone. "You have successfully passed the 4 trials of the Transcender. You can leave now. You clearly understand the precautions for Transcenders," Edward Lees said, his tone bracing and cold. But Milton knew it wasn't because Edward had any opinion of him. It was just his personality. "I understand," Milton affirmed, nodding his head. Upon hearing his response, Edward Lees remained silent, turned, and left. Milton didn't mind, he got up and headed for his dwelling on the island. In 2 years, the concept of the Transcender held no more secrets for Milton. Truth be told, this transcendent path appeared somewhat superfluous to him. This world's transcendent path could have been useful to him if he was a level 2 or level 3 wizard. But this transcendent path still held a lot of references for Milton. This was, after all, the first time he pursued a transcendent path that involved the cultivation of the brain in his many reincarnations. The brain domain, similar to a wizard's spiritual sea. If Milton was not mistaken, the transcenders of this world cultivated and developed the brain domain, which also belonged to the cultivation of spiritual attributes. Theoretically, this path, if cultivated to the end and the brain domain developed to the extreme, could allow one to overturn the universe. Of course, this was just theory. It was the same as the theory that a level 9 wizard could destroy the grand world with a casual wave of his hand. But there was no level 9 wizard in the wizard realm. Likewise, in this world, the strongest transcender in this world has not developed even 50% of the brain domain. This means they have not crossed the 5th stage. Within 2 years, Milton's development of the brain domain was only at 12%, making him a first-stage transcender. This speed was exceedingly fast. However, this path had a major disadvantage. It provided very little increase in lifespan. Not to say that there was none, but it was minimal. Even if one became a 4th-stage transcender, the lifespan increase may be only a few hundred years. Additionally, the transcendent path of this world could not be compared side by side with the wizard path of the wizard realm. Perhaps it was due to the extremely vast distance between the two realms, their transcendent principles greatly differed. If Milton had to compare the path of transcenders in this world with the wizard path in the wizard realm, a first-stage transcender was probably equivalent to a level 3 wizard apprentice in the spiritual system. Regarding what beyond this looks like, Milton didn't know yet because he hadn't become a higher-stage transcender. However, Milton speculated that a 5th-stage transcender in this world may not be as good as a level 4 wizard in the wizard realm. After returning to his dwelling, Milton found someone already waiting for him. "Brother Yancey, why are you here?" Milton asked upon seeing Ryan Yancey. Ryan Yancey sized up Milton from head to toe, then nodded with a smile. "Not bad. I just returned to Azure Star. Alan asked me to take you back to the capital city." From his calling Alan by name, it was clear that Ryan Yancey was no simple character. And in truth, it was indeed so. After all, Ryan Yancey's talent on the transcendent path was far superior than that of Milton. Though he wasn't yet 100 years old, his brain domain development had already surpassed 30%. As for the exact figure, Milton had no idea. "Should we leave now?" Chapter 270. Milton Cheney nodded, "Let's go." He had no particular attachment to this place. After all, everyone here was fixated on becoming a transcender. Despite living here for 2 years, Milton didn't befriend anyone. Time passed swiftly, eluding grasp when least expected. In a blink, it had been 10 years since Milton left Bittersea Island. 10 years, vanished in an instant. In the suburbs of the capital city, within a detached villa, Milton sat cross-legged in the villa's courtyard. After a moment, the turbulent thoughts inside his brain came to a halt. Phew! Milton exhaled a breath of murky air. With the continued development of his brain domain, he realized he had underestimated the transcendent path. This transcendent path was beneficial even to him, a level 4 wizard in reality. The development of the brain domain allowed him to sort out all his thoughts and emotions in an instant. His brain domain was currently developed at 18%, but the speed at which he organized his thoughts was comparable to a level 4 wizard. Such an exaggeration! This suggested, if he could develop his brain domain beyond 20%, he could even surpass a level 4 wizard in some aspects. After all, he was a white wizard in reality. And, the development of the brain domain complemented the white wizard path perfectly. During experiments, it was as if he was constantly casting a level 4 spell. There are assisting spells in the wizard realm for experiments, but a drawback of the white wizards is their spiritual power is not enduring. Even when casting spells, they can't maintain them continuously. However, this transcendent path wasn't perfect, in fact, it was coarse. Take the wizards of the wizard realm for example. While wizards could purely mobilize spiritual power, they could also use powerful magic spells. But the power developed by the brain domain along the transcendent path of this world, was basic when put to use. If we compare the transcenders of this world to wizards, then the transcenders of this world were wizards who could only mobilize their spiritual power and nothing more. Thus, over the years in his spare time, Milton attempted to develop the magic spells unique to the transcenders of this world. Unfortunately, all attempts failed. After attempting, Milton realized that it was not an easy task. In my previous life, the method to directly modify memory could only be accomplished by individuals who had developed their brain domain beyond 30%. It seems they really value me, but this also proves that the direction of my research in my past life was correct. Milton pondered in his heart. Although he was now a transcender, he was not rash in verifying the discovery he made in his last incarnation. As his understanding of the Federation deepened, he increasingly recognized its complexity. If it were the azure star of his former life, it would take hundreds of thousands of years for star colonization to even be considered. But this world, akin to the azure star, has advanced its civilization multiple times ahead. Milton initially believed this progression had its relation to azure star being colonized 3,000 years ago. However, now that he knows more, he realized his initial understanding was too superficial. The changes of azure star simply couldn't be achieved within 3,000 years. Such changes, perhaps, could be traced back to 10,000 years ago. After a moment of contemplation, Milton pushed aside the various thoughts in his mind. He was still too weak at the moment, and moreover, he had already become a transcender, so his goal was achieved. To endanger himself once again out of curiosity was undoubtedly unwise. Just as Milton was about to get up, his palm computer beeped twice. He received a message from someone. The dual tone signified that it was from someone Milton had tagged as a special contact. Without hesitance, Milton quickly turned on his palm computer. Seeing the message on the transparent screen, Milton furrowed his brows slightly. He decided not to take risks and to keep a low profile. But unexpectedly, he found some information. Should I take another risk? A thought swiftly flashed through Milton's mind. He dared to stubbornly research the direction of the last reincarnation simulation, purely out of being fearless in his ignorance. Every reincarnation simulation was precious to Milton. If reincarnation simulation was a game, he could easily clear it by now. But now, the opportunity of a perfect clearance was presented to him. However, if he chose to aim for a perfect clearance, it might be impossible to even achieve a normal clearance in the end. After all, if he developed his brain domain steadily, then perhaps he might eventually be able to develop it beyond 40%. After a moment of contemplation, Milton typed a string of text into his palm computer. Go for it. It seems that deep down he is not the type of person who could stay still. Even with the simulator, his personality had not undergone significant change. Perhaps this was because his death in the reincarnation simulation was not an actual death. With this in mind, why not attempt a flawless completion? After all, he did not have just one life. Time passed, and once more, 10 years flew by. In the capital city, at Alan's house, Milton Cheney was dining with Alan's family. A silent atmosphere enveloped everyone at the dinner table at this moment. Alan's daughter, with her bright and innocent eyes, occasionally glanced at her father and Milton Cheney, trying to pick up on something. The little one was still very young, only 10 years old. Milton, how is the research on Hope V progressing? Alan broke the silence. Over 20 years had passed, and Alan had truly come to regard Milton Cheney as his backup. Milton was abandoned by his parents, and his performance over the years had indeed endeared him to Alan. He did not have a son, and had already set Milton as his successor in his heart. Probably a few more years. Milton replied. Naturally, he could see the high regard Alan held for him. These years, almost all the resistance he faced in business matters was sorted out by Alan. Hearing Milton's words, Alan's fingers drummed slowly on the table. It seemed like he had something to say, but didn't know how to get it out. Milton, did you perhaps annoy some people? After a short while, Alan set down his utensils and spoke. His brows were slightly knitted in seriousness. He really didn't know what Milton had done, but the number of people secretly trying to harm Milton had suddenly increased these past 2 years. Even he didn't know what the situation was. If it was only because of the drugs that were being researched, the reaction shouldn't be this exaggerated. He was sure that Milton must have done something, but he didn't know what that was. So he asked this question rather tactfully. The Interstellar Colonization Council, the Muta civilization. Milton didn't say anything aloud. Because the voice sounded directly in Alan's mind. After developing over 20% of his brain domain, he had already become very proficient at this method of direct communication. 20 years had passed and Milton was now very familiar with the Federation's system. The authority of the Federation Council was indeed high, but not the highest. Above it, there was the Interstellar Colonization Council. If the members of the Council were all pure Azure Stars people, then the members of Interstellar Colonization Council were not necessarily so. Hearing the voice in his mind, Alan's expression changed slightly. How did you provoke them? This voice also resonated directly in Milton's mind. I accidentally stumbled upon some of their secrets. Is it possible to erase this memory? Milton shook his head. It was already too late. Over the course of 10 years, his actions have been too numerous. Even though his actions were very secretive, to the point where Alan didn't even know, the Interstellar Colonization Council had already noticed some hints. However, at the moment, he was just dealing with the Interstellar Colonization Council's probing. After all, he had the support of a Federation Counselor, and he was a transcender. A direct confrontation would not be favorable for anyone. How many of their secrets have you accidentally discovered? Probably more than you might imagine. Milton communicated back. Alan fell silent. He rubbed his temple gently. He really didn't expect Milton to have such capabilities. To spy on the secrets of the Muta civilization, this was already touching the bottom line of the Interstellar Colonization Council. Even though he was a Federation Counselor, compared to the entire Interstellar Colonization Council, he was nothing. At most, it would make them wary for a period of time. Tell me everything you know. Alan communicated back. With these words, it was clear that he was ready to jump in, and stand on the same side as Milton. Regardless, there were some things he should not know about. Chapter 271. Aetherlone Star, one of the colonial stars of the Azure Star Federation. At this moment, within a luxurious apartment in the capital city of Aetherlone Star, a middle-aged man lay a paper document in front of another man. After completing this action, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly, signifying that the man in front of him could open the document to take a look. Royce, what is this? I think you should open it and see for yourself. Royce spoke. Unexpectedly, Ian Lees glanced at Royce and picked up the document in front of him. Pushing up his glasses, Ian focused on the text in the document. After a moment, Ian set down the document and asked puzzlingly. That's it? And then what do you want us to do with this boy? Besides, this should be your own business, I don't think we can help, let alone involve a Federation Counselor. After he finished speaking, Ian pushed the document in front of him towards Royce. Was this a joke? Attacking a member of the Federation Council, was he tired of living? A boy and a counselor on the verge of retirement, that's nothing to you, right? Royce shrugged and said with a faint smile. Stop joking, Royce. I don't want to be on the Federation's wanted list. Ian responded, his tone underscored with a hint of rejection. What if the reward is a seat on the Interstellar Colonization Council? Royce proposed. Upon hearing this, Ian stiffened for a moment, then slowly raised his head. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I don't think you have that power. A seat on the Interstellar Colonization Council represented more than just a counselor, it held deeper implications. I think you should look at your computer first, then consider how to respond to me. Royce said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ian quickly took out his Palm computer and turned it on. When Ian saw the message, his pupils dilated slightly, as if he'd seen something unimaginable. Is this a deal? You know, we've never taken such a large order. Yes, it's a deal. Then here's to a pleasant transaction. Ian switched off his Palm computer and responded with feigned ease. Azure Star, capital city, inside the United Laboratory. Milton Cheney sent the integrated experimental data to Professor Edgerton. Old Edgerton, research on the Hope Elixir can stop now. Hope V is already the limit for this drug. Milton said. Upon hearing these words, Professor Edgerton nodded. I understand. We'll focus on that other drug you mentioned next. I may not be around to see the development of that drug. You know, I don't have much time left. Professor Edgerton joked. Who knows, maybe I'll go before you do. Milton shrugged and replied. After the jest, the two chatted for a moment before Milton left the laboratory. After leaving, Milton headed to where Alan was. Upon arrival, Milton knocked on Alan's office door. "Come in." Milton opened the door and closed it behind him. Alan wasn't surprised to see Milton, instead, he kept handling matters at his desk. Milton didn't speak, he just found a spot and sat down. After a while, Alan finished his tasks. Then he turned to Milton and asked, "How's it going?" There was a hint of inquiry in his tone. "We may not have enough time. The Interstellar Colonization Council has already sent me a message," Milton replied. It had been 6 years since NE intermed Alan about TNE Muta civilization. These 6 years seemed to have calmed the members of the Interstellar Colonization Council down. They appeared to have forgotten about Milton. Of course, this forgetfulness was only false, a calm before the storm. Half a year ago, the Interstellar Colonization Council made new moves. This time, they seemed to have given up on covert actions and instead went overt. They started sending him messages, for instance. These messages were basically threats. Milton was no fool. Now, he couldn't afford to take things lightly anymore. At this point, if he backed down, conciliation would be out of the question. The overt messages are likely intended to distract you. I know them too well. There will definitely be covert operatives at work, they just haven't shown up yet. But the people within the Interstellar Colonization Council won't make a move on you themselves. Most likely, they'll hire outsiders, like their lapdogs. Alan scornfully said. He knew only too well about these tactics. I know, so I was saying, we may not have enough time. Milton replied. Then we should strike first. More than one person in the Federation is dissatisfied with the Interstellar Colonization Council. It's just that no one is willing to stick their neck out. Alan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk as he spoke. Milton was taken aback at Alan's words. Could this be said outright? He hadn't expected that Alan was even more radical than himself on the issue of the Interstellar Colonization Council and the Muta civilization. A few councillors in the Federation Parliament agree with this mad plan. Milton changed the subject. In the Federation Parliament, Alan wasn't the only one who knew the inside story. What Alan said about the Federation's dissatisfaction with the Interstellar Colonization Council wasn't unfounded, it was factual. Chapter 272. A flash of awkwardness crossed Alan's face as he heard this. Seeing this, how could Milton Cheney not understand? Only one, or none at all. None at all. Alan spoke up. Cheney had already foreseen this answer. Because only those who Alan could fully trust were told about this plan. The maximum number of these people would not exceed 3. So it's perfectly normal to have none, or it would be abnormal if someone was involved. Strike first. Cheney stopped speaking and began to ponder in his heart. Preemptive strike is not impossible. Although the planning time wasn't long, Cheney made plenty of preparations. But these preparations might work against an individual, but it would be somewhat unrealistic to use them against the entire Interstellar Colonization Council. After all, the Interstellar Colonization Council stood strong for thousands of years in Federation. Overturning them with just his preparations was unrealistic. He was not a level 4 wizard now, with no ability to bulldoze everything. However, even though he was not a level 4 wizard now, he had already become a 3rd stage transcender. The development of his brain domain had already surpassed 33%. A 3rd stage transcender was definitely strong in the Azure Star Federation. Alan spent 100 years to walk the transcendent path to become a 4th stage transcender. Cheney had only spent a few dozen years walking the transcendent path. But if he doesn't strike first, the outcome might be worse when the Interstellar Colonization Federation makes its move. Have you told them the secrets about the Muta civilization? Cheney asked. Hearing this, Alan shook his head. No, even if I told them, they may not believe it. After all, the secrets you discovered vastly differ from their conjectures. Alan spoke up. When Cheney first told him about the relationship between the Muta civilization and the Interstellar Colonization Council, he also found it hard to believe. He had no idea where Cheney got this information. He had always believed that the Interstellar Colonization Council had gotten their hands on the technological ancient ruins of the Muta civilization. That's why their technology and transcendence developed so rapidly. But surprisingly, the ancient ruins of the Muta civilization had actually transformed some of Azure Star's people into real Muta people. Isn't this a sort of unconventional resurrection? Isn't this a weird method to conquer a civilization? Maybe after hundreds of thousands of years, there would only be Muta people on Azure Star, no Azure Star's people. This method of conquering a civilization was even more horrifying than a violent conquest. You can tell them, if they don't believe it, I can present the evidence. After that, we can try to stir public opinion on the network. In any case, the more commotion, the better. It would be best if all Azure Star's people knew that our civilization is being conquered by another civilization in an unconventional way. Cheney rubbed his temples and spoke. He decided to continue to take risks. While the chances of striking first were slim, doing nothing was even more hopeless. If he wanted to truly understand the transcendent path of this world, he must stand against the Interstellar Colonization Council. The reasons for this are complex. Simply put, the transcendent path of brain domain development wasn't actually devised by the Azure Star's people. The creator of this transcendent path was the Muta civilization. As he further developed his brain domain, he realized more problems with this transcendent path. The transcendent path he was on was incomplete, it was broken. Previously, he had always believed that the transcendent path was always like this. But as he learned more, he knew it might not be so. Like the ability to easily alter others' memories. Previously, Cheney thought this qualitative change would occur after exceeding 30% brain domain development. But now, he had already developed his brain domain beyond 30%, yet he didn't possess this ability. Aside from thinking faster, reacting faster, and being able to slightly influence reality, he had no other abilities. Qualitative change? None. Besides, the lifespan of this transcendent path shouldn't be this short. Why could the transcenders of the Interstellar Colonization Council live so long, but the lifespan of the members of the Azure Star Federation Assembly were so short? The true secrets of this transcendent path may be in the hands of the Muta people. Or perhaps, in the hands of the Interstellar Colonization Council. Cheney wanted to know more, wanted to fully delve into the secrets of this transcendent path. That was why he chose to attempt perfect clearance. All right, I'll try. Alan spoke up. Telling the counselors about the Muta civilization was simple, it was just words. But trying to stir public opinion on the Federation network was not an easy task. If they acted fast, they might be able to make a small ripple. But even if they did manage to stir a bit of public opinion, it would quickly be suppressed. The Interstellar Colonization Council weren't pushovers, they had capable figures among them. Of course, Cheney was aware of Alan's thoughts. But since he has mentioned it, it showed he was somewhat confident. I know a hacker who can at least stall the Interstellar Colonization Council for half an hour. You know such a talent? Half an hour is definitely enough. Alan replied in surprise. What does stalling the Interstellar Colonization Council for half an hour mean? Not to mention an individual, even a hacker group wouldn't be able to stall the Interstellar Colonization Council for half an hour. Chapter 273. Forget about half an hour, even a minute is unlikely. If such a person exists, he would have already joined the Federation Network Security Department. You also know this person. Hearing the surprise in Alan's tone, Milton Cheney said with a laugh. Ryan Yancey. As if recalling something, Alan uttered this name. Hearing this name, Milton nodded. Really, this kid has this ability and he actually hid it from me. Alan said. In fact, it's simple for him to guess it was Ryan. After all, in the Federation, a top hacker is definitely a transcender. Brain domain development is a necessity for a top hacker. A moment later, Milton left Alan's office. Time flew by and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The Federation, which had been peaceful for countless years, was no longer calm today. It was like a quiet lake being bombarded with a bomb. It exploded. The speed of trending news in the Federation network is extremely fast. Especially news from the Federation Council's official account. Perhaps within 10 minutes, the message about Azure Star being invaded by other civilizations swept across the entire Federation network like a hurricane. Innumerable people panicked, unable to believe it. Damn! Is this real or fake? Am I still dreaming? How can it be fake? Can the news from the Council be false? Similar comments instantly flooded the Federation network with billions of views. The Interstellar Colonization Council became famous overnight. However, this fame was exacting a cost as they were put on the spot. Meanwhile, at the Interstellar Colonization Council, Settle this quickly. I hope that in 3 minutes, the heat of this matter on the Federation network will reduce to the minimum. Royce said calmly. The middle-aged man operating a special handheld computer beside him did not respond, but continued to manipulate his computer rapidly. Azure Star, the Federation Council meeting. Alan, explain why you did this. At the long table, all 10 Federation councillors sat neatly in their seats. The man at the head of the table spoke softly. He looked calm, not angry, and void of any emotion. This was the Speaker of the Federation Council, arguably one of the most influential figures in the Federation. You already know the reason. Alan said. Hearing this, the Speaker nodded. A silent atmosphere engulfed the conference room. You're too reckless. You've exposed me interstellar Kaumza on Council's weak spot. I can hardly help you clear the mess. The Speaker said. He didn't blame Alan in any way. After all, Alan was one of his own. And the Interstellar Colonization Council, powerful as they may be, were outsiders. But it is foreseeable that the pressure from the Interstellar Colonization Council will soon mount. The Federation Council might have to step in personally to quell rumors, and then kick Alan out of the council. Then they'll tell all of Azure Star's people that everything was the result of a deranged counselor and that everything is fine. Of course, it's uncertain how many people will actually believe this. But it's certain that maybe after a year, only a few people will remember this incident. However, the Speaker doesn't plan to do this. Since the veil of secrecy has been lifted and a feud has been started, might as well make it more complete. Even if the Federation Council backs down now, there's probably no way to regain the trust of the Interstellar Colonization Council. Chapter 274. The movement of the Interstellar Colonization Council was swift, but the Federation Parliament's response was equally fast. Within a few hours, all the hot news concerning the Interstellar Colonization Council was swept clean off the Federation network. This was while the Federation Parliament intervened. If the Federation Parliament had not intervened, those hot news items would not have lasted more than 30 minutes on the Federation network. Although the news about the Interstellar Colonization Council being discussed on the Federation network was barred. But the Azure Star's people's penchant for gossip was not suppressed. Particularly because of one important reason, the Federation Council did not step forward to dispel rumors. If no one steps forward to dispel rumors, it implies that there is a high likelihood of it being true. So, although only 3 hours have passed, you can already see marching crowds in the streets of each Federation colony. Azure Star, capital city, at the Federation Council. Now, it was extremely quiet here. 3 of the 10 councillors had already left, naturally due to the Interstellar Colonization Council. Speaker James Andrews decided to stand his ground against the Interstellar Colonization Council, and members of the Federation Council, of course, had no reason to refuse. Alan did not leave. He was sitting in his seat, hands crossed, and eyes drooped as if in deep thought. If the Speaker supports him this close, why bother persuading other councillors? It was entirely superfluous. However, even though Alan and James Andrews have worked together for 100 years, Alan still has not really grasped Andrews' true nature. So naturally, he didn't hastily inform him of this matter in advance. However, James Andrews' reaction after knowing everything was indeed beyond his expectations. Not only Alan did not expect it. Milton Cheney also did not expect it. Not only Milton did not expect it, but the Interstellar Colonization Council also did not expect it. Previously, they were only confronting a young man and an old man. But now the entire Federation Parliament surprisingly weighed in. This was just like a small spark that was neglected by them in the past, but is now a raging fire that cannot be ignored. Because when you put together the whole Federation Parliament, they absolutely have a chance to stand up to the Interstellar Colonization Council. And the Speaker of the Federation is undoubtedly a person with the greatest power on the surface. If the people of Azure Star were to trust anyone more, the Federation Parliament's credibility in the hearts of Azure Star's people is definitely higher than that of the Interstellar Colonization Council. Beep beep. Amid this quiet atmosphere, 2 crisp sounds were heard. The sound came from James Andrews' station. Andrews opened his dedicated Palm computer and took a look. Looking at the information on the Palm computer, a smirk appeared on James Andrews' face. This was the first time he smiled in the council. Not unexpectedly, his smile was caught by Alan. Alan was a bit curious. The messenger is likely from the Interstellar Colonization Council. And James Andrews' smirk, it seems like he saw a joke? He was unsure, but maybe that was it. Although Alan did not tell Andrews about the Muta civilization, he was certain that Andrews was a knowledgeable person. Otherwise, he would not have remained unsurprised after seeing the hot information on the network. Andrews operated his Palm computer to send a message. A moment later, an elderly face appeared on James Andrews' Palm computer. "Andrews, you should know, doing this won't benefit the Federation in any way." The old man spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. The attention of the other counselors in the meeting room was suddenly captured, Alan included. Because Andrews and the speaker of the Interstellar Colonization Council did not hide their conversation from the rest. They could hear the old man's voice very clearly. "Danny, don't you find this scenery very familiar?" James Andrews started speaking, a hint of laughter hung on his face. Upon hearing this, a subtle change came over Danny's face. He was very familiar with this kind of situation. It was quite similar to a maneuver he had once used. Only the last time, the proactive video link was not initiated by him. Being passive and proactive gives completely different feelings. Despite having substantial power, the Interstellar Colonization Council's reputation isn't good. In order to colonize other planets over the years, they used countless deceitful methods. At this moment, after hearing these words, Danny felt like James Andrews was mocking him. So he did not respond directly but fell into a serious thought. "Andrews, I hope we can talk things over. If the Federation Parliament pacifies everything, we will cede control of 5 colonial planets." Danny spoke hoarsely. He could not think of any reason Andrews could refuse. This sentence sounds strange. Aren't the Federation's colony planets under the Federation's control? Yes and no. Why would the Interstellar Colonization Council have so much power that they can even stand up to the Federation Parliament? It's not because of their Muta people identity, but because they hold control over most of the Azure Star Federation's colonial planets. 5 colonial planets may not sound like many. But if it's true, then the Federation Parliament will hold an equal amount of colonial planets as the Interstellar Colonization Council. But as you would expect, even if it were true, the colonial planets that the Interstellar Colonization Council ceded would be the worst 5 colonial planets. There might even be numerous hidden dangers on these colonial planets. Even though they were saying they were ceding control, in all likelihood, it's more like passing the hot potato to the Federation Parliament, and then reap double benefits. After all, the Interstellar Colonization Council had been in existence for many years with the Federation, and James Andrews had a clear understanding of the Council's nature. He naturally figured that out. Therefore, James Andrews gently shook his head, refusing. Observing this, Danny's expression remained unchanged. Despite his calm appearance, he was seething with anger deep down. James Andrews was too greedy, that was his thought. He didn't believe that James Andrews would openly conflict just because the Interstellar Colonization Council's members are the so-called Muta people. People with their status had to consider many things. "James, as you know, I'm not interested in using drastic measures. These fake rumors being exposed to the public will only cause unnecessary panic, and it will greatly affect the Federation. The Federation should be focusing on other unclaimed life-bearing planets rather than internal conflict," Danny said. "False news?" Upon hearing this, James Andrews scoffed inwardly, but his facial expression remained unchanged. He could perceive the threat in Danny's tone. This was a fallout from the regular Penacors OT violence by the Interstellar Colonization Council. They believed that everything could be solved by force. But if they were dealing with the Federation Parliament, that wouldn't work. "I can quell everything." James Andrews' words made Danny straighten up a little. He knew it was time for Andrews to lay out his conditions. But the next moment, Andrews' words made his face look extremely awful. "However, you need to provide the complete cultivation method for transcenders to the Federation Parliament. Or maybe I should call it the cultivation method of the Mind Master," James Andrews proposed. After these words fell, Danny's face obviously began to sour. These words from James Andrews were striking at the very bottom line of the Interstellar Colonization Council. Even if he agreed, the other members of the Council would never agree. The Interstellar Colonization Council varied from the Federation Parliament. He was just the speaker for the public of the Interstellar Colonization Council. His control over the entire Interstellar Colonization Council was not as deep as Andrews over the Federation Parliament. But Andrews couldn't not know this. But knowing these and still stating it, there was only one reason. It was that Andrews was toying with him, and had no intention of reaching a reconciliation at all. This was why his face looked so awful. James, I'm not joking with you. Neither am I. Seeing Danny disconnect the video call, Andrews was not surprised. He turned his gaze to Alan and said, I think you already understand my standpoint. Now, you can tell me everything without withholding. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. It has been 5 years since the Federation Parliament and the Interstellar Colonization Council firmly broke relations. During this time, the actions of the Interstellar Colonization Council were undoubtedly extreme. But under the pressure of public opinion, they didn't dare to make big moves openly. However, their covert actions were definitely relentless. Over these years, Milton Cheney had faced dozens of assassination attempts. Getting rid of people who pose problems is the best solution. The Interstellar Colonization Council understood this clearly. But unfortunately, trying to assassinate someone the Federation Parliament is protecting on the Azure Star is definitely hellishly difficult. Over these years, none of those who tried to assassinate Cheney managed to leave Azure Star alive. You want to infiltrate and join the Interstellar Colonization Council. Kid, you might not understand the Interstellar Colonization Council well, the risk level of what you're suggesting is unimaginable. Andrews looks at Cheney in front of him and speaks. Mr. Speaker, I want to give it a try. After all, I started this turmoil, so naturally, I should be the one to wrap it up in the end. Milton Cheney replied. James Andrews heard a childish tone in Cheney's words and couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course, Cheney was just putting on an act. The main reason he wanted to infiltrate the Interstellar Colonization Council was to learn about the complete transcendent path of this world. The complete path of the Transcenders, the Mind Master's path, he had to get a glimpse of it. But joining the Interstellar Colonization Council is not an easy task. You mean to let the Federation Parliament act in this play with you? Hearing this, Cheney nodded. You are oversimplifying the problem. No matter how real the act is, it's still fake. The Interstellar Colonization Council are not fools, they would see through it easily. James Andrews pointed out. Then let's make the act real. After Cheney's words fell, Andrews showed interest. How would you act? James Andrews asked. Cheney slowly and deliberately laid out his plan to James Andrews. When he finished speaking, Andrews's face remained untouched, and he nodded slightly as he contemplated. After a while, he looked at Cheney. Let's give it a try. Chapter 275. In order to join the Interstellar Colonization Council, one must become a muta person. This is a condition. Of course, there may be people who were not muta people previously but still joined the Interstellar Colonization Council, but Milton Cheney is clearly not one of them. He is aware that everyone in the Interstellar Colonization Council is a muta person. However, he doesn't know the specific process of how they transformed from Azure Star's people to muta people, so he is somewhat curious. In order to thoroughly understand the Interstellar Colonization Council and the muta civilization, Milton Cheney needs to get closer to them. To be closer to the Interstellar Colonization Council, joining it seems like a good choice. But there is another key reason. That is, if he wants to explore the complete path of a transcender in this world, joining the Interstellar Colonization Council is undoubtedly a shortcut. Milton Cheney had begun brewing this undercover plan quite early on. If this plan succeeds, it could perfectly solve everything. In the center of Fire Elemental Star, lies the star province of the Fire Elemental Star. On a deserted street, Milton Cheney took a glance at the information on his Palm computer, and then closed it. A moment later, a middle-aged man in uniform appeared before him. Milton Cheney reached out his hand to shake the man's. Milton Cheney nodded, indicating the man could lead the way. No words were exchanged between the two. 2 years have passed since Milton Cheney proposed his undercover plan. Now, everything is ready and the play has been played out. The belief of the Interstellar Colonization Council in Milton Cheney's act depends on what happens next. As time elapsed, less than 2 hours passed before Milton Cheney was taken to a luxurious villa district. Entering the villa district, there was no change in Milton Cheney's expression. He casually observed his surroundings without saying a word. The middle-aged man led Milton Cheney into the depths of the villa district, then stopped in front of a massive villa. The man pressed the doorbell and an old man opened the villa's gate a moment later. "Cheney, I'm happy to see you. You've made the right decision," Speaker Danny said. "I'm glad to meet you, Speaker Danny." Milton Cheney reached out his hand to shake Danny's, then entered the villa with him. Years had passed, and the controversy about the Interstellar Colonization Council's attempt to conquer Azure Star had cooled down. After all, for most of Azure Star's people, this matter is just a topic of conversation after dinner. The sky could fall down and there would be taller heads to hold it up. This matter doesn't seem to relate to ordinary citizens of Azure Star. They had jobs, mouths to feed, so naturally they would not waste their time on such a vague hot topic. Upon reaching the council chamber, Milton Cheney and Danny sat down. "I apologize, my friend. I know you are now a key wanted man of the Federation, but this was never my intent," Danny said, his tone filled with a touch of regret. He was indeed a character who could take it on the chin. Milton Cheney brought a lot of trouble to the Interstellar Colonization Council in the past. But when Milton Cheney chose to join the Interstellar Colonization Council, he seemed to ignore everything Milton Cheney had done before. He wasn't sure if Milton Cheney had any ulterior motives, but he still chose to show goodwill. "It's not your fault. Actually, my conflict with the Federation Parliament has been irreconcilable for a long time," Milton Cheney said. When he mentioned the Federation Parliament, his tone was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. This was, of course, an act by Milton Cheney, but he performed it too convincingly. "I welcome you joining the Interstellar Colonization Council. But as you know, you are currently a key wanted criminal of the Federation, so you must completely change your image, and preferably become another person," Danny said. When he mentioned the phrase "changing your image," he deliberately emphasized his tone. Milton Cheney naturally comprehended what this phrase meant. So he did not hesitate to say, "Okay." His agreement was straightforward, as if he was completely prepared. His tone bore a touch of desperation, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Hearing this, a hint of a smile emerged on Danny's face. Milton Cheney was definitely a talent, this Danny could confirm. If Milton Cheney could join the Interstellar Colonization Council, it would be of great benefit to them. After all, Milton Cheney knew many secrets of the Federation Council. Though the Interstellar Colonization Council was likely more informed than Milton Cheney, they may gain some special insights. Moreover, Milton Cheney was the most capable drug researcher of this era. Such talent was naturally not rejected by the Interstellar Colonization Council. He was certain that Milton Cheney knew some secrets. But the fact that Milton Cheney still chose this path meant he had made up his mind about becoming a muta man. "You don't mind telling me the secrets you know about the Federation, do you?" Danny asked directly. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded and spoke without hesitation. He knew this was a test for him. From now on, every word he spoke had to be entirely true. Because the secrets of the Federation he spoke of were probably known to the Interstellar Colonization Council. As time passed, Milton Cheney spoke, and Danny occasionally nodded. Most of what Milton Cheney said was already known to Danny. But they were all true, and there was a small part that he did not know about. Chapter 276. But combined with Milton Cheney's previous words and his tone, he knew that the secrets he was unaware of could also be real. However, he naturally couldn't believe them outright. He needed verification. Once he verified the truth, his trust in Milton would inevitably increase. An hour later, Milton stopped speaking. Danny wanted to hear more, but he didn't force Milton to continue. "I think you need to change your Palm computer." With a smile on his face, Danny said. Hearing these words, Milton was not surprised and simply nodded in agreement. The meaning of the statement was simple. It is easy to understand that the new Palm computer he will be replacing undoubtedly contains some form of surveillance. The testing of him had not ended, it could even be said to be just beginning. Time passed in the blink of an eye, it had been 10 years. 10 years vanished in a flash. The Federation hadn't undergone significant changes. At this time, it had been 9 years since Milton joined the Interstellar Colonization Council. He used only 1 year to change from a reserve member under examination by the Interstellar Colonization Council to a true colonizer. Tulin Star, one of the Federation's colonies. This was where Milton usually lived and worked. The planet was small, only 1/12 the size of the Azure Star. In his residence, Milton, sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. So this is the Mind Master? The complete cultivation path does indeed deserve its name, the gap is really big. With his first experience of the Mind Master's cultivation method, Milton was full of emotion. After nearly 50 years of planning, when he finally glimpsed the complete transcendent path, the excitement he imagined did not exist. At most, there was some emotion. Despite 10 years having passed, Milton's appearance hadn't changed significantly. The current him still looked like a middle-aged man, showing no signs of aging. The training of a Mind Master progressed much quicker than the incomplete transcendent path. However, he hadn't yet mastered the magic of the Mind Master, because that would take time. This was Milton's first attempt at the cultivation path of a Mind Master, so it was natural that he couldn't grasp all methods of a Mind Master so quickly. Thanks to his many simulation experiences, Milton's understanding was excellent. His speed in mastering the Mind Master techniques would certainly be much faster than others. At this point, he had completely achieved the purpose of coming to this world. From now on, all he needed to do was to cultivate diligently and see what the highest height this body could achieve. Just at this moment, his palm computer sounded twice. Milton opened the palm computer. 2 new messages appeared on the transparent screen. Seeing these 2 messages, Milton frowned slightly. His first reaction was that the Interstellar Colonization Council might be suspicious of him, so this was again a test. However, he immediately dismissed the idea. The reason was simple. If the Interstellar Colonization Council had suspicions about him, they would not have shown him the method of the Mind Master's training. Moreover, there were some constraints on his body now, and it was not the right time to reveal them actively. So everything he did was based on the stand of the Interstellar Colonization Council and should not be doubted. If not for this reason, then it must be the other reason. The Interstellar Colonization Council truly valued him and wanted to cultivate him vigorously. So they appointed him as the person in charge of the new planet's colonization plan. As one should know, the person in charge of a colony could gain many benefits. Furthermore, this was a prime opportunity to establish prestige. Milton had been in the Interstellar Colonization Council for less than 10 years. And because of his complete change of identity, only 2 people in the Interstellar Colonization Council really knew who he was. Not to mention those subordinate organizations of the Interstellar Colonization Council, their understanding of Milton was almost zero. Because Milton had been very low-key in these years. But one thing was certain, many people were extremely curious about Milton, who parachuted in to become a member. So it could be imagined how many people are jealous of the identity of the new head of the colony. Milton Cheney's opportunity was undoubtedly due in part to Danny's efforts. Milton found it somewhat amusing that he did not want to become the leader of this bloody colonization venture. If he were to become the leader of the colony, although he could immediately grasp great power. However, along with it, came a host of various issues he would need to deal with. Even lazing around becomes unfeasible, perhaps even time for cultivation would be significantly shortened. What Milton currently wants is to concentrate on his cultivation, not fight for power or profit. In this world, he is just a passerby. Money and power fade like a passing cloud, only power remains constant and everlasting. But he could not refuse, for if he refused to lead the colonial star, even a fool could tell there was something amiss. With that, the only choice was to wrap everything up quickly. So Milton dispatched 2 messages from his palm computer. Time passed. This time, it was 20 years. In a blink of an eye, 20 years had passed swiftly. Forest star, if viewed from space, one would find the color of the planet quite monotonous. This ownerless living planet had become a colony of the Azure Star Federation. Colonization of an ownerless living planet was fast-paced. Even more so when Milton requested to deliberately speed up the progress. At this time, above the forest star, in the middle of a dense forest, a small courtyard was nestled among the trees here. This is where Milton lived. He had stayed on this planet for over 3 years now. Milton sat cross-legged in the courtyard with his eyes closed. From the outside, there was nothing unusual about him. However, his brain domain was undergoing a mighty battle. Time passed, and momentarily, Milton opened his eyes. A glint flashed in his eyes. 30%. Milton murmured to himself. Developing more than 30% of the brain domain, he has now indeed become a third-stage Mind Master. Needless to say, the complete Mind Master path to brain domain development is slow, but it is far stronger than the fragmented transcendent path. His previous brain domain had developed 38%, but this reduced to 23% after practicing on the complete mind master path. The difference was 15 percentage points. If the fragmented mind master path can't correspond to the wizard path, then the complete mind master path absolutely could. Milton is certain, if the brain domain can truly develop to 100%, then he may indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with a level 9 wizard. Moreover, he could now do more than just mobilizing his mind power. The current him is capable of erasing or even modifying other people's memories. Even the memory of the transcender could be modified, but that was a bit more trouble. His mind power can easily influence reality. If transcendence is abstract, then the mind master path is concrete. After pausing his cultivation, Milton opened his palm computer and sent out several messages. The next moment, his figure moved and disappeared into the dense forest. That speed, the naked eye couldn't even capture. Mind power influencing reality is indeed so. In certain aspects, Milton even outclassed his level 4 wizard's self in the wizard realm. Milton now seemed to understand the meaning of reincarnation simulation. Isn't it about harnessing the power of infinite worlds to become an individual with no flaws? The present him, now a second-grade star-picking master, third-stage warrior, level 3 bloodline wizard, chi cultivation 4th stage cultivator, level 4 white wizard. In addition to mastering the mind master path in this world, he, alone, has mastered several transcendent paths. Actually, Milton has another idea, which is to integrate all the transcendent paths into one. However, this idea is still a thought. Because the current him can't do it yet. Chapter 277. Forest Star, clear spring forest, within a small courtyard. What we're calling a small courtyard is, in reality, incredibly luxurious and extravagant. With the passing of more than a decade, Forest Star has become Milton Cheney's personal sanctuary. This place is a colonization star under the Federation, or, to be more precise, under the Interstellar Colonization Council. But Milton Cheney is the sole authority on this colonization star. To put it simply, no one else has any say on this star, except for him. This restriction applies not only to the Azure Star Federation Assembly but equally to the Interstellar Colonization Council. His power has expanded rapidly over the past decade, so much so that some people couldn't bear witness to it any longer. However, that's not what Milton Cheney wanted. Milton Cheney simply wanted to pursue efficiency, which would give him more time to explore the brain domain. But the result is that, with the efficiency, his power rose significantly. In other words, he wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not permit it. In the courtyard, Milton Cheney was seated opposite Danny. At this moment, Danny was gently massaging his temples, seemingly wanting to say something yet held back. But this silent atmosphere didn't last long. Because after a while, Danny took the initiative to break the silence. "Cheney, you should explain yourself." Danny spoke earnestly. He knew Milton Cheney understood what he meant, he wanted an explanation. After all, this matter was not trivial. It could potentially cause dissatisfaction among everyone and lead to the loss of his seat in the Interstellar Colonization Council. Milton Cheney had already caused displeasure among some people in the council. An obvious frame-up, I'm sure you can tell. If it were me, Louis Linz wouldn't have survived. I wouldn't just erase his memory and spare his life, and then have you coming here to talk about it. Milton Cheney responded without a flinch. He knew very well that there were individuals in the Interstellar Colonization Council who were dissatisfied with him. However, trying to affect him with this kind wily trick was impossible. If Danny hadn't sought him out repeatedly, Milton Cheney didn't even feel there was a need for explanation. He has been a part of the Interstellar Colonization Council for so long, it's natural he wouldn't sit idle. But Louis Linz accused you in the council, you were absent at the time. Even if I believe you were framed, the current situation is still unfavorable to you. I inspected Lin's memory. A chunk of his memory was indeed erased, even his brain domain was significantly damaged. Danny talked while making eye contact with Milton Cheney. Milton's gaze, however, remained unchanging, calm as a still pond. He actually agreed to have his memory checked. Milton Cheney asked, a little surprised. They really spared no effort to frame him. Allowing others to inspect one's memory by opening up the brain domain is something no mind master could tolerate. After all, a person's memory could contain countless secrets. To let others inspect one's memory is like stripping oneself naked before another person. Of course, it's much more serious than that. A mind master has extremely strong mental endurance. Even if their memories were erased, they wouldn't react like this. Especially since this person is a member of the Interstellar Colonization Council, someone with high status. Exactly because of this, suspicion was directed at you, Danny responded. A mind master, by opening up his brain domain for another mind master to inspect, went against all logic unless it was to frame Milton Cheney. And considering this person had neither grudge nor enmity against Milton Cheney, it seemed even more peculiar. Even Danny, at this point, started to feel a flicker of suspicion that it might have been Milton Cheney's doing. The memory you saw might have been a memory that someone had manually edited for him. He only needs one person he trusts. After successfully framing me, that person can help modify his original memory. Milton Cheney said. Just his hypothesis, but Milton Cheney felt it was highly likely. He understood these people too well, there was no way they would let others inspect their true memories. Ordinary people would never do that, let alone a mind master. After his words fell, Milton Cheney spoke again. Of course, I also believe he could have been used by someone. That person might not help him recover his memory afterward, as that could leave traces. Most likely, Louis Linz became a sacrificial pawn, and by sacrificing Linz, they aimed to pull me down. Upon hearing this, Danny twitched in the corner of his eye as he looked at Milton Cheney. This was too outrageous. If it's not for the fact that Milton Cheney was the one sitting in front of him, imowing he wouldn't joke about such serious matters, he'd think Milton Cheney was just trying to tell some story to amuse him. Your thinking is too simple. Erasing memory is easy, but modifying memory is extremely difficult. If someone's entire memory were to be altered, that person would likely turn into an idiot. Even mind masters are not exceptions. Even if they didn't turn into an idiot, they'd still be left in a confused state. Danny explained these matters to Milton Cheney. However, when he finished speaking, Milton Cheney looked at him as if he were an idiot. This made Danny slightly embarrassed. Did he say something wrong? But he was sure what he said was correct. Who said anything about modifying all memories? If all the memories were modified, aren't you people smart enough to realize that? Milton Cheney said. Chapter 278. As soon as the words fell, Danny's face momentarily stiffened. Milton Cheney seemed to be right. Who said anything about altering all the memories? Why hadn't he thought of this point earlier? Perhaps it was because even mind masters seldom employ the method of memory modification, leading to his initial failure to comprehend Milton Cheney's meaning. Now that he understood, it seemed that there was some validity to what Milton Cheney had said. He furrowed his brow and began to contemplate. Seeing Danny lost in thought, Milton Cheney did not interrupt. He merely reclined leisurely on the couch. Time passed, and 5 years went by. On the streets of the capital city of the Azure Star, Milton Cheney surveyed his surroundings. Returning to Azure Star after several decades, Milton Cheney didn't feel anything unusual. 5 years had passed since he was framed. Naturally, he couldn't be pulled down because of this. However, after the framing incident ended, Milton Cheney was much more at ease. Perhaps those who were scheming against him in secret understood that these minor tricks were ineffective against Milton Cheney, so they didn't continue. Actually, Milton Cheney was fully aware of who was plotting against him in secret, he just didn't expose them outright. Looking at the skyscraper before him, a faint smile appeared on Milton Cheney's face, followed by his stride into the skyscraper. In the span of several decades, all of Milton Cheney's intrigue and preparations were completed. Now, he could let the Azure Star change with peace of mind. Time flew fast, and 300 years passed in a wink. When Milton Cheney submitted his last piece of information to the Federation Parliament, his body dissolved into countless light spots and vanished from this world. Milton Cheney's consciousness was swept up by a light cluster and thrown out of this world. When Milton Cheney's consciousness woke up, he was already inside the reincarnation space of the simulator. The next moment, the scenery in front of Milton Cheney changed, revealing a familiar sight. Opening his eyes slowly in a forest on the Wizard continent. A few mechanical voices echoed in his mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. Detected that the host will not be affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function not activated yet, activate now. Detected that the host is a third stage mind master, retain modifications to adapt to the wizard realm rules. Do not activate memory protection. Retain modification to adapt to the wizard realm rules. Milton Cheney thought to himself. The next moment, the scenery in front of Milton Cheney changed again, and his spiritual sea appeared before him. A pale purple gem floated into his spiritual sea, and several gems of different colors appeared next to the pale purple gem. Each gem floating in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea represents a transcendent path. Third stage mind master. Looking at the light purple gem in front of him, Milton Cheney felt a bit emotional. This reincarnation simulation, 400 years of cultivation in the Azure Star world, and he still failed to become a fourth stage mind master. The development of the brain domain, 39% and 40%, are like two sides of an uncrossable chasm. Of course, another reason is that the Azure Star doesn't have any true fourth stage mind masters. If we're talking about fourth stage transcenders, the Azure Star sure has them, but they don't have any fourth stage mind masters. Because those who truly cultivate the transcendent path of a mind master are too rare, this path to cultivation is firmly controlled by the Interstellar Colonization Council. Milton Cheney thought of the secrets he had passed on to the Star Council at the end of this life. He wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. But doing nothing is not Milton Cheney's style. His last actions would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the Azure Star Federation. It must be understood that one can reincarnate into the same world not just once or twice, but as many times as desired. Although Milton Cheney hasn't planned yet to reincarnate again in the Azure Star world in the near future, it's possible that a future him might reincarnate into this world. So, changes in the world are undeniably beneficial when he reincarnates again into that world in the future. If the world remains unchanging, there's no point in reincarnating again. Perhaps, the next time he reincarnates into the Azure Star world, there might be fifth or even sixth stage mind masters. Milton Cheney didn't think too much about it. He moves his consciousness out of his spiritual sea. In the forest, Milton's facial expression remains unchanged, still sitting in his original place. Although the reincarnation simulation has ended, the upgrade of the simulator isn't finished yet. A day passes quickly for Milton. Thus, he prepares to wait here until the simulator upgrade is finished before leaving. Milton, who is sitting cross-legged at his original place, is operating his meditation technique. Becoming a level 1+ wizard has given him a significant improvement, without a hint of hesitation. However, after becoming a level 4 wizard, the speed at which Milton operates the meditation routes has somewhat slowed down. This slowness is obvious, and Milton can feel it distinctly. After all, this place is the wizard continent. Even if it is not Milton, but some other level 4 wizard, the speed of meditation here will still be slow. Time flies, and a day passed in a flash. Milton stops meditating. The next moment, several voices sounded in his mind. Wizard's Life Simulator 5.0 upgrade completed, Wizard's Life Simulator 6.0 is at your service. Note 1, Extended Simulation Count Accumulation Time. The accumulation time for the simulation count from text simulation is increased from 3 months to 6 months, the reincarnation simulation time is increased from 1 year to 2 years, and the true body simulation time is increased from 2 years to 4 years. Note 2, rules masking will be provided for the host's simulations. After enabling the rules masking, subsequent text simulations, reincarnation simulations, and true body simulations, the host will not be detected by any level entities. Note 3, all possible reincarnation worlds are now available. All direct hosts in the reincarnation space can choose reincarnation simulations. Upon hearing these mechanical voices in his mind, Milton slightly frowns. The simulator upgraded from 5.0 to 6.0, surprisingly with 3 updates. The simulator upgrades before at most had 2 updates, and Milton clearly remembers this. However, for Milton, this simulator update has both pros and cons. Looking at it in the long run, the benefits certainly outweigh the drawbacks. Although the time to accumulate the simulation count has doubled, Milton's lifespan also multiplied several times after becoming a level 4 wizard. Moreover, the current time for accumulating simulation count is still within Milton's tolerable range. In 4 years, he can accumulate 11 simulation counts. In detail, that's 8 text simulations, 2 reincarnation simulations, and 1 true body simulation. On average, he gets nearly 3 simulation opportunities a year. After becoming a level 4 wizard, as long as he doesn't suffer irreversible fatal injuries, it won't be an issue for him to live for tens of thousands of years. Most importantly, a new feature has appeared in this simulator update. Rules masking. This term was the first time Milton ever heard of it. If the simulator didn't explain what rules masking was, Milton might not have been able to guess it. This new feature undoubtedly brings huge benefits for Milton. He hasn't forgotten the level 8 mage who appeared in front of him at the last moment the previous time he reincarnated into the mage realm. That entity probably detected him the moment he reincarnated into the mage realm. Maybe it didn't take action just because he posed no threat and only showed up to meet him before he died. But this new feature from this simulator update can mask rules. That means, in the following simulations, he can freely select the world for reincarnation simulation without any entity detecting abnormalities. He also doesn't need to worry about any abnormalities being detected by level 7 wizards in text simulation and true body simulation. The word any represents all, which indicates that the level of the simulator is unimaginably high. Concerning the final feature of the simulator update, it allows access to all reincarnatable worlds. This update reminded Milton of the giant black light cluster he saw in the reincarnation space. He could confirm that that world is definitely not easy. It is undoubtedly something that the wizard realm can't compare to. Milton had reservations in the past, but now with rules masking, he might consider reincarnating to have a look. After thinking through about this simulator update, Milton doesn't dwell on it anymore. The next moment, the spiritual power in Milton's spiritual sea surges, and his figure disappears from the wizard continent. Chapter 279. At the Sea of Guardian, inside the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. Milton Cheney and Bane stood together at the top of the pavilion. The shock on Bane's face had not yet faded. In the wizard continent, there is actually a destiny solid stone. A tinge of disbelief seeped from his tone. The spiritual sea of one who forcibly breaks through the limit to become a level 4 wizard would be unstable for a long time. However, if one used the destiny solid stone, there would be no such issue. Though Bane was not a white wizard, he knew the significance of a destiny solid stone for a white wizard. The conditions for a destiny solid stone to form are extremely harsh, it's hardly possible for the wizard continent environment to breed one. This is why Bane found it hard to believe. A level 4 wizard could very well be called a grand wizard. In the wizard realm, the status of a level 4 wizard is esteemed. Even within the realm level wizards organization, a level 4 wizard is a central pillar. And Milton Cheney, his only student, has only been in the Sea of Guardians for a few years, only about a decade or so. However, he is already a true level 4 wizard. This speed is beyond fast. Not to mention seeing it, Bane has not even heard of such speed. You must know that it took him thousands of years to become a level 4 wizard, but his student only took a few decades. Incredible! You've only joined the Sea of Guardians for a few years, and you're already a level 4 wizard. Perhaps in the future, you may stand at the pinnacle of the wizard realm. Having calmed down, Bane said with some emotion. Even in the Sea of Guardians, the number of level wizards is definitely not high. Now, the Sea of Guardians has yet another level 4 wizard. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney smiled. When he first mentioned those words, Bane thought he was joking. It's no wonder Bane would think so, as it seemed too fantastical. Becoming a level 4 wizard in just over a decade is somewhat outrageous, although becoming a level 3 wizard in that time is understandable. Between a level 3 wizard and a level 4 wizard, there's a big chasm. Across this chasm, perhaps only one in several dozen limit level 3 wizards could cross. And Milton Cheney is undoubtedly one of the rare few. After becoming a level wizard, your Book of Truth will unlock all of its features. All the world passages and plane channels of the Sea of Guardians will be opened for you, and the time for compulsory missions extended to 60 years. You can also choose an unclaimed region in the Sea of Guardians to build your own unique structure. Bane spoke as if accepting everything. He was talking about the privileges of being a level 4 wizard. Milton Cheney listened attentively, not interrupting. Some of what Bane said, he knew, some were new to him. For example, that the Book of Truth will unlock all features after becoming a level 4 wizard that he knew. This was no secret, and Bane had mentioned something similar before. Of course, beyond this, everything else Bane mentioned was new to him. Unlock all world passages and plane channels? Weren't they all unlocked before? Milton Cheney asked, somewhat surprised. He had traveled to several planes through the plane channel before, even going to the Soul Realm through the World Passage. But, he had never heard that not all world passages and plane channels were unlocked. Not really, what were unlocked before are some unclaimed planes. After becoming a level 1+ wizard, you can travel to some claimed planes through plane channel. For instance, you could not have traveled to the Black Serpent plane before as it is a plane conquered by the Ouroboros ring, but now you can. Bain explained. Hearing this, Milton Cheney nodded in understanding. This made him acknowledge the powerful clout of the Sea of Guardians. The Sea of Guardians does not actively conquer planes, yet their level 4 wizards can travel to already conquered planes. The ability to enter others' territory at will speaks volumes about the Sea of Guardians' power. Does the extension in the duration of compulsory missions mean exactly what it says? Milton Cheney asked. Bain nodded in confirmation to his question. Yes, after becoming a level 4 wizard, the time limit for compulsory missions extends from 10 years to 60 years. But even though the time is extended, the difficulty of the missions has also been increased. My last mission took a whole 400 years. Bain stated. Upon becoming a level 4 wizard, despite the many privileges, missions still have to be completed. The simulator for the missions at the Sea of Guardians has been running for 10 million years now. It can be said that members of the Sea of Guardians are either completing a mission or on their way to one. This time, without waiting for Milton Cheney to ask, Bain spoke first. As for choosing an unclaimed region in the Sea of Guardians to build your own unique structure, it's simple. After becoming a level 1+ wizard, I think you have felt it, the speed of meditation is extremely slow, much slower than before. After becoming a level 4 wizard, he indeed felt that the speed of cultivation via meditation had become extremely slow. This feeling was just like when he had first become a level 1 spiritual wizard. Chapter 280. You're not alone in experiencing this. Every wizard who practices spiritual power will find their meditation speed becomes incredibly slow after reaching level 4. This phenomenon is called spiritual restriction. There are many level 4 wizards in the wizard realm, yet the number of level 5 wizards doesn't even make up 1% of them. By relying solely on practicing meditation techniques over a long period, it's impossible for any level 4 wizard to become a level 5 wizard. Yes, any. Bain began. His speech was unhurried, but Milton clearly parsed every word. Milton didn't interrupt Bain, he knew that Bain wasn't done explaining. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Bain resumed speaking. Therefore, it is indispensable for a level 4 wizard to get help from an external source to progress. After becoming a level 4 wizard, the unique buildings you construct will be connected to the large magic array of the Guardian Sea, which will greatly increase your meditation speed. Of course, advancing to level 5 is still challenging even with these aids, but at least there's a glimmer of hope. After Bain finished speaking, Milton seemed thoughtful. Before becoming a level 4 wizard, no matter how many times Milton simulated, he could never truly understand what being a level 4 wizard was like. For example, the term spiritual restriction, Milton was hearing it for the first time. He had initially attributed the slowdown in his meditation speed to his own talent constraints. However, it turned out that the slow meditation speed wasn't due to his talent, but a characteristic everyone shared. I see, mentor, Milton replied. Upon becoming a level 4 wizard, he obtained considerable power. However, he had already reached the 4th stage of chi cultivation, which was comparable to a level 4 wizard. Therefore, even after becoming a level 4 wizard, Milton didn't get heady from his promotion. With the simulator as a major external plugin, his goal was far beyond just being a level 4 wizard. For the time being, you should stay in the Guardian Sea. After you've built the buildings, you can start constructing some 4th ring magic in the spiritual sea. 4th ring magic is significantly more powerful than 3rd ring magic, but the difficulty of constructing it has also increased, of course. However, for Vaughn it should not be a problem by the time your first compulsory mission arrives in 60 years, you should have constructed at least 2 4th ring magic pieces. Bain advised solemnly. Milton nodded to show his understanding. Constructing 4th ring magic in the spiritual sea might be challenging for other wizards who just became level 4. However, for Milton, 1 year was more than enough. 2 rounds of text simulation would definitely allow him to construct at least a dozen pieces of 4th ring magic. The two conversed for a while before Bain left Milton's The Sounds of Sea pavilion. Time passed, and a year was gone in the blink of an eye. Inside a 9-story wizard tower in the Guardian Sea, Milton sat cross-legged in the 9th floor of the wizard tower, practicing the meditation technique. Shortly thereafter, Milton finished practicing the meditation technique. His vast spiritual power was reintegrated into the spiritual sea. An transparent, light blue screen appeared in front of him. Text simulation count, 1. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Without hesitation, Milton activated the text simulation. This was his second simulation since becoming a level 4 wizard. Milton was somewhat dissatisfied with the result of his first simulation. With becoming a level 4 wizard and having the masking of rules in his simulator, he had been quite reckless during the previous simulation, so for this one, he decided to be more cautious. Lines of black text began to appear in front of Milton. Age 38, your meditation speed is very slow, so you start attempting to construct fourth ring magic within the spiritual sea. Age 43, you tried constructing magic in your spiritual sea. The inter-realm war doesn't affect the inner part of the Guardian Sea, allowing you to construct magic with ease. Age 85, you succeeded in constructing a piece of fourth ring magic in your spiritual sea, making it your second piece of fourth ring magic. Age 86, you started trying to continue constructing fourth ring magic within the spiritual sea. Currently, your spiritual power can support the construction of 3 pieces of fourth ring magic. Therefore, you need to carefully consider the choice of magic. Age 99, you stopped constructing magic to complete the compulsory task of the Guardian Sea. You have accepted the task of the Guardian Sea. Age 103, you have arrived in the stellar realm, this mission will take a considerable amount of time. Age 232, while accomplishing your mission, you managed to construct magic in your spiritual sea during your few moments of leisure. Age 245, you have successfully built your third fourth ring magic in your spiritual sea and start focusing on your mission. Age 452, you have completed the mission at the Guardian Sea and returned to the Guardian Sea. Realm has intensified, but you don't think it has much to do with you. Age 521, you accept a new mission, this time the mission location is in the Bloody Sea realm, you prepare thoroughly. Age 533, a level 5 blood descendant attacked you but you successfully escaped with the aid of a life-saving puppet. Age 721, you have left the Bloody Sea realm, but your mission is not yet completed. Fortunately, you still have a few hundred years to complete the mission's time limit. Age 728, the Bloody Sea realm was devoured by the outer domain devil and you were caught up in the chaos, thus, you died. Simulation ends, please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 memories. Age 728. Looking at the final black text of the text simulation, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This text simulation was the longest lived of all the text simulations he had done since he obtained the simulator. However, what surprised Milton Cheney in this simulation was that the time when the outer domain devil devoured the Bloody Sea realm seemed to have been delayed considerably. Milton Cheney remembered that in one of his previous simulations, the Bloody Sea realm was devoured when he was just over 500 years old. But this time, it took until he was 728 years old for the Bloody Sea realm to be devoured by the outer domain devil. The only pity was that he also died when the Bloody Sea realm was devoured. If it weren't for that, he might have lived even longer. All these thoughts occurred in an instant, and in the next second, Milton Cheney suppressed these thoughts in his mind. Retain technique. Retain memories from ages 99, 521, and 728. Milton Cheney murmured in his mind. The next moment, there was a slight fluctuation in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea, and 2 unfamiliar magic structures instantly appeared in his spiritual sea. A moment later, the spiritual sea calmed down. At the same time, 3 strange memories emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. The reason Milton Cheney chose to retain these 3 years of memory was simple. He wanted to see what the 2 missions he had accepted were, so he could be prepared. At the same time, he wanted to see what the last scene before his death was. The memories were quickly preserved, and in almost an instant, Milton Cheney had digested these 3 unfamiliar memories. He has now clearly understood the details of the 2 missions. Suffice to say, these 2 missions weren't difficult, they just consumed a lot of time. After retaining everything, instead of closing the light blue light screen, Milton Cheney shifted his gaze to the panel column. Name, Milton Cheney. Spiritual power, 41.6, 43.5, physique, 32.6, 34.2. Bloodline wizard realm, level 3 wizard. Breathing technique, golden lion breathing technique, perfect, meditation technique, guardian meditation technique, perfect, refining technique, white raven refining technique, perfect. Night skills. Spiritual magic, eye of truth, 4th ring, time stagnation, 4th ring. Subspace annihilation, 4th ring, meteorite heavy strike, 3rd ring. Bloodline magic, white raven true form, 3rd ring, soul of the white raven, 3rd ring, authentic disguise, 3rd ring, white raven illusion, 3rd ring, ultimate insight, 3rd ring. Simulation count, 0. Looking at the 3 new 4th ring magic on the panel, Milton Cheney nodded and closed the panel. Chapter 281. The 4th ring magic, Eye of Truth, was more powerful than Milton Cheney had imagined. This magic is a superior version of the spiritual eye magic, and is the first 4th ring magic he mastered after becoming a level 4 wizard. It not only possesses all the features of the previous spiritual eye magic but is even more powerful. It has even brought in a new function, marking. Milton can monitor the condition of a person or object marked by the Eye of Truth at any time. In other words, as long as Milton wants, he can keep an eye on someone without them knowing. Of course, this has a distance limit. It is limited to the wizard realm. In other words, if Milton leaves the wizard realm for another world, he naturally will no longer be able to see the person or object he marked with the Eye of Truth. Even so, this is still quite exaggerated. It is limited only to a single world. As long as Milton remains within the wizard realm, he can monitor the condition of a person or object marked with his Eye of Truth at any time. This technique is similar to the one his mentor Bernard uses, where with a wave of his hand, a light screen appears. Thinking of this, a flash of light flickers in Milton's eyes. A perceptible scene, visible only to him, appears before his eyes. In his eyes, Arthur is sunbathing on a lounge chair, while a young man practices his archery skills nearby. The next moment, this scene vanishes from Milton's view. Only after trying it out personally did he understand the immense potential of this magic. This magic can even mark a level 4 wizard, although they would notice its prying after a time. But sometimes, even an instant of monitoring can provide a wealth of information. If the spiritual eye of the 4th ring is already so powerful, what about the eye of the world of the 7th ring? At the top of the wizard tower, Milton pondered with subtle emotion. 7th ring magic is something beyond his comprehension. No wonder the Dandelion Tavern knows so many secrets of the wizard realm. The level 7 wizard who controls the Dandelion Tavern could, if they wanted to, monitor the actions of everyone in the wizard realm. Milton does not know whether he has caught the attention of that level 7 wizard. However, he suspects that likely isn't the case. After all, although he is somewhat special, he is still merely a level 4 wizard and not yet interesting enough to catch the attention of a level 7 wizard. Besides, the Dandelion Tavern hadn't been giving him any trouble about his text simulations and true body simulations before. Just as Milton was about to continue practicing the meditation technique, the Book of Truth in his spiritual sea trembled slightly. The next moment, the Book of Truth floated in front of Milton and opened automatically. Milton cast his consciousness on the Book of Truth and checked who the message was from. After reading the message from Bernard, Milton returned the Book of Truth to his spiritual sea. Instantly, spiritual power surged from Milton's spiritual sea, enveloped his body and carried him away from the wizard tower. When Milton's body reappeared, he was already at the top of the Sounds of Sea pavilion owned by Bernard. Bernard actually had his own exclusive building, except that it was located in East Guardian Sea. Moreover, Bernard didn't mind where he lived, for he knew he would never become a level 5 wizard. So, he had given up practicing meditation technique long ago and focused more on magical device research. In fact, not all level 4 wizards have the desire to continue climbing up. In the wizard realm, the lifelong goal of many wizards is to become a level 4 wizard. Once these wizards became level 4 wizards, they no longer had a goal. Without a goal, naturally, there would be no motivation to continue the cultivation of meditation. As the laws established in the wizard realm over 10 million years would tell them. The probability of a level 4 wizard becoming a level 5 wizard, even if they devoted their whole life to it, was less than 1 in 1,000. The Guardian Sea was the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, with a history spanning tens of millions of years. During this period, the Guardian Sea recruited hundreds of thousands of members. Of these hundreds of thousands, not all were prodigies, but 90% of them were highly talented. Among these individuals, nearly 10,000 had become level 4 wizards. But the total number of those who had advanced to level 5 wizards, as recorded by the Guardian Sea over the years, was fewer than 50. There were only 4 level 6 wizards, and for level 7, there was only Mancer. This was the accumulation of tens of millions of years by the Guardian Sea. Moreover, of those east individuals who became level 5 wizards over these tens of millions of years, only 6 are still alive. In other words, in the current Guardian Sea, the number of level 5 wizards is only 2 more than the number of level 6 wizards. Even so, the Guardian Sea is still one of the strongest realm-level wizards organizations in the wizard realm. Your ancestral master wishes to see you again. Next to Milton, at the top of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion, Bernard spoke. I understand, Mentor. Milton nodded and replied. A level 5 wizard wanted to see him again, and this level 5 wizard was his ancestral master. Naturally, there was no reason for Milton to refuse. Knowing that Milton wouldn't refuse, Bernard nodded. How's the construction of the 4th ring magic going? Don't slack off after becoming a level 4 wizard. The 60-year mission deadline is quite pressing for you. Bernard casually changed the subject and asked. It's going well. Milton said. The inscription of magic for him was just a matter of a few simulations. Chapter 282. He had just become a level 4 wizard, and could only construct 3 4th ring magic spells in his spiritual sea. These 3 4th ring magic spells have been fully constructed in his spiritual sea by Milton Cheney. And he spent only 1 year to achieve this. 2 simulations in a year allowed him to easily construct 3 4th ring magic spells in his spiritual sea. Of course, Bernard didn't know this. If he knew that Milton Cheney took only a year to successfully construct 3 4th ring magic spells in his spiritual sea, he would be utterly amazed. It's the early stage of the inter-realm war, and there's not much danger in the void battlefield of the wizard realm. If you don't want to stay in the Guardian Sea all the time, you can practice in the void battlefield of the wizard realm. Bernard spoke in a nonchalant tone, seemingly with no hidden meaning. Still, Milton Cheney gleaned much from these words. It seemed Bernard knew that he didn't want to stay in the Guardian Sea forever, hence the suggestion. In fact, Milton Cheney was indeed considering this. I understand, Mentor. Milton Cheney replied. After speaking, neither Milton Cheney nor Bernard continued the conversation and chose to remain silent. In Milton Cheney's spiritual sea, the gem representing the 3rd stage Mind Master emitted a faint luminescence. Milton Cheney's mind was tangled with thoughts and countless ideas emerged. The current war between the wizard realm and the bloody sea realm is in its early stage, it's not very dangerous and there are lots of benefits. To go from being a level 4 wizard to a level 5 wizard, the resources he would need for cultivation were astronomical. However, Milton Cheney wasn't particularly concerned about these resources for cultivation. After all, he had the simulator. He could obtain all the resources for cultivation via simulation. What he needed to do was just maintain his realm. It was important that he make early preparations in the real world as the number of simulations and their length of time increased. After all, time in reality could save some of the time spent in simulation. The sooner he could increase his realm, the better. Even though Milton Cheney was now a level 4 wizard, he still felt a certain sense of urgency. During his 2 text simulations as a level 4 wizard, the longest he ever lived was a little over 700 years. Considering that a level 4 wizard could theoretically live for tens of thousands of years. If he could live tens of thousands of years in each text simulation, he might already be a level 5 wizard by the time his 60-year mission arrived. There were currently only 6 level 5 wizards in the Guardian Sea. One could say that if he truly became a level 5 wizard, he would truly belong to the top echelon of the wizard realm. Bernard, his mentor, had once mentioned that he might stand at the peak of the wizard realm in the future. Essentially, he might become a level 5 wizard in the future. As for anything higher, even Bernard dared not think of it. After becoming a level 4 wizard, Milton Cheney could distinctly feel that becoming a level 5 wizard was far beyond his reach and he couldn't even see the direction. The accumulation of time was very useful for levels below level 4 wizard. But for levels after level 4 wizard, the power of time was not so terrifying. Some level 4 wizards with special methods could even live hundreds of thousands of years. However, even if they lived for hundreds of thousands of years, becoming a level 5 wizard would still be extremely difficult. If one could not find the path to become a level 5 wizard, then even if a level 4 wizard had a million years, it would probably still be impossible to achieve. Naturally, the sooner they found this path, the better. However, Milton Cheney was not in a particular hurry at the moment, because he had been a level 4 wizard for only 1 year. These things couldn't be rushed. With the simulator as a safety net, Milton Cheney had an uncommon confidence. At least, he wouldn't give up his cultivation of the meditation technique voluntarily. He would not voluntarily abandon the attempt to become a level 5 wizard, even though it was very difficult. All these thoughts ran through Milton Cheney's mind in an instant. In the next moment, Milton Cheney suppressed these thoughts and ideas. The faint luminescence of the gem representing the third stage mind master in his spiritual sea gradually disappeared. Mentor, when will the ancestral master see me? After suppressing his thoughts, Milton Cheney asked. After his words fell, Bernard didn't respond immediately. In a place unseen by Milton Cheney, specifically in Bernard's spiritual sea, Bernard's Book of Truth moved slightly, sending out a message. A moment later, a trace of a smile appeared on Bernard's face and he said, "Now." As his words fell, Milton Cheney's expression did not change, but he gently nodded his head. Bernard then sent a coordinate to Milton Cheney's Book of Truth. "The mentor will only see you. You can teleport to the mentor via the coordinates on the Book of Truth." Bernard spoke. "Okay, mentor." Milton Cheney replied. The next moment, the Book of Truth floated in front of Milton Cheney. The Book of Truth automatically turned its pages, stopping on one. On this page, there was a small bell-shaped symbol. Milton Cheney's spiritual power poured into the bell symbol. As Milton Cheney's spiritual power merged into it, the Book of Truth basked in a faint white light. This light overflowed from the bell symbol and then enveloped Milton Cheney's body. The next moment, his body disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Bernard still stood on the spot, motionless. His gaze stayed where Milton Cheney had disappeared, and he nodded with a smile. "What a lucky kid." The next moment, Bernard's figure also disappeared from the top of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. Milton Cheney's consciousness went black the moment the white light wrapped him up. Milton Cheney felt as though he had lost all his senses. He couldn't hear or see, as if he was in some quiet place. However, this feeling didn't last long. Within few breaths, a light appeared in front of Cheney. The next moment, his body appeared in a transparent space. The space was vast, and Cheney began scanning his surroundings as soon as he arrived. The next moment, he tried to stir his spiritual power, but found out that he couldn't mobilize it. "There's no need to try, you can't use spiritual power here." While Milton Cheney was trying to mobilize his spiritual power, a voice reached his ears. The next moment, an old man appeared before him. This old man was Bernard's mentor, Cheney's ancestral master, level 5 wizard Lan. After Lan appeared, he seemed interested as he glanced at Cheney's body. Moments later, he gently nodded, and a friendly smile appeared on his face. "It is indeed the Destiny Solid Stone, this young fellow has a good fortune. The Destiny Solid Stone has become increasingly rare these years, even I don't have one." Lan spoke. The next moment, before Cheney could speak, Lan spoke again, "Do you know how to become a level 5 wizard?" Upon hearing this, Cheney shook his head. Although he'd become a level 4 wizard, he was still unfamiliar with level 5. He only knew that to become a level 5 wizard, one must find a way. Otherwise, no matter how much time spent, it's impossible to become a level 5 wizard. Besides, Ian's question left Cheney confused. He had just become a level 4 wizard when Ian's first question was about level 5. Furthermore, Lan did not seem surprised about him becoming a level 4 wizard at all. If he had any other reaction, it might only be slight interest. To become a level 5 wizard is simple. Your spiritual power needs to reach its limit and then integrated with a rule. Lan spoke. "A rule?" Cheney asked curiously. This was the first time he'd heard this word. He had read many books, and since becoming a level 3 wizard, all the books of the Guardian Sea had been opened to him. However, none of these books mentioned rules. This fact insinuates that this was a well-guarded secret. Indeed, a rule represents a unique path. Each level 5 wizard can only integrate into one rule, and each rule only supports one level 5 wizard. Lan said. But the next moment, Ian's words made Cheney's expression change slightly. I have an unknown rule that I can give you. Chapter 283. An unknown rule, for me. Milton Cheney instinctively said. Lan chuckled and nodded. Yes, for you, Lan said. The next moment, he moved his hand, and a pale blue light cluster appeared in his palm. The pale blue light cluster was not big, quite tiny even. Streaks of light were leisurely floating inside the cluster, giving off a mysterious air. Milton's eyes were drawn to the light cluster the moment it appeared. He was curious about the unknown rule Lan mentioned. After all, from the words of Lan, one could hear that the key to becoming a level 5 wizard lies in this rule. No one could resist the allure of becoming a level 5 wizard, not even Milton Cheney with a simulator. Of course, he knew Lan wouldn't give him the rule for nothing. In this world, there's no such thing as free pie in the sky. Particularly in the wizard realm, with Lan, a level 5 wizard, who has been alive for who knows how many years. This unknown rule is something I obtained by chance in my early years, which is not of much use to me. I can give it to you. When you reach the limit of a level 4 wizard, you can use this unknown rule to become a true level 5 wizard. Lan said. Upon hearing this, Milton didn't immediately respond, instead choosing to remain silent for a moment. To say he wasn't interested in this rule would be impossible. After all, it symbolized the status of a level 5 wizard. A level 5 wizard represented the top echelon within the wizard realm. Ancestral Master, may I ask why you want to give me this unknown rule? After a while, Milton asked. Although Lan was the teacher of his mentor Bernard, their tie wasn't that deep. It wouldn't make sense for him to give such a precious item to Milton. An unknown rule was absolutely more valuable than a destiny solid stone. Hearing this, Lan laughed. He didn't directly answer the question, instead changing the subject. Have you noticed anything unusual about this space? Lan asked. As his words lingered, Milton instinctively let his gaze drift around the space. With his spiritual power shut off, Milton could only judge with his eyes. The first impression this place gave to Milton was unfamiliarity. Yes, unfamiliarity. It seemed like this place didn't belong to the wizard realm, nor to any other world, but was a standalone space. Milton even didn't know where exactly he was now. In fact, the moment he appeared in this space, he already had such a feeling. But since Lan didn't mention it, Milton didn't bother to ask either. Now that Lan proactively broached the topic, he naturally found it useful to voice the doubts he harbored. Does this space not belong to the wizard realm? It feels incredibly alien, and my spiritual power can't be called upon at all. Milton said. Do you know why you can't summon your spiritual power? Lan chuckled and asked. Because of the rules. Milton Cheney, having lived for tens of thousands of years in simulations, was naturally not a novice. Considering what Lan had said prior, Milton could easily guess why. Good, the space you're now in is actually a rules space formed by my rules. Here, I can manipulate the rules' power, and no one else can summon any power. Lan said. Upon hearing this, a thought flickered across Milton's mind but was instantly suppressed. Any power? Besides spiritual power, Milton controlled many forms of transcendent power from other worlds. But Milton hadn't tried to summon the transcendent powers from other worlds while in this space. After all, Lan, a bona fide level 5 wizard, was right in front of him. Milton didn't want to invite trouble. Yet, he was somewhat curious at this point. More specifically, whether the transcendent powers from other worlds could be summoned within this rules space. Despite his curiosity, Milton didn't intend to experiment. After all, introducing transcendent powers from an alternate world in front of a level 5 wizard wouldn't be ideal. Rules space? Milton asked curiously. Another new term. If the rule symbolized the key to becoming a level 5 wizard, perhaps a rules space was one of their tools? Milton wasn't sure, but maybe Lan would explain. To become a level 5 wizard, besides needing to push your spiritual power to its limit and integrating a rule, you also need to use the integrated rule to unfold your own rules space. The rules space has a potential limit, meaning the rules space you create dictates your future potential limit. Lan explained. If Milton wasn't capable of becoming a level 5 wizard, he naturally wouldn't have divulged such information. Milton didn't interrupt Lan. He nodded after Lan finished speaking, indicating he understood the meaning. It was easy to understand. Basically, the rules space had a limit. The rules space has a limit, so does that mean the limit of the rules space determines whether a level 5 wizard can become a level 6 wizard? Milton asked following his own interpretation. You can think of it that way. Chapter 284. Lan nodded and started to speak. What Milton Cheney said was actually pretty simple, but there is no wrong in his explanation. Whether or not to merge with a rule determines whether a level 4 wizard can become a level 5 wizard. The limit of a rules space also determines whether a level 5 wizard can become level 6. Lan spoke. Without waiting for Milton to speak, Lan continued. The pure white sea region that you saw in the South Guardian Sea actually represents a wizard's external spiritual sea. And the external spiritual sea of a level 6 white wizard, it represents his rules space. But this rules space consists of more than one rule. As Ian's voice trailed off, an expression of contemplation appeared on Milton's face. This conversation had somewhat exceeded Milton's comprehension. It's quite normal, after all, Milton is just a level 4 wizard, level 5 is still quite far-reaching for him. However, Ian's words had already implicated a level 6 wizard. However, because Lan explained clearly, Milton naturally could understand a part of it. In Ian's meaning, the external spiritual sea of a level 6 white wizard is actually equivalent to the rules space of a level 5 wizard. But it is more advanced than the rules space. Conversely, if the potential limit of rules space is very low, then rashly integrating a rule will make it impossible to become a level 6 wizard. Thank you for your explanation, I think I understand now. Milton said seriously. A level 5 wizard explaining so much to him, it was enough to show how much this level 5 wizard valued him. As for why Lan would explain so much to him, Milton has some guess. I think you have some guesses. Yes, the rules I possess can fully support you to open up your own rules space. But the limit of this rules space is a level 5 wizard, it will never reach a level 6 wizard. Now, I can give you two options. The first option is that you can get this rule at no cost, but the prerequisite is that you must integrate this rule. As for the other option, you are already clear. Lan spoke. If it wasn't Milton in front of him at the moment, but another level 4 wizard, then, 99% of the time, the choice made by that level 4 wizard would be the first one. After all, the first choice would almost certainly make him a level 5 wizard. 99% of level 4 wizards would not refuse. Even Milton is not denying it right away. The temptation to become a level 5 wizard was too great. You should think it over carefully. If you lose this opportunity, there is little hope for you to get another unknown rules in the future. Lan spoke. Milton naturally understood, if it was up to him alone, wanting to obtain an unknown rule would certainly be very difficult. Thank you, but I think the rule I should merge with is something I should find myself. Milton said. This is the final answer he came up with after pondering over it. Admittedly, he could choose the first option, which would stabilize him as a level 5 wizard. After all, with the simulator, he would just need a few decades to reach the limit of spiritual power that a level 1+ wizard could achieve. But because he has the simulator, he would never be just a level 5 wizard in the future. If becoming a level 5 wizard could stop him, it would be a disservice to the simulator plugin. Alright. When Milton refused, Lan seemed not surprised. With a motion of his hand, the pale blue light cluster disappeared from his hand. This treasure, which could make nearly all level 4 wizards in the wizard realm go crazy, disappeared right in front of Milton. Now, aren't you curious about why I gave you the choice for this rule? After retrieving the light cluster, Lan spoke. Milton nodded. It was impossible not to be curious. The rule representing a level 5 wizard was one of the most treasured items in the wizard realm. Milton did not doubt that if he really made the first choice, Lan would indeed give this rule to him. Actually, this rule was originally prepared for your mentor, Bernard. But your mentor encountered some accidents when he became a level wizard, which resulted in him never being able to become a level 5 wizard in his life. Giving this rule to you, was actually your mentor's decision, as this rule originally belonged to him, but I didn't expect that you would eventually refuse. Lan began to explain. Giving Milton a rule for no reason was obviously not possible. The reason was actually his only student, also Milton's mentor. Bernard has only one student, Milton Cheney, who has now also become a level 4 wizard. So, he hopes to leave this rule for his student, Milton Cheney. Upon hearing this from Lan, Milton Cheney was shocked. He didn't expect his mentor to value him so highly. To say that he wasn't a bit touched would be impossible. My mentor, he. You want to ask if something unexpected happened to him when he became a level 4 wizard? Before Milton Cheney could finish, Lan predicted what he would say. So he cut him off, asking a question in return. Milton Cheney nodded. He was really curious about what could cause a level 4 wizard to lose all hope of ever becoming a level 5 wizard. I can't tell you that. Maybe you can ask your mentor personally. Lan said. When it came to this topic, there was also some other emotion in Ian's eyes. However, this emotion was well hidden by Lan, and Milton Cheney did not notice it. Upon hearing Ian's words, Milton Cheney naturally did not continue to inquire. Since you refused this rule, I guess this old man will have to hold on to it for a while longer. Lan joked. A hint of a smile appeared on Milton Cheney's face. An unknown rule with a potential limit set for a level 5 wizard indeed was rare. But Milton Cheney wouldn't have any particular feelings just because he lost this rule. After all, Milton Cheney was confident that his future was definitely not limited to being a level 5 wizard. Kid, it's time for you to leave. When Ian's voice rang in Milton Cheney's ears, his consciousness darkened once again. By the time Milton Cheney regained consciousness, his body was already at the top of the wizard tower. All of the previous events seemed like an illusion. But Milton Cheney was aware that everything before this was real. He truly declined the opportunity to become a level 5 wizard. Before Milton Cheney's appearance here, Bernard had already been waiting. Seeing Milton Cheney suddenly appear, Bernard unconsciously fixed his gaze on him. The next moment, a gush of spiritual power blew over Milton Cheney like a breath of wind. The smile on Bernard's face stiffened, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face. You didn't merge with that rule? A somewhat baffled Bernard asked. Hearing Bernard's question, Milton Cheney nodded. The next moment, he felt a pat on the back of his head. And the one who gave him the pat naturally was his mentor, Bernard. The pat wasn't heavy, but Milton Cheney still subconsciously reached a hand to the back of his head. Are you an idiot? Do you have any idea what an unknown rule represents? You turned down the chance to become a level 5 wizard, what can I even say about you? A somewhat disappointed Bernard said. This was the first time Milton Cheney had seen Bernard in such a state. He knew his mentor was truly angry. His mentor didn't emo about his simulator. In Bernard's mind, a level 5 wizard was already the pinnacle of the wizard realm. As for a level 6 or level 7 wizard, it was something too far-fetched to even contemplate. And now, when the opportunity to become a level 5 wizard was put in front of his student, the student declined. Mentor, the limit of that rule is only a level 5 wizard. Milton Cheney said. Upon hearing Milton Cheney's words, Bernard was stunned for a moment. Was it because of that? So what? Bernard asked instinctively. Mentor, I believe my future surpasses being a level 5 wizard. Milton Cheney replied. Bernard rubbed his forehead slightly. Then he said, seems like my mentor withheld some things from you. Do you know what portion of all known rules are rules with an upper limit of level 5 wizards? Chapter 285. How many? Milton Cheney reflexively retorted. Because when he was asked this question by Bain, he realized that Lan had never informed him about this aspect. However, the answer to this question would not affect Milton's final decision in any way. As long as there was the slightest chance of becoming a level 6 wizard, Milton would never choose to confine his future to being a level 5 wizard. Milton's unconscious counter-question was more out of curiosity. Of the 10 unknown rules discovered, the maximum limit for 8 or even 9 of them is a level 5 wizard. Do you regret rejecting these unknown rules now? Bain commented. In other words, currently in the wizard realm, including those from the past, 90% of level 5 wizards have integrated with rules that have a maximum limit of level 5. Before Milton could respond, Bain continued. Even if one integrates with the rule that has a maximum limit of a level 6 wizard, it does not guarantee that they can become a level 6 wizard. The disparity between a level 6 wizard and a level 5 wizard is significant. The maximum limit of the rules only serves as a stepping stone and not the key to opening the door to becoming a level 6 wizard. At the fall of Bane's words, Milton's facial expression remained unchanged. Milton nodded slightly, indicating he understood what Bane meant. I understand, Mentor. Milton chimed in. Do you have any regrets? Upon hearing this, Milton shook his head. Regret was out of question. Having seen the vastness of the world, even witnessing the existence of level 8 mage in other worlds, how could Milton be content with being stuck as a level 5 wizard? Even though he was only a level 1+ wizard at the moment. Seeing that Milton genuinely had no regrets, Bane didn't know what to say. His student was indeed aiming high. He had never imagined that Milton would actually reject a rule. Notably, it was a rule that served as a key to the door to becoming a level 5 wizard. In his mind, no one would reject such an opportunity. However, his student did, disregarding conventional wisdom. Do you know what level is the maximum limit of the rule my mentor has integrated with? Bane brought up a new topic. Milton shook his head. He genuinely didn't know what was the maximum limit of the rule Lan integrated with. Lan had not mentioned this in the rules space. Level 5? Or level? Milton ventured. Based on Bane's words, most of the rules have level 5 as their maximum limit. So Milton randomly guessed 2 levels. However, upon hearing Milton's speculations, Bane shook his head. There are no rules with level 6 as their maximum limit. The highest limit of the rules are of 2 types, one is level 5 and the other has no limit. Because, when one wants to evolve from a level 6 wizard to a level 7 wizard, it has nothing to do with rules. Bane clarified. Upon hearing this, Milton couldn't possibly misunderstand the implications. If the rule that Lan integrated with wasn't capped at level 5 and there were no rules with level 6 as their maximum limit, then the rule that Lan integrated with must be the one that didn't have a limit. No limit implied that Ian's future remained uncertain. Even so, the difficulty of my mentor wanting to become a level 6 wizard is still exceptionally high. Bane remarked. Milton didn't interrupt Bane, he just listened quietly. My mentor became a level 5 wizard 120,000 years ago. 120,000 years? Milton questioned. Yes, 120,000 years. After becoming a level 5 wizard, time is just a number. However, even after 120,000 years have passed, my mentor has remained a level 5 wizard, with little hope of ever advancing to a level 6 wizard. Do you know why that is? Upon this, Bane posed a counter question. Milton pondered for a moment, before answering rather tentatively. Is it because of the wizard path? I remember my ancestral master chose the magic device wizard path and the maximum limit of this path was a level 5 wizard. As Milton concluded, Bane nodded in agreement. Milton was correct, it indeed had to do with the wizard path. However, Milton was not entirely accurate. Your answer is not entirely wrong. My mentor was indeed restricted by the wizard path. However, the path of the magic device wizard was actually pioneered by my mentor himself. The potential of this wizard path is entirely dependent on him. Who knows, the ultimate potential of this wizard path might extend beyond a level 5 wizard. Bane suggested. These few brief sentences triggered waves of thought in Milton's mind. It turned out that his ancestral master was the one who had pioneered the wizard path of the magic device wizard. Milton had once researched this transcendent path of the magic device wizard in the library of the Guardian Sea. He knew that a member of the Guardian Sea was the one who had established this wizard path. But what Milton never expected was that this member was actually his ancestral master. In other words, isn't it much more difficult for my ancestral master to become a level 6 wizard than for other level 5 wizards? Milton spoke. For an ordinary level 5 wizard, although the path to becoming a level 6 wizard is difficult, it is at least well defined. But Milton's ancestral master, Lan, has embarked on a wizard path that he himself has pioneered. In this case, to become a level 6 wizard, he must first lay out his path before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Bane nodded in agreement. The reason why his initial goal was a level 5 wizard, and not a level 6 or level 7 wizard, is this. Chapter 286. A big part of the reason was because the wizard path he'd been following only allows him to reach level 5 wizard. But now he understands. The path his student is following is the white wizard path. The limit of this path is at least level 7 wizard, and it possibly leads to becoming a level 8 wizard. Now, Milton Cheney truly holds his own future in his hands. Rejecting the rule that sets his limit at a level 5 is perhaps a good thing for Milton. Mentor, my ancestral master told me that this rule belongs to you. Milton changes the subject. This rule belonged to his mentor Bane, and it was Lan who told him. However, because Bane had some accidents when he was a level 4 wizard, the rule was left untouched until now. Bane's face displayed a hint of desolation upon hearing Milton's words. He knew what Milton wanted to ask, but he chose not to answer. He'd already buried this matter deep in his heart, he didn't want his student to see his weak side. Once it was, but not now. Bane responded. Upon hearing Bane, Milton naturally understood that his mentor didn't want to tell him, so he didn't ask further. Bane chatted with Milton a little longer, then he left Milton's wizard tower. Milton's gaze lingered at the spot where Bane disappeared, then he looked away. There were some things Bane was keeping from him, maybe because he couldn't handle them, or maybe because knowing them would be useless. With no further thoughts, Milton set aside his scattered thoughts. The next moment, Milton closed his eyes and began to practice meditation using his technique. After becoming a level 4 wizard, time wasn't that important to him. In the Guardian Sea, Milton spent most of his time practicing his meditation technique. Practicing this meditation technique in reality might seem insignificant for Milton. However, Milton understood the principle that every little makes a mickle, so he didn't relax just because he'd become a level 4 wizard. He didn't pin all his hopes on the simulator alone. Now that he knew the secret of the level 5 wizards, he needed to plan earlier during his simulations. With countless simulations accumulated, Milton would one day find the rule that belonged to him. Time flew by, and half a year passed quickly. Inside the wizard tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes and stopped his meditation practice. The next moment, his spiritual power paused, then returned to Milton's spiritual sea. At the same time, a transparent pale blue light screen appeared in front of him. Text simulation count, 1. Start text simulation. After half a year of build-up, another text simulation was at hand. Yes. Looking at the black text in front of him, Milton didn't hesitate and started the simulation. This was Milton's third text simulation since becoming a level 4 wizard. During the previous 2 simulations, Milton chose to retain his technique. This time in the simulation, Milton chooses to practice meditation. Because the techniques in his spiritual sea had already reached their limit, he would naturally choose to retain realm this time. The simulation began, and rows of black text surfaced in front of Milton. 39 years old, you don't leave the Guardian Sea, but continue to diligently practice meditation in the Wizard Tower. 45 years old, practicing meditation, it seems like you can't feel the passing of time. Years old, practicing meditation is boring. You choose to leave the Guardian Sea and return to Wizard Continent. Years old, on the Wizard Continent, you meet your father before leaving the continent and returning to the Guardian Sea. Years old, you stop practicing meditation and take the first mission after becoming a level 4 wizard. Years old, leaving the Guardian Sea, you head to the Stellar Realm, the destination for your mission, which will take a huge chunk of your time. Years old, during your leisure time, you practice meditation, making full use of your time. Years old, your mission has reached a critical phase, you have to put a hold on practicing meditation, focusing on completing the mission. Years old, you have completed your mission from the Guardian Sea, returned to the Guardian Sea and continued to practice meditation. Years old, the inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and Bloody Sea Realm is escalating, but you are not involved. Age 484, you took up a new mission and went to the Bloody Sea Realm. Age 485, you cautiously avoided completing the mission immediately, waiting for an opportunity instead, and spent your free time practicing meditation techniques. Age 755, you completed the mission and returned to the Guardian Sea. Age 756, the Bloody Sea Realm was devoured by the Outer Domain Devil and the war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm came to an end. Age 815, you took up a new mission, which was easy for you. Age 862, you completed the mission and returned to the Guardian Sea. Age 1230, the Lord of the Guardian Sea advanced to a level 8 wizard and began a purge of other realm-level wizards organizations in the Wizard Realm. Age 1232, a massive civil war broke out in the Wizard Realm, but the power of a level 8 wizard was unstoppable. Age 1535, the Guardian Sea took complete control of the wizard realm and began invading other worlds. Age 1539, as the advance army, you went to the stellar realm where high-level existences attacked and killed you and your team. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. This. Milton Cheney stared at the black text on the simulator, unable to recover for a long time. The text simulation this time was not only beyond his expectation about how long he would live, but also the future development of the wizard realm was far from what he thought. It turned out that Guardian Lord Mancer actually became a level 8 wizard after more than 1,000 years. He really became a level 8 wizard. A level 8 wizard. If the previous Milton had some doubts that the devouring of Bloody Sea Realm might have something to do with Mancer, then Milton can fully affirm it now. And the fact that the Guardian Sea, as the largest white wizard organization in the wizard realm, eventually gained control of the entire wizard realm. It was not even satisfied with just controlling the wizard realm, but continued to invade other worlds. Such a big appetite! The Guardian Sea's history of nearly 10 million years had never invaded other worlds before. It never even conquered other planes, let alone worlds. Planning for 10 million years? That's too exaggerated, so exaggerated that Milton did not anticipate the result of this simulation at all. Retain realm. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Milton chose to retain his realm. The next moment, Milton's spiritual sea shook slightly before falling into calm. The practice of meditation techniques for 1,000 years did not bring much improvement to Milton. At least now, he could still only construct 3 fourth ring magic spells in his spiritual sea. The limit of a level 4 wizard is to construct 9 fourth ring magic spells. The current Milton was still far from reaching the limit of a level 4 wizard. Retain the memories of ages 1230, 1231, and 1539. Milton made up his mind. The next moment, 3 unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind. He quickly digested the memories, and in a mere moment, these 3 memories had been thoroughly assimilated by Milton. Milton slowly opened his eyes. There was a look of shock in his eyes. A level 8 wizard, that was too exaggerated. The massive spiritual power network that overshadowed the entire wizard realm in his memories shocked Milton. No wonder the Guardian Sea could dominate the entire wizard realm, the power of a level 8 wizard was far beyond Milton's understanding. However, Milton was somewhat puzzled. If Mancer had become so powerful, why would he still care about the wizard realm? The temptation of conquering worlds is great for level 7 wizards, but for a being like a level 8 wizard, it is not that tempting. Unless the wizard realm was very important to Mancer. Perhaps Mancer wanted to use the wizard realm to take a further step, it's also possible. Milton pondered. After a moment, his figure flashed and disappeared into the wizard tower. Chapter 287. Simulation ends, please select your rewards. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 memory segments. Retain realm. Milton Cheney made his decision in his heart, opting to retain his realm. As he chose to retain his realm, Milton's spiritual sea stirred slightly, but quickly calmed down. Retain the memories of being 75, 76, and 77 years old. The next moment, Milton activated his thoughts. 3 unfamiliar memory segments emerged in his mind. Having finished assimilating these 3 unfamiliar memories, Milton slowly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since he became a level 4 wizard. This was his 4th text simulation since he became a level 4 wizard. After the text simulation ended, Milton didn't immediately hide the panel. Instead, he turned his attention to the last column of the panel. 2 years had passed and a new count had been added to his reincarnation simulations. After the simulator upgraded, the interval for accumulating reincarnation simulations changed from 1 year to 2 years. This was the first reincarnation simulation opportunity Milton accumulated after his simulator upgrade. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to start the reincarnation simulation? Gazing at the 2 lines of black text in front of him, Milton had no hesitation. Yes. The next moment, the reincarnation simulation started and Milton's consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space. Inside the reincarnation space, Milton observed countless colorful light clusters surrounding him. He didn't inspect these closely last time, but this time, he scrutinized all the light clusters in the space. Most of the time, his gaze was fixed on the newly emerged clusters of light. After a while, Milton's eyes settled on a giant black light cluster. This light cluster was one of the new ones that appeared after he became a level 4 wizard. Even the cluster representing the wizard realm was only 1/10 of this cluster's size. If it were before, Milton wouldn't have been so curious about this black cluster due to his personality traits. But things were different now. After the simulator upgrade, rules masking allowed him not to worry so much. Now, he was extremely curious about the world this black cluster represented. Milton's gaze lingered on this black cluster. After a moment, his consciousness drew nearer and nearer to the black cluster, until his consciousness and the black cluster completely merged. Milton's consciousness darkened, and he plunged into darkness. He had no idea how much time had passed. It might have been a matter of moments, or countless years. Anyway, when his consciousness recovered, he found himself not in a strange environment, but in the familiar top floor of the Wizard Tower. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated reincarnation memory. Host is not affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection. Function not activated. Do you want to turn it on manually? Don't turn on memory protection. Milton decided in his heart. Milton instinctively rubbed his forehead. He had overestimated himself. The higher the level of the world, the less control he had. Especially the world represented by the black cluster, which is much more advanced than the wizard realm. The reincarnation simulation count, which took 2 years to accumulate, was wasted just like that. He tried to recall the memory of the reincarnation, but it was a complete blank. It was obvious that he had died before solving the mystery of his birth in the reincarnation simulation. He may have died even before he was born. This was not the first time this had happened. The same thing happened during a previous reincarnation simulation. This reincarnation provided absolutely no gains. It wasn't good news. It meant that he wouldn't have any advantages even if he chose this world for his next reincarnation. The waste of a reincarnation simulation count was a bit painful even for Milton. Each simulation count was precious to him. This was especially the case after the simulator was upgraded, as the accumulation time for simulation counts became longer. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Milton decided not to dwell on it any longer. Since the simulation count was already wasted, thinking about it wouldn't help. The next moment, Milton started to operate his meditation routes and began to practice the meditation technique. Time passed, and 2 months quickly flew by. When the Book of Truth received a message in his spiritual sea, Milton put a pause on his cultivation of the meditation technique. Milton withdrew his spiritual power and checked the message in the Book of Truth. After reading the message, Milton rose from his seat and left the Wizard Tower. Milton reappeared in his mentor Bernard's Sounds of Sea pavilion. "Mentor, you summoned me." Milton initiated the conversation. "I've taken on a new mission from the Guardian Sea and will be leaving soon. This departure will last at least 100 years. As soon as Milton arrived, Mentor Bernard started to explain. The mission of the Guardian Sea was unavoidable for every member. Even Mentor Bernard was no exception. Although his mission deadline hadn't arrived, he still decided to take on the Guardian Sea's mission ahead of time. "So soon? I remember your mission deadline hasn't arrived yet." Milton spoke. He remembered his mentor, Bernard, wasn't very keen on completing missions. Every time, he barely met the deadline to accept the task. He wondered why Bernard had accepted it early this time. "Yes, I accepted the mission ahead of time," Bernard responded. Milton nodded, indicating his understanding. Bernard had his reasons for accepting the mission early. If Bernard didn't say anything about it, Milton wouldn't actively ask. "Mentor, where is your mission location this time?" Chapter 288. Milton Cheney asked. Most of the missions assigned to a level 4 wizard are outside the wizard realm, even in other worlds. A prominent feature of these missions is their lengthy completion time. They often require a great deal of time to complete thoroughly. The missions may not necessarily be dangerous, but the time needed to complete them is definitely lengthy. "The fourth void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm," Bernard spoke up. Hearing this, Milton furrowed his brow slightly. The void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. It's true that the inter-realm war between the Wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm has just begun. It's also true that the void battlefield is not highly dangerous. But this lack of danger is only applicable within the void battlefield of the wizard realm. Because this is the home turf of the wizard realm, where the number of wizards far exceeds that of the blood descendants, the danger level is certainly low. But the situation in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm is different. That's their territory. It could be said that the current void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm is even more dangerous than the Bloody Sea realm. Just like for the blood descendants, the current void battlefield of the wizard realm is definitely more dangerous than the wizard continent. Furthermore, missions like these involve a long completion time. This means that his mentor Bernard will have to stay in the fourth void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm for quite some time. The danger is absolutely high. Milton remembered from some simulations that Bernard had lost his life during a mission. And that mission's location was the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. It's highly likely that Bernard was talking about this very mission. Mentor, this mission is far too dangerous, Milton said earnestly, hoping to get Bernard's attention. He knew if he didn't intervene, Bernard could very well lose his life during this mission. This was not Milton's speculation, but a conclusion drawn from countless simulations. Hearing what Milton said, Bernard couldn't help but chuckle. He messaged Milton just to keep him informed. He never expected his student to worry about him so much. You don't even know what the mission exactly is. How can you declare it dangerous? Although the mission's location in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm is a fact, the actual mission poses no danger to me. Your concern is unnecessary, Bernard replied with a smile. Regardless, he could sense his student's concern, which naturally improved his mood. Mentor, I'm serious. If the Bloody Sea realm is confident enough to wage an inter-realm war against the wizard realm, they must have something up their sleeves. The war is bound to erupt sooner or later, and the place where it breaks out may very well be in the void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. There's a chance you could get caught up in it, Milton replied earnestly. The scenes from the simulations reflected in reality gave Milton a considerable sense of urgency. He didn't want his mentor to lose his life over a mission. Hearing the sincerity and seriousness in Milton's voice, Bernard's expression gradually grew serious as well. Bernard understood his student. He knew that Milton rarely joked around. If Milton was saying this, there had to be a reason behind it. Did you discover something? Bernard asked. Just a guess, but it's enough, Milton replied. Of course, he couldn't say that he had experienced it in the simulations. After all, no one would believe him even if he revealed his external plugin, the simulator. Hearing what Milton had to say, Bernard began to ponder, knitting his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't given much thought to this mission up until now. But after Milton's warning, he decided to be more cautious. I understand, I will make further preparations, Bernard said. Hearing this, Milton breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if Bernard said this, it meant he was seriously considering the situation. As long as Bernard was on full alert beforehand, there was a high likelihood that the events from the simulation would not come to pass. How is your magic construction progressing? Seeing that Milton had relaxed a bit, Bernard changed the subject. Not bad, I should be able to construct my first fourth ring magic within 10 years. Milton replied. Right now, he was quite adept at embellishing the truth. 10 years? That's quite fast. I remember it took me 40 years to construct my first fourth ring magic, Bernard expressed with a sense of emotion. Indeed, the world of a genius and that of an ordinary person are completely different. However, if he knew that Milton Cheney had already constructed 3 fourth ring magic techniques, his mood would be far from emotional. After all, Milton Cheney is not a genius, but an overperformer. Do you wish to stay in the Guardian Sea to further develop your magic or spend some time in the void battlefield of the wizard realm? Bernard inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. After all, last time they spoke, Cheney had already expressed the idea to go to the void battlefield of the wizard realm. Upon hearing this, Cheney pondered for a moment. If it were before, he might have considered going to the void battlefield of the wizard realm for a while. But after experiencing 4 text simulations and 1 reincarnation simulation, Cheney changed his mind. Just wait a little longer. At least wait until the next reincarnation simulation is completed. Let's wait a little longer. I don't think I will leave the Guardian Sea in the next few years. After a moment, Cheney responded. For him, it doesn't matter where he is. After all, if he simply wants to practice meditation techniques, it doesn't matter where he cultivates in real life. The key is to rely on the simulator. However, in terms of simulation count accumulation, the Guardian Sea is definitely safer than the void battlefield. Staying in the Guardian Sea, at least for the moment, Cheney is in no danger at all. Bernard nodded his head, and spoke. If you want to go to the void battlefield, it's better to go sooner rather than later. The later it is, the more dangerous the void battlefield becomes. After 100 years, perhaps even the Guardian Sea will become involved. Hearing this, Cheney nodded his head. What Bernard said was correct, the later it gets the more dangerous the void battlefield becomes in the inter-realm war. But one thing Bernard got wrong. That is, the Guardian Sea may be involved after 100 years. In fact, the Guardian Sea has long been involved, and this inter-realm war is closely related to the Guardian Lord. Time passed, and Bernard and Cheney talked for a while before Bernard left first. After Bernard left, Cheney did not linger any longer. His figure flickered and disappeared from the top floor of the Sounds of Sea Pavilion. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a year and a half has passed. Guardian Sea, the top of the Wizard Tower. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the panel that had just been hidden. Who? Breathing out a turbid breath, Cheney slowly opened his eyes. The 3 preserved memories from this time were of great use to him. Just as he predicted, his mentor Bernard, even after making thorough preparations, still got seriously hurt during the mission. But after 3 text simulations, Cheney has found the best way to deal with it. He just needs to make a trip to the 4th void battlefield of the Bloody Sea realm. Without further thought, Cheney didn't get up, but continued to practice his meditation technique. Time passed. After 4 months. Simulation ends. Please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. In a pulse of thought, Cheney again chose to retain the realm. I choose to retain memories from my 522nd, 523rd, and 524th years. After digesting these 3 memories, Cheney once again focused his attention on the last column of the simulator. Reincarnation Simulation Count L. Do you wish to begin the reincarnation simulation? Begin. Cheney thought in his mind. The moment the reincarnation simulation began, Cheney's consciousness once again appeared in the reincarnation space. Everything was so familiar. Looking down at the various light clusters beneath him, Cheney's gaze finally stopped on a black light cluster. It must be said that Cheney is an adventurous character. He wasted opportunities in 2 previous reincarnation simulations, but ultimately chose to reincarnate into the world that wasted his opportunities. This time was no exception. With a flicker of consciousness, Cheney merged into the black light cluster. Chapter 289. At some point, it seemed as though time had stopped flowing. A ray of light carried Milton Cheney's consciousness towards a pitch-black world. None noticed its existence. Unaware of how long had passed, it might have been a year, or perhaps countless years. In the Holy Radiance Kingdom, within the Holy Radiance Church, Milton Cheney, who had been praying, opened his eyes, his hazy vision becoming clear. The memories in his mind were slowly digested by Milton, helping him understand his current identity and situation. The mystery of birth was finally broken. Milton subconsciously glanced at his surroundings. At this moment, he was kneeling in a tremendously big church. There were countless people of his age around him. Everyone had their eyes closed whilst praying, making Milton, who was observing his surroundings, stand out. Focus on your prayers, do not let your mind wander. A voice reached Milton's ears. Milton shifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. An old man was smiling at him, the voice came from him. However, it seemed that only Milton could hear it, as none of the other praying individuals were affected by the voice. Milton ceased his observation of the surroundings, closed his eyes once again and began to pray, guided by the memories in his mind. Time passed. The church was silent, save for the sounds of breathing and prayer. Eventually, after a moment, the bell rang. Everyone opened their eyes and stopped their prayers. The people around Milton, just like robots, left the church in perfect unison. Milton too, acted just like them, his face expressionless, preparing to leave the church. Although he had integrated 8 years of this world's memories, he knew almost nothing about this world. The memory of his birth had become hazy and unclear, the only recollection he had was praying here day after day for several years. "Cheney, you stay." Just as Milton was preparing to leave the church, a voice reached his ears. Milton subconsciously stopped on his tracks. It didn't seem like the people around him noticed the commotion, they continued to orderly exit the church. "Reverend." Milton looked at the old man and spoke respectfully. In his memories, the most respected figure in the entire church was undoubtedly the old man in front of him. The clergyman of the Holy Radiance Church. "Cheney, your heart is no longer sincere, incapable of being truly devoted to the Holy Radiance Church, you've lost the hope of becoming a believer. Leave this place." The old man spoke. Upon hearing his words, Milton felt a jolt in his heart. The old man's words gave Milton an unconscious feeling that something unusual about him had been discovered. However, thinking about the notes during the simulator upgrade, Milton calmed down. "Reverend, Milton began to speak, but was interrupted by the old man. "Leave this place. You've lost the hope of becoming a believer. You can go to the northern part of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Becoming a mercenary might be a good choice." Hearing this, Milton didn't say anything more, but just nodded to show he understood. He had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the old man before him didn't feel like a person, but rather more like a robot. This might be difficult to understand. But this old man in front of Milton felt like an NPC in the online games of his previous life. "Reverend, how can I go to the northern part of the Holy Radiance Kingdom?" Milton asked. Keep in mind that he was only 8 years old, and he had stayed in the Holy Radiance Church since his birth without ever leaving. Telling him to head north towards the Holy Radiance Kingdom all by himself was nothing short of a wild dream. Milton not only lacked an understanding of this world. His understanding of the Holy Radiance Kingdom, where he was currently located, didn't extend beyond this tiny part called the Holy Radiance Church. Hearing Milton's question, the old man's face remained unchanged, his smile remaining. It was as though this was his only expression. "You can find Da Vinci, he can lead you to the northern part of the Holy Radiance Kingdom." The old man spoke. Milton felt increasingly strange. He felt that these words of the elderly man seemed to be preset. Therefore, Milton tentatively asked, "Reverend, is there anything I can help you with?" The moment his words fell, the old man's face didn't change. After a moment, the old man spoke, "You are not a believer, so you can't help me." "Reverend, even though I'm not a believer, I might still be able to help you with some matters." Milton asked again. He was asking this way in order to verify some suspicions he had. "You are not a believer, so you can't help me." Upon hearing this, Milton fell silent. Could it be a real NPC? Is this a game world? Several thoughts rushed through Milton's mind. A normal person certainly wouldn't have this kind of reaction facing Milton's questions. It felt completely like a preset dialogue. It was even like a low-intelligence NPC. Milton had some conjectures, but he couldn't be completely certain. After all, the representation of this world in the reincarnation space was a black light cluster that was 10 times larger than the wizard realm. A game world, could that be possible? However, it might also be possible that this world had gone beyond what Milton was able to comprehend. "Reverend, if someone has 2 snake fruits, and he gives his friend 1, how many does he have now?" Chapter 290. Milton Cheney started to ask. This could no longer be considered probing, it was overtly blunt. If the clergyman before him were a normal person, he certainly wouldn't just be responding with a faint smile. But when Milton Cheney asked a question even a fool could answer, the clergyman before him didn't react at all. Still just smiling faintly at him, but not answering the question. "Reverend?" Milton Cheney inquired softly. "Milton, your heart is no longer sincere, you lack true devotion to the Holy Radiance Church, you lost your chance to become a believer. Leave this place." The old man spoke. So it really was preset. So does this mean that I triggered these words from the clergyman because I did not pray sincerely in the church before? Milton Cheney's thoughts were in a whirl. It was too bizarre. All the worlds he had experienced in his previous reincarnations were normal worlds. But the world he was reincarnated into this time seemed rather abnormal. From Milton Cheney's perspective, this world was just like a game world. And the old man before him was like an NPC preset in the game world. Milton Cheney tentatively asked a few more questions, and finally came to a conclusion. That is, the old man before him would only utter a few phrases back and forth, like a preset robot. Milton Cheney finally left the church. He was eager to know what the hell was going on in this world. He longed to know whether the world he now inhabited was a real one. Da Vinci, I appreciate your help. Milton Cheney got into Da Vinci's carriage and said. However, the Da Vinci he addressed did not respond. But Milton Cheney was already used to it. Months had passed, and Milton Cheney had come to realize that this world was indeed a game world. Besides him, everyone else in this world was an NPC, with no one he could have a real conversation with apart from the clergyman. After sitting in the carriage for a while, the carriage did not move. Knowing it would be useless to ask Da Vinci, Milton Cheney could only wait in the carriage. A moment later, a blond young man entered the carriage. The blond young man glanced at Milton Cheney and said nothing. Milton Cheney did not initiate a conversation either. He really had no desire to interact with these NPCs. The moment the blond young man got into the carriage, Da Vinci flicked the whip, and the carriage began to move. Milton Cheney sat inside, closing his eyes to rest and contemplate what he should do after reincarnating into this world. Truthfully, Milton Cheney had many speculative thoughts about what this world might be like before his reincarnation. But he never expected it to be a game world. Seeing Milton Cheney closing his eyes engrossed in some thoughts, the blond young man, Connor, creased his brows slightly. Fire stealer! Suddenly, a voice echoed in Milton Cheney's ears. Milton Cheney's eyelids twitched as he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on the blond young man before him. If his hearing wasn't impaired, then the young man before him must have initiated a conversation with him. Are you really a fire stealer? Which divine system do you belong to? How did you enter the Holy Radiance Divine Kingdom? Connor asked with a furrowed brow. As Connor finished speaking, Milton Cheney felt a bit puzzled, but he kept calm. Fire stealer? Holy Radiance Divine Kingdom? What was all this nonsense? The young man before him didn't seem like an NPC. And the world he was in didn't seem like a game world but a divine kingdom? That was what Milton Cheney deduced from the young man's words. A myriad of thoughts instantaneously overwhelmed Milton Cheney. These notions overturned his previous speculation that this world was a game world. You seem to know nothing. You should at least know which divine system you belong to, right? I can confirm that you are not a part of the Holy Radiance Divine System. Connor spoke. However, seeing that Milton Cheney still had no intention of replying, Connor looked somewhat puzzled. Do you have a memory problem? Hearing these words, Milton Cheney nodded. It seemed to be the first time Connor had encountered such a situation. He ruffled his blonde hair and asked, Do you know where this place is? The Holy Radiance Divine Kingdom. Milton Cheney responded uncertainly. Connor nodded and then shook his head. If you are not the fire stealer, then how did you appear here? Connor asked again. Milton Cheney shook his head. Was he supposed to mention that he had reincarnated from the wizard realm? He doubted the young man in front of him even knew what the wizard realm was. You don't belong to any divine system. As if suddenly recalling something, Connor's eyes lit up as he spoke. What's a divine system? And what's a divine kingdom? Milton Cheney asked. Having finally encountered a person who wasn't an NPC, he surely couldn't let the opportunity slip. If he could fully understand this world, then even if the reincarnation simulation ended right away, it wouldn't be a loss. However, if the reincarnation simulation ended while he was still completely unfamiliar with this world, that would truly be wasting a reincarnation opportunity. Upon hearing this, Connor's eyes shone even brighter. He hadn't expected that during his visit back to the Holy Radiance Divine Kingdom, he would encounter a hatchling. If he could entice the hatchling to follow him, wouldn't that mean a potential true god might emerge within the Holy Radiance Divine System? What a considerable merit that would be! Connor slowly exhaled a deep breath. The way he looked at Milton had changed, a fervor now apparent in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. A divine system is a faction of true gods, and a divine kingdom is a true god's territory. I am a third-class believer of the Holy Radiance, the divine system god of Holy Radiance, and current here is the third divine kingdom of the Holy Radiance. Connor explained. So, this place isn't the real world? Milton replied. The real world? Connor slightly frowned, unable to comprehend the meaning of Milton's words. I don't understand what you mean. This certainly is the real world. Otherwise, how could we communicate? Connor said. Realizing that Connor didn't understand him, Milton tried to explain differently. When I spoke about the real world, I was referring to the world where the true gods reside. The world where the true gods reside. The true gods live in the same world as us, what are you talking about? Now even more confused, Connor felt as though he couldn't keep up with Milton's line of thinking. Aren't we currently within the divine kingdom of a true god? Isn't the divine kingdom of a true god within the body of a true god? Milton was confounding things. He felt that he and Connor weren't on the same wavelength. Inside the body of a true god. Connor was stumped. Who told you that the divine kingdom of a true god is inside the body of a true god? The divine kingdom of a true god is an independent land-based kingdom and the true god's territory. How could it be inside the true god's body? As soon as Connor finished speaking, Milton immediately understood. He had been overthinking. He had always thought that the divine kingdom of a true god was within the body of the true god. He blamed the novels of his previous life for misleading him. What did you mean earlier by fire stealer? Milton, realizing his misunderstanding, switched topics and asked. A type of special believer, they have the capacity to pilfer beliefs. Why do all the people here? What Milton really wanted to ask was why everyone acted like robots, but he didn't know how to phrase it. However, Connor seemed to understand Milton's intent. After hearing Milton's question, he responded. You're asking why the people in the divine kingdom don't seem like normal human beings. Milton nodded. That's because they are all first-class believers, they are devoid of thought. Connor explained. These first-class believers were believers used as tools to provide beliefs, they didn't have the ability to think. Hence, they were naturally incapable of communication or interaction. What about the clergyman from the Holy Radiance Church, is he also a first-class believer? Milton asked. He is a second-class believer, possessing some basic cognitive abilities and can carry out simple orders. Connor clarified. How does one become a true god? Milton inquired once again. The question left Connor silent. Could the question possibly have a broader scope? Firstly, you must not belong to any divine system. Which means, you could potentially become a true god. After a moment of silence, Connor responded. However, he still concealed some information. Chapter 291. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. In the Holy Radiance Kingdom, outside the northern city, an open wilderness spread out. The north was the coldest area in the Holy Radiance Kingdom. After reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney found himself unable to cultivate any transcendent path. So, at this time, he was simply an ordinary 8-year-old boy. This world had one thing in common with the Azure Star world, where Cheney had reincarnated before. That was, Cheney could not cultivate any of the transcendent paths that he had mastered. That's not to say Cheney hadn't tried. In fact, he tried all the transcendent paths he had mastery over. However, the final result was the same. In this world, he could not cultivate any Otitnum. Wearing a thick coat, Cheney was sitting cross-legged next to a stove. Besides him, Connor was also sitting by his side. Compared to Cheney, however, Connor was dressed a bit more lightly. At present, Cheney still did not have the qualifications to enter Northern City. Therefore, he could only set up a tent in the wilderness outside the city walls. Cheney, have you considered what I've proposed? Leave the Holy Radiance Kingdom with me, I will take you to meet the God of Holy Radiance, Connor said. Cheney exhaled a puff of cold air but did not respond immediately. This was not the first time Connor had voiced this proposition, but Cheney was still mulling over it. Half a year had gone by, and Cheney's understanding of this world had increased somewhat. He knew himself well, and was certain that he was definitely not one of these so-called hatchlings. However, his uniqueness had led Connor to mistake his identity. Connor may not have caught on, but the so-called God of Holy Radiance mentioned by Connor would certainly be able to tell he was no hatchling. Cheney wasn't sure what kind of entity the God of Holy Radiance was, nor did he know what would happen when he truly came face to face with this deity. This was why Cheney hadn't immediately agreed to Connor's proposal. Every page. Reincarnation simulation opportunity was precious to Cheney, and he certainly didn't want to waste another one. Fortunately, Connor had not forced him to make a decision just yet. After all, if Connor really wanted to take him away by force, the current Cheney would have absolutely no chance of resistance. Even though Connor was merely a believer of the god of holy radiance, he could definitely be considered a transcender. Connor, I believe I'm not the hatchling you think I am, Cheney finally said, moving his hand closer to the burning stove. He had not felt such cold since many years ago, when he became a knight. Upon hearing this, Connor shook his head. Cheney, it's normal for all hatchlings to not believe they're hatchlings. But you must understand, if you continue to stay here, you will spend your entire life in solitude. You must have already experienced this. Apart from me, there's no one else here that you can talk to normally. Since you cannot become a believer, it means that you will remain an ordinary person forever. With that being the case, why not try the true God path? Even if you only become a demigod, you can still reign over countless others, Connor voiced his persuasion. Undeniably, Connor was quite eloquent. His words were immensely persuasive. Even Cheney found himself somewhat intrigued. There were some points in Connor's speech that Cheney couldn't refute. If he continued to stay here, he might indeed spend his life in loneliness. After all, aside from Cheney, everyone else here was a believer of the god of holy radiance. Cheney could not communicate with these believers. And it seemed that due to the reason why Cheney reincarnated here, he had developed his own thoughts and thereby, had no hope of becoming a believer. Meaning, he could not become a transcender in this world. Living his life as an ordinary person would indeed be a waste of a reincarnation simulation opportunity. This realization set Cheney's thoughts spinning. With a long future ahead, should he make his choice now? If he lost this opportunity, would a similar one come around again in the future? Cheney was sure that he definitely was not a hatchling. He was merely an outsider who accidentally reincarnated into the Holy Radiance Kingdom. No one saw the anomalies when he reincarnated into this world. However, when he stood before a true god, he wasn't sure whether this deity would be able to perceive the secrets hidden within him. Cheney was not afraid of death. Although each reincarnation simulation opportunity was precious to him, he could accumulate one every 2 years. What Cheney was afraid of was being imprisoned with no chance of death. Cheney had a lot to consider. Every time he did something, he tended to prepare for the worst. If he could accept even the worst outcome, then he would dare to take the risk. The reason for his hesitation this time was because he couldn't accept the possible worst outcome. The level of this world was too high. In the reincarnation space, this world was represented by a black light cluster that was 10 times larger than the purple light cluster representing the wizard realm. Cheney hadn't truly witnessed the true god of this world yet. However, standing at the pinnacle of this world, the god could, at the very least, be on par with a level 7 wizard. Of course, these were just some of Cheney's speculations, but he believed his guesses were not far from the truth. Should I take a risk and try it? Cheney pondered. Cheney was unsure if the simulator's rules masking only hid his status when he was reincarnating into this world. Chapter 292. Still, it was entirely, thoroughly masked. If it's the latter, even if he truly sees the so-called true god this time, he might not be identified with his actual identity. Even if some clues are noticed, as long as he is not identified as a person beyond the realm, Milton Cheney can accept. The question of whether to take the risk essentially depends on whether the simulator is that perverse. While Milton Cheney is pondering, Connor does not interrupt Milton's thoughts with his words. In his eyes, the 8-year-old Milton Cheney is undoubtedly a hatchling. There are no other possibilities, otherwise, how could a normal 8-year-old child have such high wisdom? After a while, a hint of joy appeared in Connor's eyes. Because Milton Cheney, whom he had been looking at, nodded. At the same time, a voice entered his ears. I will go with you to witness the god of holy radiance. Milton Cheney said. Milton Cheney finally decided to meet the so-called god of holy radiance. Because Milton Cheney knows he can't delay any longer. Connor, who is in front of him, looks very gentle. But Cheney knew that if he ultimately chose not to see the god of holy radiance, then Connor's methods would not be so gentle. After all, for Connor, he is definitely a treasure that cannot be given up. Otherwise, Connor wouldn't have followed him for half a year without doing anything. You have made the right decision. Connor said, with a smile on his face. The half year was not wasted. In fact, Milton Cheney had a good idea, if he eventually decided not to see the god of holy radiance. Then Connor would have to forcibly take Milton Cheney away. Although this might offend a future demigod or true god. But Connor knew that if Milton Cheney really became a demigod or true god in the future, he would not hold grudges but rather might thank him. Time passed, 5 years later. Appearing suddenly in a special space, Milton Cheney instinctively looked around at his surroundings. "Don't look around." A voice entered Milton Cheney's ears. "The owner of this voice is Connor." Milton Cheney nodded slightly, acknowledging, no longer looking around, but staring straight ahead. It has been 5 years since Milton Cheney promised Connor to meet the god of holy radiance. Only after agreeing to Connor did Milton Cheney realize that the god of holy radiance cannot be seen whenever desired. Over the years, Connor prayed countless times, but was never responded to. Until just now, he was finally responded to. The god of holy radiance agrees to meet Milton Cheney. "Connor, you have done well." Suddenly, a mighty voice echoed in this special space. A white light emerged, and this white light eventually shone on Connor. The next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on Connor's face. Before Connor could speak, Milton Cheney saw Connor disappear into this space. In the space that originally had 2 people, only Milton Cheney was left. All this happened in an instant, making Milton Cheney somewhat astonished, but his expression did not change. He did not look around at his surroundings, but stood still. Some time later, a white light cluster appeared in front of Milton Cheney. The moment the light cluster appeared before Milton Cheney, it turned into a man in a golden robe. The person who suddenly appeared before Milton Cheney gave him a very strange feeling. An indescribable feeling. Shouldn't the feeling brought by a true god be warm? Milton Cheney couldn't feel any warmth, but felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from his heart. A bit of fresh blood surged from Milton Cheney's throat, and there was a taste of rusty steel in his mouth. This feeling, Milton Cheney hadn't experienced in countless years. "We are not the same kind, you are not a hatchling," the man in the golden robe said. The moment the man spoke, that uncomfortable feeling Milton Cheney had disappeared. When Milton Cheney looked at the man in the golden robe, that strange feeling was gone, as if everything just now was an illusion. The man in front of him now felt like an ordinary middle-aged man. "You are a reincarnate." Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney was greatly shocked. Damn it! The rule masking of the simulator indeed failed to completely mask it. Milton Cheney knew this reincarnation simulation might be coming to an end. Of course, it would be best if it ended here. He understood very well that he stood no chance against the true God before him. Milton Cheney didn't speak any more, he knew that whatever he said now would be pointless. "Why did you choose to reincarnate in my divine kingdom? Was your own divine system's kingdom entirely eroded? You must have heard of me in your previous life, you know I don't interfere in others' affairs much. Still, you ultimately chose to reincarnate in my kingdom, can you tell me why?" The middle-aged man asked, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. There was a touch of confusion in his tone. It had been a long time since a true god from another divine system had reincarnated in his kingdom. This tone suggested that the middle-aged man was treating Milton Cheney as a peer in their conversation. Milton Cheney felt a bit stunned, but promptly regained his composure. His expression did not change at all. However, countless thoughts surged within him. He was starting to understand. The reincarnation the god of holy radiance talked about was probably not the same kind he was thinking of. It appeared as though the real gods of this world also possessed an ability to reincarnate. From the words of the god of holy radiance, Milton Cheney was able to deduce quite a bit. What should he do now? Pretend to be knowledgeable? The matter is too intricate for me to divulge directly. Milton Cheney replied in an indifferent tone. His final course of action was, to be ambiguous. Because he knew too little at present. The less he knew, the less he should say. If he talks too much, he might reveal something unusual. You don't trust my divine thought. You should be able to see that my divine thought has not been compromised. If you're still not convinced, you can wait until my main body returns from the divine realm. The man in the golden robe seemed to anticipate what Milton Cheney would say. That's right, it's exactly like that. The more he guesses, the better. Milton Cheney was now mindful of another piece of information from the man standing right in front of him. That was, this god of holy radiance was not the main body but a divine thought. As for what a divine thought is, Milton Cheney didn't know. Perhaps it was a sort of incarnation. Milton Cheney had no idea what the divine thought of the God of Holy Radiance before him was thinking. But Milton knew this: the more this so-called divine thought of the God of Holy Radiance thought, the bigger his advantage would be. As long as he's not suspected of being a transmigrator from outside the realm, Milton could accept it. Your reincarnation seems to have failed this time. I didn't sense the breath of the hatchlings on your body. Losing the ability of the hatchlings means you have no chance of entering the divine realm. If you can't enter the divine realm, your potential will be limited to a demigod. The Holy Radiance divine system won't accept all of your karma for the sake of a demigod. Of course, if you can present an item or information that can move the main body, the Holy Radiance divine system might take a risk for you. The man in the golden robe before Milton Cheney stated. As he finished speaking, he looked at Milton Cheney as though waiting for him to make a decision. What he didn't know was that the Milton Cheney before him was not a true god reincarnate, but an impostor. Milton Cheney fell silent. The reason for his silence was that he simply didn't know what to say. His understanding of this world was extremely limited. Any fabrication would inevitably contain a sea of errors. Suddenly a thought flashed in Milton Cheney's mind. The reason he ended up in this world? Other than the vastness of the world. The other reason was that in the reincarnation space, he saw some real scenes on the black light cluster representing this world. Huge black tentacles, 8 in number. According to his memory, Milton Cheney said this. The 8 tentacles Milton was talking about was a scene he really saw in the reincarnation space. Puff. The next moment, Milton Cheney spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Because just a moment ago, he again felt the cold aura emanating from the middle-aged man standing before him. My apologies. The man in the golden robe spoke with slight regret. Milton Cheney shook his head indicating it didn't matter. You tried to spy on an existence like that, it's good fortune that you even made it here by reincarnation. Chapter 293. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, several months had already elapsed. Inside the God of Holy Radiance's divine thought space, Milton Cheney was sitting facing a young man. The young man, who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, was naturally the physical form of the God of Holy Radiance. The last scene you saw was a divine realm consciousness. God of Holy Radiance began. Milton nodded slightly to signal his understanding. Such existence cannot be directly perceived. You were fortunate to have succeeded in reincarnation. It was the second time Milton had heard this sentence. He first heard it several months ago. The one who said it to him was still the God of Holy Radiance, only it was his divine thought. Cannot be directly perceived? Milton could understand some of the divine realm consciousness, which might be similar to world consciousness. But the fact that he couldn't directly view it gave Milton a few thoughts. Although everything he said was real, he actually saw it in the reincarnation space, not in this world. But what Milton didn't expect was that his casual words, intended to buy some time, actually took the true God in front of him seriously. Even his physical form came from the divine realm to meet him. You don't want to tell me about your previous life's identity due to fear of unpredictable factors. The God of Holy Radiance began. In his eyes, Milton, who was pondering, must have concealed something from him. But Milton, sitting in front of him, was neither his believer nor a hatchling, so he couldn't peer into Milton's heart. He was curious about how Milton was able to reincarnate smoothly after observing the existence. Although he lost his ability as a hatchling after reincarnation, he still succeeded in reincarnation. If he can know these, maybe he can have some more means. An ordinary true god's reincarnation can't make his physical form return from the divine realm, but Milton is clearly not an ordinary true god's reincarnation. Could it be a reincarnation of a divine system god? The God of Holy Radiance pondered in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged, as if waiting for Milton's response. Let him guess Milton's identity, he definitely won't guess it correctly. The divine realm is too vast, and there are too many true gods. Moreover, the corrosion in the divine realm reaches the core, and true gods die every day. Guessing the identity of a reincarnated true god after death is like in a dreamer's words. So, the God of Holy Radiance won't guess and doesn't want to, he is waiting for Milton to tell him himself. Actually, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but my memories of my previous life have almost completely faded. The only memory left is the 8 tentacles I mentioned. Milton began to speak. This is tantamount to revealing his cards. A true god's reincarnation who has lost all previous memories and no longer has the ability of a hatchling is essentially useless to the Holy Radiance divine system. But Milton can't help it. After all, his true identity is not the reincarnation of a true god in this world, but an extraterritorial reincarnation. Let him concoct a story in front of a true god, the story he makes up will definitely be full of holes. If that's the case, it's better to lay his cards on the table. Pretending to lose memory is better than making up stories. At least the former is more credible. Lost all the memories from your previous life. The god of Holy Radiance rephrased, but there was no surprise in his tone. Milton nodded. Since he had begun to pretend to lose his memory, he had to keep it up. Even if Milton wants to make up a story now, it was already too late, he had to stick to his path no matter what. The next moment, the god of Holy Radiance in Milton's eyes moved. God of Holy Radiance raised his arm slightly, and a pure white, crystal-like sphere appeared in his hand. Place your hand on it, this retrospective object can trace back to your previous life's memory. Don't you want to know your past life's memory? The God of Holy Radiance began. Milton was silent for a moment, as if pondering. The moment had still come, the God of Holy Radiance had not believed his words. The time for verification had arrived. But Milton knew if this retrospective object truly allowed him to see the memories of his past life, like the true God in front of him, it would be the end. At that time, all his lies would be exposed. But at this time, it seemed that Milton had no other choice. Run? Surely, he couldn't escape. Commit suicide to end this simulation? The probability of committing suicide in front of a true God was almost zero. So, the only path that lay before him was to place his hand on the retrospective object in the God of Holy Radiance's hand, and to take a gamble. Gamble that the simulator really did conceal everything. Bet that this retrospective object couldn't see his previous life. After all, he had many past lives, who would know which one would manifest on this retrospective object? The next moment, Milton stretched out his hand, lightly placing it on the retrospective object. The moment Milton's hand was on the retrospective object, the pure white retrospective object turned pitch black. Milton sighed with relief, knowing that the simulator saved him again. Black represents nothingness, and it also indicates that this retrospective object hadn't traced back any memory of his past life. But just as Milton was about to withdraw his hand, a red light appeared on the pitch-black retrospective object in front of him. This red light grew stronger and eventually covered the entire retrospective object. Chapter 294. Damn it! Milton Cheney's heart pounded. A problem still arises. No matter which of his past lives' memories the retrospective object is bringing back this time, his secret is about to be exposed. This was the first time Milton experienced a bad vibe in the simulator. However, the God of Holy Radiance seemed oblivious to Milton's mood, continuing to stare intently at the retrospective object in Milton's hand. It seems that this situation with the retrospective object was within his expectations. He stared at the retrospective object with interest, his curiosity piqued about which divine system's true God Milton's past life belonged to. At that moment, the red retrospection object exploded. A transparent light screen spawned before Milton and the God of Holy Radiance. A red-haired man, robed in red, was presented in the light screen. There appeared to be an unextinguishable flame consuming the man. However, rather than curiosity, Milton was filled with more confusion and doubt. The man on the screen is indeed himself. Of that, Milton was sure. Because he was all too familiar with the face. But if indeed, as the God of Holy Radiance had said, the retrospective object recalled his past life's image, then Milton could confirm that he had never experienced this particular life. This meant the life the retrospective object has shown was false. This was Milton's deduction. Was it because of the simulator? Milton pondered in his heart, yet his face gave no sign of change. Pretending to be interested, Milton gauged the transparent light screen before him. At this point, on top of the light screen, a blob of darkness gradually expanded until it encapsulated the entire figure of Milton presented on the screen. The God of Holy Radiance expressed his feelings with a tinge of fascination. Is the location of that screen's me within the divine realm? Milton asked softly. Exactly, the divine realm. The black light that surrounds you is the power of erosion from the divine realm. However, from the response from the light screen, your location appears to be at the periphery of the divine realm. This is quite strange. The power of erosion has already seeped into the heartland of the divine realm, but your past life's location is surprisingly at the frontiers of the divine realm. The god of holy radiance stated. Then, as if he remembered something, he continued. There is only one possibility. Before your reincarnation, the power of erosion hadn't reached the heart of the divine realm. This means that the era of your past life is extremely distant from the present. As the words finished, different thoughts brewed in Milton's mind. He, depicted on top of the light screen, was said to be in the divine realm. Did the simulator fabricate his reincarnation into this world? When did the simulator become so intelligent? Could it now assist him in constructing a fabricated life? At that moment, as if he recalled something, Milton's pupils slightly contracted. His thinking was narrowly perilous. His considerations were too few. Who's to say it must be fictitious? What if the self displayed on the screen wasn't a fictitious reincarnation, but a genuine one? Only this reincarnation was not in the present but in the future? Milton swallowed all these thoughts. Simultaneously, the black light engulfing Milton on the light screen was incinerated into ashes by the flames surrounding him within a moment. Seeing this scene, disbelief arose in the eyes of the god of holy radiance. It seemed as if he remembered something. Flame's main god. Your previous life was actually the Flame's main god. No wonder you could reincarnate even after peeping into the divine realm consciousness, at the mere cost of losing your past memory. The Flame's main god. The head of one of the 12 main divine systems, the Flame's divine system, one of the top-tier individuals in the divine realm. This existence was far too unreachable for the god of holy radiance. Yet here and now, the reincarnation of the Flame's main god stood right before him. Such an existence, who knew what kind of preparations he had? Perhaps he himself was but a pawn in Milton's grand scheme. The mood of the god of holy radiance fluctuated clearly. He had not expected he would fall into the schemes of such an entity. He regretted his rash decision to probe into Milton's past memories. A main god, after all, carried too many intertwining karma. At this point, he may already be incapable of withdrawing. Watching the fluctuations in the moods of the god of holy radiance before him, Milton wondered what the other was thinking. Though, had Milton known the thoughts within the heart of the god of holy radiance, he might have burst into laughter. But at this instant, Milton Cheney, within the light screen, seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head towards the location of the god of holy radiance and himself outside the light screen. He seemed to have noticed their spying. The Milton Cheney on the light screen looked at the Milton Cheney outside the screen, nodding, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he mouthed something. In the next moment, a flare of fire flashed in the eyes of the Milton Cheney within the light screen. The light screen standing in front of Milton Cheney and the god of holy radiance shattered to pieces. But Milton's thoughts at this time were not on the shattered light screen in front of him. He was a bit dazed. Because Milton caught the final motion of the Milton within the light screen's lips. He could be sure that it was Mandarin. Those two words were also meant for him in reality. If the previous he was just suspicious, then he was now sure. The memory of his past life retraced by the retrospective object on the light screen might truly be a real reincarnation of his. However, this reincarnation was a future reincarnation. Combining this with what the god of holy radiance said. In one of his futures in this world, did he become the so-called Flame's main god? Not only did Milton Cheney see this scene on the light screen, but the god of holy radiance also saw it. He could now be sure that he was absolutely caught up in Milton Cheney's plotting. Otherwise, why would Milton reincarnate in his divine kingdom and not other true God's kingdom? Random? That is impossible. Every move of such an important person must inevitably have deep meaning. Can you tell me your plan? I don't want to be a pawn who knows nothing. The god of holy radiance spoke flatly. Falling into the plotting of a person of great stature may lead to doom, yet would this not also potentially be an opportunity for further advancement? At least, the god of holy radiance thought so. But he had no idea that after saying these words, the expression of the Milton Cheney in front of him almost broke. After being dazed for a moment, Milton had already calmed his emotions. But after the god of holy radiance's words, Milton almost lost control of his maintained expression. What? What are you talking about? Plotting? Pawns? What kind of being is the flame's main god? Can you tell me? Milton Cheney didn't answer the words of the god of holy radiance, but diverted the topic instead. Ignoring him naturally was the same as not knowing how to answer. He completely did not know what the god of holy radiance had thought of during the just recent period of time. Plotting, pawns, Milton entirely had no idea. Even the reincarnated memory retraced by the retrospective object, Milton only knew about it just now. Even though the reincarnation retraced by the retrospective object might indeed be real, and might be one of his future reincarnations. But right now it's not the future, and Milton didn't know if the future could possibly be changed. Which meant the reincarnated memory that had been retraced in the retrospective object currently carried practically no meaning for Milton. Besides giving Milton a bit of a shock, it didn't serve much practical use. After all, with the simulator, his future self might even be the master of 10,000 worlds. But even if his future self might be the master of 10,000 worlds, it's unrelated to his current self. If he dies in reality now, his future will still vanish into nothingness, and all would be empty talk. So, Milton didn't care about how the future would be, the only thing he cared about was the present. Hearing what Milton had said, the god of holy radiance pondered for a moment. He didn't know what the point was in Milton asking this, but he was certain that it was meaningful. Flame's main god, one of the 12 main gods of the divine realm, the controller of the flame's divine system. What is a main god? A main god is a being 2 levels higher than a true god, possessing a divine territory. What is a divine territory? The divine territory is a territory of the main god, which is at a higher level than the territory of the true god's divine kingdom. Milton didn't continue to ask more questions. He was starting to understand. Considering what the god of holy radiance had just said, it was not hard to understand that the god of holy radiance standing in front of him seemed to regard him as the reincarnated body of the flame's main god, and himself, as a pawn in Milton Cheney's reincarnation scheme. Milton didn't intend to expose anything. After all, with his current situation, the pros far outweighed the cons. This world was getting more and more interesting. Chapter 295. Holy Radiance Kingdom, City of Balance. The god of Holy Radiance owns 3 divine kingdoms, and the City of Balance is located in the first divine kingdom of the god of Holy Radiance. In the city, there is a towering building. This is the sacrificial tower of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. The tower is 22 stories high, and at this time, Milton Cheney is on the top floor of the sacrificial tower. It seems that your reincarnated self encountered some other circumstances during reincarnation and lost the ability to absorb the power of faith. In front of Milton Cheney, the god of holy radiance spoke. There was a hint of confusion in his tone, as if he was encountering such a situation for the first time. In fact, he was indeed facing this situation for the first time. He had never seen reincarnated beings before. On the contrary, while the reincarnated beings who came to his divine kingdom were few, they were not non-existent. At least, the true God in his divine system once reincarnated into his divine kingdom. He had also seen reincarnated beings like Milton Cheney who have lost their hatchling abilities. But it was his first time encountering a reincarnated being who had completely lost the ability to absorb the power of faith. The complete loss of the ability to absorb the power of faith means that the reincarnated body of the main god of flames in front of him has lost the hope of becoming a true god. Not only does a true god, even a demigod also needs the power of faith. I guess it might be the influence of divine realm consciousness, which has deprived you of the ability to absorb the power of faith. Aside from the divine realm consciousness, I can't think of any existence that has this ability. The god of holy radiance spoke again. The god of holy radiance spoke respectfully, but he did not find it problematic. After all, although Milton Cheney is an ordinary person at this time, his previous life was a main god. The reincarnated self of a main god is enough to make him revere. After all, no one knows what such an existence has up its sleeve. The god of holy radiance had thought about simply killing Milton Cheney, but he eventually dismissed this idea. Having lived for so many years, he did not want to lose his life due to a wrong choice. Therefore, he will not take risks. Maybe the power of faith provided by the shallow believers is too small, so it wasn't significantly enhanced when it manifested on me. Milton Cheney spoke after a moment of contemplation. Half a year has passed, and Milton's understanding of this world has deepened a lot. Regarding true gods and faith, Milton Cheney is no longer a stranger. As Milton Cheney stopped speaking, the god of holy radiance nodded slightly. He naturally understood the meaning in Milton Cheney's words. But to nurture a zealot, or to help another person nurture a zealot in his divine kingdom, is by no means an easy task. Moreover, the current Milton Cheney in front of him, who has lost the ability of the hatchlings, is even more troublesome. At least also requires more than a dozen years, perhaps a dozen is not enough. This time is nothing to him, after all, as a true god, as long as his divine kingdom is not eroded, theoretically his lifespan is infinite. But the Milton Cheney in front of him, regardless of how powerful his previous life was, is now just an ordinary person. An ordinary person, without the power of faith, life is an unknown number. To nurture a zealot from scratch, it will take at least a dozen years. After a while, the god of whole radiance spoke. As soon as this sentence was spoken, in fact, it was giving Milton Cheney a choice. Half a year has passed, and apart from knowing that Milton Cheney is the reincarnated soul of the main god of flames, he knows nothing else. All possible plots he has speculated about Milton Cheney, none of them have been revealed in front of him so far. This may be a manifestation of Milton Cheney's lack of trust in him. This time cultivating zealots is invariably an opportunity. Who knows whether the reincarnated main god of flames in front of him will regain the ability of hatchlings and become the main god again. If Milton Cheney really becomes the main god again, then the biggest beneficiary besides Milton Cheney will only be him. Just a dozen years, I can still wait. Milton Cheney spoke softly. A dozen years, for Milton Cheney, is indeed not a long time. Although his reincarnated self in this life is just an ordinary person, Milton Cheney has experienced too many simulations. So for him, time is just a number. Not to mention a dozen years, even a few decades, Milton Cheney would wait. After all, this is the hope of becoming a true god. If his judgment is not bad, a true god is at least equivalent to a level 6 wizard in the wizard realm, and even higher. However, up till now, apart from seeing his future self make a move on the light screen, he has not seen other true gods make a move. So his judgments are still just speculations. Coming to this world, Milton Cheney naturally did not want to end this simulation without any gains. This reincarnation simulation opportunity is great. If at the end of the simulation he is still just an ordinary person, then it would be too much a loss. I understand. The god of holy radiance nodded and spoke. Since Milton Cheney has reincarnated into his divine kingdom and has left the matter of nurturing the zealots to him, the god of holy radiance naturally has no reason to refuse. After all, if he refuses now, all the previous respect will have been in vain. At this time, he will not leave the side of Milton Cheney until he sees the benefits in front of him. Although nurturing a zealot is a troublesome matter, if you can get involved with a future main god, that's absolutely profitable. This is actually something of other kind of gambling. The god of holy radiance is already sitting at the gambling table, he will not leave the table until he has won enough chips. Before cultivating a zealot, you can try to cultivate a true believer first. Chapter 296. Milton Cheney spoke out. This life is still so long, gradual progress may also be a good choice. The god of holy radiance nodded. Compared to zealots, the cultivation of true believers is much simpler. 2 years is enough. If true believers can successfully provide Milton Cheney with faith power, everything will become clear. But if true believers cannot provide faith power to Milton Cheney, zealots could only be the last hope. Time passed, 2 years went by in a blink of an eye. City of Balance, at the top of the sacrificial tower. Milton Cheney sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by strands of white light. But these white lights only revolved around him and couldn't merge into his body. Moments later, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly, and gently shook his head. Still no good. The faith provided by true believers still can't be merged with this body. However, this time Milton Cheney could clearly feel the rejection between his body and the power of faith. It was as if the faith didn't belong to him, forcing a fusion would yield no results. Still not working. The god of holy radiance frowned slightly. Inability to merge the power of faith, this situation is too strange. In this world, even an ordinary believer can merge faith power if they have believers. But Milton Cheney, the reincarnated body of the main god of flames, cannot merge faith power. This is too abnormal. Milton Cheney was also wondering if something was wrong. If previously he couldn't sense the power of faith, now he was truly unable to merge with the power of faith. After a moment, Milton Cheney suddenly remembered something. Which God does your cultivated true believer believe in? Milton Cheney asked. His question seemed a bit odd. At least, that's what the God of Holy Radiance thought. The main God of flames, your previous life. Still, the God of Holy Radiance answered Milton Cheney's question normally. Hearing this answer, Milton Cheney instantly understood where the problem was. In his future life he may indeed become the main God of flames, but his current self hasn't experienced that future reincarnation yet. That is to say, there is no connection between the current main God of flames and Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney was sure, if there was a main God of flames in the divine realm now, it definitely wasn't him. So, it's only natural that he would not be able to merge with the power of faith generated by true believers who believe in the main God of flames. After all, he is not the main God of flames now but an ordinary person. He was not the reincarnated body of the main God of flames, but a reincarnation simulation from his original body in the wizard realm. Sometimes when you tell too many lies, you start to believe them. Previously, Milton Cheney had fallen into such an illusion, leading to some clouded thinking. But now, Milton Cheney has figured things out, and luckily it's not too late. If he only figured it out at the end of this life, then it would genuinely be too late. So now, Milton Cheney had to think about a God that had never appeared in this world before and use it as his divine name. Cultivate a new true believer, change the deity they believe in from the main God of flames to the God of wizardry. Milton Cheney said. God of wizardry. The God of Holy Radiance asked with some doubt. He had never heard of a true God in this divine realm named the God of wizardry. But a complete change of divine name would mean that Milton Cheney has given up the hope of becoming the main God of flames from his past life. He gave up the chance to become the main God of flames and wants to become the God of wizardry, a god from an unknown divine system? Then was it meaningful for him to exhaust all his efforts to help Milton Cheney? After all, his intention was to gain a relationship with the main God of flames, not the so-called God of wizardry. The God of Holy Radiance did not immediately respond to Milton Cheney's words but started to think. Now, he was completely unable to understand Milton Cheney's thinking. Was this also part of Milton Cheney's plan? What kind of deity is the God of wizardry? These doubts swirled in the God of Holy Radiance's mind. Although his mind was full of thoughts, only a moment had passed in reality. The next moment, the God of Holy Radiance spoke. Can you describe what abilities the God of wizardry has? The God of Holy Radiance was still overstepping a bit with his words. A true God would generally not disclose his abilities to other true gods unless they belong to the same divine system. Moreover, even within the same divine system, other than the divine system God, the rest of the true gods would not reveal to each other the abilities they possess. However, Milton Cheney knew that if he didn't speak up at this point, it was very likely that the God of Holy Radiance might not wholeheartedly help him. He might still help, but more likely, he would endlessly stall for time. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Milton Cheney still spoke out about the abilities of the God of wizardry. After all, in reality, he was a wizard, there was no need for any pretense. All he had to do was exaggerate the abilities of wizards in the wizard realm and then tell the God of Holy Radiance. A moment later, after Milton Cheney finished speaking, the furrowed brows of the God of Holy Radiance slightly relaxed. From Milton Cheney's description, the God of Holy Radiance could imagine that the God of wizardry was also a god with an extremely high potential limit. Indeed, as he expected, all of these were within Milton Cheney's plans. It's just that previously he had not gained Milton Cheney's trust, so these plots did not appear in front of him. Now, it seemed, Milton Cheney had started to trust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the godhood he aimed to become after reincarnating. I have no intention of prying into your secrets. I will consciously block this memory about the God of wizardry. The God of Holy Radiance spoke up. Milton Cheney nodded slightly. However, Milton Cheney didn't really take the God of Holy Radiance's words to heart. After all, whether the God of Holy Radiance truly blocked this memory was unclear to Milton Cheney, and he didn't care. This world was merely a reincarnation world for him. When this life ends, Milton Cheney would leave this world. So Milton Cheney didn't care about revealing some secrets. After all, to the God of Holy Radiance, these secrets may be confidential, but to Milton Cheney they were insignificant. All he wanted was the God of Holy Radiance's attitude. The God of Holy Radiance's current attitude had clearly exceeded Milton Cheney's expectations. Time passed. 2 years later. Holy Radiance Kingdom, the City of Balance, on the 22nd floor of the Sacrificial Tower. Milton Cheney was sitting cross-legged on the ground, next to him was the physical presence of the God of Holy Radiance. Just like 2 years ago, several strands of white light circulated around Milton Cheney. The next moment, one of these strands of white light, as if drawn by a force, merged into Milton Cheney's body. A moment later, all the white light around Milton Cheney absorbed into his body. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. He could now feel the difference. A familiar force filled his body. Is this spiritual power? Have I become a wizard? No, this isn't spiritual power, it's the power of faith that's replacing spiritual power. Milton Cheney mused to himself. He hadn't felt this sensation in a long time. The feeling of such a weak wizard power. If he was compared to a wizard from the wizard realm at this point, then he should be equivalent to a level 1 wizard apprentice now. You should know, he only absorbed the power of faith of a true believer, and this was his first time absorbing the power of faith. He had become a transcender, on par with a level 1 wizard apprentice. What if the number of believers was 10,000, and he absorbed 10,000 years of the power of faith? God of wizardry. Milton Cheney sighed slightly in his heart. At this point, Milton Cheney was beginning to be captivated by this world. If he can truly push the godhood of the God of wizardry to the status of the main god in this world, wouldn't that be equivalent to a level 9 wizard in the wizard realm? Or perhaps an existence even above a level 9 wizard? You've succeeded. The God of Holy Radiance spoke softly. There was a hint of sentimentality in his tones. In his heart, he actually didn't want Milton Cheney to succeed. Because if Milton Cheney truly succeeded in absorbing the power of faith belonging to the God of wizardry, it meant that Milton Cheney had completely lost his chance to become the Flame's main god again. Even though he knew that this was probably Milton Cheney's strategy, he still found it somewhat hard to comprehend. While revising his godhood, he gave up the ability of the hatchlings. Forget about the main god, in the God of Holy Radiance's understanding, the chances of Milton Cheney even becoming a true god were almost zero. Did Milton Cheney have other plans, and other ways to enter the divine realm? Chapter 297. Holy Radiance Kingdom, City of Balance. At this moment, Milton Cheney, who was on the top floor of the Sacrificial Tower, was absorbing the power of faith surrounding him. Moments later, when all the power of faith that was swirling around him was absorbed, Milton slowly opened his eyes. Too little, too slow. There are too few believers. Not being able to enter the divine realm means that Milton cannot spread his faith on his own. All of his current believers were originally believers of the God of Holy Radiance who then converted to him. The number of these believers is too small. And without the ability of a hatchling, Milton absorbs faith at a slow pace. 10 years have passed since his first real absorption of faith, but there was no significant increase in Milton's power of faith. At most, he evolved from a first-class wizard apprentice to a person equivalent to a level 1 wizard. Even the demigods are extremely distant to him. The God of Holy Radiance thinks that he has a plan, but he knows his own affairs. Milton knows very well that he does not have a plan. As Milton stopped absorbing faith, a white light cluster appeared in front of him. Next, the white light cluster morphed into the shape of an old man. The God of Holy Radiance had gone to the divine realm, leaving his first divine thought here. Although it is not his body, it shows the God of Holy Radiance's importance to him. I have cultivated shallow believers as per your request. However, as you lack the ability of a hatchling, you cannot promote the faith of these shallow believers. The divine thought spoke, sounding somewhat puzzled. Although shallow believers are cultivated quickly, the power of faith they provide is minimal in both quality and quantity. He does not think that it benefits Milton. I know. Milton nodded and spoke softly. Shallow believers are naturally helpful to him. Otherwise, Milton wouldn't have asked the God of Holy Radiance to give up cultivating true believers and zealots and instead held him cultivate shallow believers. The reason is straightforward. At this time, Milton's rate of absorption of the power of faith was slow, unable to balance with the power of faith outputted by true believers. Although shallow believers' power of faith is less in quality and quantity compared to true believers, it is already enough for Milton. Milton is well aware of his reincarnation in this life. He knew that he likely wouldn't become a true god in this life. So, what Milton needs to do is to absorb the power of faith as much as possible and see how far he can go eventually. Under such circumstances, the more believers he has, the better. If he were to cultivate true believers, at most 6 could be cultivated in 10 years. But if 10 years are used to cultivate shallow believers, 100 can be cultivated in the same period. If you want to say something, just say it directly. Milton looked at the hesitant god of holy radiance in front of him and spoke. Hearing this, the divine thought began to speak. Your mass absorption of the power of faith from shallow believers will initially be of great help, but as time goes on, it will influence you more and more. The power of faith is a crucial factor determining whether you can become a true god. The god of holy radiance had already put it rather tactfully. However, Milton is not a fool, he naturally understands what he means. Simply put, the god of holy radiance thinks he is spoiling things by rushing them and destroying his foundation. He is worried that what Milton is doing will affect his interests. After all, the god of holy radiance has already invested a lot in him and naturally wants to recoup something. He saw him spoiling things by rushing and wanted to persuade him. Massively absorbing the power of faith from shallow believers, even entirely absorbing the power of faith from shallow believers. This would result in Milton's realm being very superficial, making him the weakest existence among the demigods, even if he is lucky enough to become one. But it didn't matter to Milton. The Milton whom the god of holy radiance saw and the Milton whom Milton saw himself were not the same. The god of holy radiance thought he was the reincarnation of the flame's main god and naturally could not be satisfied with the meager prophet in front of him. But Milton knew that he was just an ordinary person and didn't have any elaborate plans. Getting to this point was all thanks to the god of holy radiance's conjecture. Between a superficial realm and no realm at all, Milton would undoubtedly choose the former. Even if it's superficial, having something is always better than having nothing. What's the point of having the potential to become a main god if you can't even become a demigod? When you die, everything disappears as usual. The simulator wouldn't help him retain his talent. Actually, Milton was lucky enough in this life to reincarnate into the god of holy radiance's divine kingdom. For him, who was not in the position of a hatchling, becoming a demigod would be the best outcome. Don't worry about that, I have my plans. Once I become a demigod, you'll understand why I'm doing this. Milton spoke, leaving him a riddle. But the god of holy radiance didn't know it was a riddle. He completely believed Milton's words, thinking that Milton had a plan that waited to be initiated after becoming a demigod. So, he didn't say anything more. After all, every decision made by the reincarnation of a main god must have a profound meaning. As the power of faith once again hovered around Milton, he closed his eyes and began to absorb the power of faith. The divine thought from the god of holy radiance became a white light cluster and disappeared in front of Milton. Time passed, and 3 years flew by in an instant. Chapter 298. Within these 3 years, Milton Cheney spent most of his time within the sacrificial tower. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave here, the key issue was that once he left there was nowhere else for him to go. Not being a hatchling meant he could not enter the divine realm. He could only wander around within the divine kingdom of the god of holy radiance. However, the divine kingdom was filled with robots, none of which could communicate with Milton Cheney. Because of this, Milton naturally lacked the interest to leave here for any other place. Staying within the sacrificial tower and absorbing the power of faith, became Milton's only daily task. One could say this reincarnation into this world has been the most boring reincarnation for Milton. Admittedly, the power of faith supplied by these hundreds of shallow believers is quite considerable. Moreover, Milton's absorption speed of the power of faith from these shallow believers was even quicker than from the true believers. But these shallow believers were merely tools for Milton. After all, unlike the other true gods, the general path for a normal true god to promote is as follows. The first step is to go to the divine realm and choose a region to lay the foundation for their divine kingdom. Then spread faith and gather believers. Slowly, a portion of these believers would become true believers and zealots. Then absorb the power of faith, expand the territory of the divine kingdom, become a demigod, and finally a true god. This was the most common path of ascension for a true god. Having been reincarnated into this world for several decades and having a divine system god by his side, Milton was naturally no longer as unfamiliar with this world and the true gods. Comparatively, Milton's first step of going to the divine realm was impossible to achieve. Even if he became a demigod, he would still be a demigod without believers, without a divine kingdom. This kind of demigod was the weakest. Perhaps some believers of the true God could match such demigods. After all, a demigod without believers, without a divine kingdom, was no different from a strong believer. Because strictly speaking, the believers who are providing him with the power of faith are not essentially his actual believers. They were merely cultivated by the God of Holy Radiance for him. If the God of Holy Radiance wanted to, he could instantly change the faith of all believers towards Milton. After all, this was the Holy Radiance kingdom, the divine kingdom of the God of Holy Radiance. Even if the God of Holy Radiance wanted to, he could play some tricks in the dark, perhaps unnoticed by Milton. After all, the difference between him and the true gods was currently too drastic. Forget about the reincarnated body in this world. Even in reality, his level 4 wizard status was far from the true gods of this world. However, Milton knew the God of Holy Radiance would not do this. After all, the God of Holy Radiance deemed it unnecessary to do so. He had to be wary of Milton. If the flame's main god on top of the light screen truly is a future reincarnation simulation of mine, then how exactly do I become an existence of a main god? During the reincarnation simulation of becoming a main god, what realm would I be in reality? After stopping the absorption of the power of faith, a lot of thoughts surfaced in Milton's heart. Staying consistently within the sacrificial tower, there was nothing else to do besides absorbing the power of faith. So, Milton found a method to pass time, by pondering over questions. This pondering not only restricted itself to this life's simulation. The questions Milton was thinking about included the wizard realm and each one of his past simulations. I should have reincarnated as a hatchling, Milton mumbled to himself. This was purely a guess of Milton's. The basis of the judgment was simple, that is, the place where Milton saw himself in the light screen, was the divine realm. And in the divine realm, only hatchlings could enter. Therefore, it isn't difficult to conclude that in the future reincarnation simulation, he was reincarnated as a hatchling. Milton doesn't know if the probability of reincarnating as a hatchling is large or not. Because at this moment, he has only been reincarnated into this world twice, the first time he even died without being born. So, at this moment, he lacks the basis for reference. If the probability of him reincarnating as a hatchling is quite large, then naturally this would be good news for him. Of course, if reincarnating as a hatchling is only an event with low probability, or even if he could never be reincarnated as a hatchling, all are possible. After all, his future reincarnation simulation of becoming the flame's main god clearly took place many years ago. Many years ago, what rules did the divine realm have? Milton wasn't clear about it. Of course, there could also be a possibility that his simulator had upgraded in the future and new selections were added. Milton considered everything he could possibly think of. While pondering questions, naturally he wouldn't only consider one aspect. As for what realm would he be in reality during the future reincarnation simulation of becoming a main god? Actually, this question didn't have much meaning. Because the reincarnation simulation can change the rules to completely retain the realm. That is to say, even if he becomes weaker in the future, stuck at level 4 as a wizard. After experiencing that simulation, he could leap into being a being that is as powerful as or even surpasses a level 9 wizard. However, Milton Cheney didn't have too many emotions about it. After many simulations, Milton Cheney always held a bit of doubt about the future. Because the future may be like that now, but after he knows about his future, the future might not be the same anymore. Perhaps it's a bit convoluted. To put it simply, the future can change. Milton Cheney was also uncertain if he could become the flame's main god in the future. After all, if he's no longer reincarnating into this world starting from now, then how could he become the flame's main god? So, the future never is fixed, it depends on his choices. The future he saw may be just one of thousands of possibilities. But the actual future might not belong to any of these thousands of possibilities. After a moment, Milton Cheney stopped contemplating. The thoughts in his heart were suppressed. And the reason he stopped thinking was simple. A figure appeared in front of him where it was empty before. The god of the Holy Radiance, his real body, appeared in front of him. Ever since the god of Holy Radiance went to the divine realm, Milton Cheney had been communicating with his divine thought. It had been nearly 10 years since he had seen the real body of the god of Holy Radiance. The god of holy radiance has returned from the divine realm and appeared again before him. Milton Cheney didn't believe he came without any cause. As someone of a divine system, the god of holy radiance naturally wouldn't believe him at his word alone. This time he returned to the divine realm. The god of holy radiance asked the other true gods to verify his identity, and Milton Cheney wasn't an exception. He knew that the reason lies are called lies is because they're likely to be exposed. Milton Cheney was prepared, so nothing that happens next would surprise him. This simulation already paid off. I came across one of your old friends, she'd like to meet you in the divine realm, the god of holy radiance said. His tone was filled with excitement he couldn't hide. Even Milton Cheney, who is so far behind the god of holy radiance, could hear it. One could imagine how excited the god of holy radiance was. Milton Cheney tensed up, but his facial expression didn't change. A surprise still emerged. The good news was that the god of holy radiance in front of him hadn't exposed his lie yet. But he called for a meeting in the divine realm. However, he's not a hatchling now and doesn't have the capability to go to the divine realm. Moreover, the old friend the god of holy radiance mentioned, Milton Cheney could be certain that he definitely doesn't know the person. Moreover, considering who could be his old friend in the future, it's definitely not somebody ordinary. Doesn't he know his own rules for making friends? This time, it might not be easy to conceal the truth. Which old friend? Milton Cheney asked in a low voice. The god of holy radiance released a slow breath, seemingly even mentioning the name would make him lose emotional control. The goddess of life, the lord of the nature divine system god, one of the 12 main gods. The god of holy radiance named. Hearing this name, Milton Cheney's thoughts sank to the bottom of his heart. Damn! The main god. A main god who has lived since who knows when to now. In front of a main god, Milton Cheney was certain that he would be seen through, completely. What should I do now? Commit suicide and leave this world? I've lost the ability of hatchlings and can't go to the divine realm now. The main god has considered this. She has prepared the seed of nature for you, which can replace the heart of hatching for a while, the god of holy radiance explained. The next moment, a glowing green seed appeared in his hand. Milton Cheney was silent. What was agreed, wasn't it that without the ability of hatchlings, one could not enter the divine realm? Chapter 299. Milton Cheney looked at the seed of nature floating in front of him, knowing that there was no way to avoid it this time. So, he reached out and held the seed of nature that was floating in front of him. The next moment, the seed of nature held in Chen Mu's hand disappeared. The seed of nature turned into a green light and blended into his body from his hand. Milton Cheney felt that his body seemed a little different. But exactly where he was different, Milton Cheney had no intuitive feeling. He could clearly feel that many powers of faith that he could not see before seemed to be floating around him now. The seed of nature can replace the heart of hatching for a while, which allows you to have some abilities of the hatchlings during this period. You can now enter the divine realm. The god of holy radiance spoke. Now, he felt more and more enigmatic about Milton Cheney. He never thought that the way Milton Cheney entered the divine realm in the end was actually with the help of other main gods. In fact, he still had a little doubt in his heart. If the reincarnation of the Flames main god in front of him had a good relationship with the Life main god in his previous life, why didn't he directly reincarnate into the divine territory of the Life main god? In just a blink of an eye, he imagined a drama of grudges, love and hatred in the mind of the god of holy radiance. There must be a reason why Milton Cheney did not reincarnate into the divine territory of the Life main god. Perhaps there is a deeper plan that he did not know about. After all, he was just a small character compared to the main god. As long as he played the role of a game piece well, he could potentially benefit afterward. But what he didn't know was that Milton Cheney did not know any other main gods at this time. Let alone the Life main god, Milton Cheney was unfamiliar with his so-called previous life. Seeing Milton Cheney standing still and not speaking for a long time, the god of holy radiance did not interrupt his thoughts. He thought Milton Cheney was thinking, and indeed, Milton Cheney was thinking. But what he was pondering was how to enter the divine realm. Although he now has some abilities of the hatchlings, Milton Cheney is not a hatchling after all, and there is no tutorial for him now. So it was awkward, as he didn't know how to enter the divine realm. Naturally, the god of holy radiance could not know that Milton Cheney did not know how to enter the divine realm. He thought Milton Cheney was preparing for something, so the two stood on the spot and neither took the initiative to speak. A moment later, the god of holy radiance finally broke the silence. The time the seed of nature can maintain is not long. Do you want to enter the divine realm now? The god of holy radiance asked softly. He was not sure about Milton Cheney's plan, so he just asked tentatively. Milton Cheney nodded slightly. Take me into the divine realm. Milton Cheney said. He did not know if he had misspoken, but he still pretended to be firm. During that short period of time, Milton Cheney had tried all the ways he could think of to enter the divine realm, but none of them worked. Hearing what Milton Cheney said, the god of holy radiance let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that the god of holy radiance didn't have any surprised expressions, Milton Cheney's expression didn't change. He guessed it right. That was enough. In the god of holy radiance's divine kingdom, the only things Milton Cheney could contact were the god of holy radiance and his divine thought. But once he goes to the divine realm, everything will become different. Milton Cheney might see other true gods, and most importantly, he needed to see a friend from his previous life, a real main god. Milton Cheney knew that the chances of success this time were probably slim. So he had already let it go. Even if the simulation didn't reap any benefits, it wasn't a total waste. After familiarizing himself with this world, he could plan more when he reincarnated into this world next time. The next moment, the god of holy radiance didn't make any move. But a white light from his body blended in, and the white light formed into a round portal as soon as it appeared. Milton Cheney looked at the round door in front of him, and after a moment, he looked away and glanced at the god of holy radiance. The god of holy radiance noticed the gaze of Milton Cheney and stepped into the round door. Seeing the god of holy radiance enter, Milton Cheney did not hesitate and also stepped into it. The moment his body stepped into the round portal, Milton Cheney could clearly feel the portal's rejection of him. It seemed that he was not welcome to enter, and the rejection was strong, as if it wanted to directly bounce Milton Cheney away. But Milton Cheney only felt this for a moment. Because just a moment later, the seed of nature in his body started to work. The feeling of rejection disappeared, and Milton Cheney successfully stepped into the portal. Outside the round portal was another world. Looking at the scene in front of him, although the expression on Milton Cheney's face did not change, his heart couldn't help but stir. In front of him was a colorful and vibrant world. The distribution of colors in this world was very discordant, but it made people feel that it should be like this. Milton Cheney looked up at the sky slightly. It was pure white, with no borders in sight. Finally back in the divine realm. Milton Cheney said with slight emotion. Of course, he was just pretending. It was a bit exaggerated, but the god of holy radiance was understanding. As a true god, he knew well how painful it is for a reincarnation of a main god to not be able to enter the divine realm. Chapter 300. He felt a certain lamentation in his heart. What a pity. Successful in reincarnating, yet he lost the power of the hatchlings. If it were him, he would prefer not to reincarnate. After all, being accustomed to the power of a true god, becoming an ordinary person was hard to accept even in thoughts. Just as Milton Cheney prepared to further observe this so-called divine realm, suddenly his body seemed uncontrollable, his consciousness plunged into darkness in an instant. His body vanished from there. The god of holy radiance beside him couldn't not notice this scene. Seeing this, he was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized what had happened. The region of the divine realm where he and Milton Cheney resided belonged to his divine system. Although it wasn't big, ordinary gods could not just whisk away someone by his side that easily. The main god must have taken away Milton Cheney. There was no doubt about this. Indeed, it was the case. When Milton Cheney regained his consciousness, he instinctively began to observe his surroundings. Am I inside a palace? Milton Cheney mumbled to himself. He was seeing everything around him for the first time, but the layout of the palace felt vaguely familiar to him. After a moment, realization dawned upon Milton Cheney. Although this place was completely different from the White Raven Palace he resided in during his week period in the Wizard's Realm, the layout was very similar. Milton Cheney didn't know if it was a coincidence. Most probably, it was a coincidence. After all, there were only that many layout styles for palaces. Coming here again, do you feel any familiarity? Whilst Milton Cheney was observing his surroundings, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Milton Cheney instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. A towering figure appeared in his vision. A woman. The goddess of life. Some thoughts occurred to Milton Cheney, but he immediately suppressed them. Maybe it was due to his lack of power, but he couldn't see the face of the goddess of life clearly. The goddess of life's face seemed shrouded in a cloud of fog, unseeable by outsiders. What should he say? He didn't know the goddess of life in front of him. He also didn't know the relationship he had with this main god in his previous life. Thus, Milton Cheney didn't dare to speak rashly. He knew that the odds were stacked against him, but if he could survive, it would be for the best. After all, Milton Cheney didn't want to end this simulation prematurely. It was not easy to find a shortcut to absorb the power of faith, and he should at least decome a EML Goadiror in a me simulation. Did you lose your memory of your previous life? The goddess of life spoke again when she noticed Milton Cheney didn't respond. Upon hearing this, Milton nodded. He hadn't lost the memories of his past life. He had never had them to begin with. The next moment, the goddess of life instantly appeared before Milton Cheney. She reached out her hand, gently stroking Milton Cheney's face. Milton Cheney's body stiffened. He wanted to resist, but found he couldn't control his body at all. What's happening? Could she be his lover in the future reincarnation simulation? You told me yourself, that you will never come back to this world. The goddess of life spoke gently, her voice was soft and pleasing, but her words left Milton Cheney feeling cold inside. What is happening? Did she know he didn't belong to this world? Or did his future self tell her that? Milton Cheney didn't know what to do now. Complain about his future self leaving him with a mess? This was not good. The current simulation could end anytime. If this affected his future simulations, it would be the worst-case scenario for Milton Cheney. What do you mean? I don't understand. Milton Cheney finally responded. It doesn't matter, you can call me Caroline, after all, you gave me this name. Caroline hooked up a smile at the corner of her mouth, but Milton Cheney couldn't see this. Caroline, you knew my past life, could you tell me some more specific things? It might help me recover my memory. Milton Cheney spoke. Asking like this was actually quite rash. Of course, Milton Cheney knew that, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Initially, he thought this was just an ordinary simulation, but unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, it became intertwined with his future self. This was something completely unexpected for Milton Cheney. Even he urgently wanted to understand what his future self would be like. And then there was Caroline in front of him. The name of the goddess of life, did he pick it? Milton Cheney was now feeling increasingly strange inside his heart. He began to question whether the Flame's main god was truly his future reincarnation simulation. If the Flame's main god was truly his future simulation, then it had to have experienced the present simulation. Which implies a paradox. Unless the Flame's main god is just a possibility of his future self, but that possibility has become reality. Does it mean that no matter what he does in the future, he will inevitably become the Flame's main god? If his future self doesn't reincarnate in this world, does that mean he won't become the Flame's main god? Unless his future self, for some special reason, must reincarnate in this world again. What reason would require him to reincarnate in this world? It could only concern his own life. If he doesn't reincarnate in this world, he will die. Then he would undoubtedly reincarnate in this world again. Milton Cheney's mind was now filled with even more thoughts, his ideas all tangled together. What about Caroline? Caroline was standing right in front of him, truly existing right here. She seemed very familiar with him in his future reincarnation simulation. Does this mean that he will inevitably meet Caroline in the future? Milton Cheney was torn. Anyone who finds out that their future life may have been completely arranged for them would be deeply disturbed, even Milton Cheney was no exception. Milton Cheney suddenly felt that the simulator was too complex. All of a sudden, Milton Cheney's mind was clear, the messy thoughts were swept out of his mind. Don't overthink it, I can't tell you about your past life, but you will find out everything in the future for yourself, Caroline said. When she saw Milton Cheney appear before her, she knew that everything was proceeding as planned. Milton Cheney was still the Milton Cheney she knew. What was our relationship in our past life? Milton Cheney asked, almost stumbling over his words. You were born in my divine kingdom, so perhaps you were my... Stop, I understand. You don't need to say any more, Milton Cheney cut her off, his lips twitching. The next moment, the fog clouding Caroline's face dispersed. Milton Cheney saw a supremely beautiful face. It was as if it were a masterpiece of the Creator. If it had to be described in 2 words, it would be perfection. Milton Cheney was taken aback. But it was just for a moment. Because the next moment, his eyes started to bleed. His vision blurred, he seemed to see dark shadows enveloping him. However, these shadows evaporated into nothingness with the wave of Caroline's hand. "What was that just now?" Milton Cheney asked. "You saw my face, and attracted the attention of the power of erosion," Caroline replied softly. This kind of power wasn't a one-time thing, but it didn't matter anymore. As soon as Caroline began to speak, Milton Cheney felt as if something exploded inside him. He found himself in an illusory space. The power of faith was densely packed around him. The next moment, it infused into his body. When Milton Cheney regained consciousness, he could feel a powerful force within his body. This force was somewhat similar to a wizard's, yet entirely different. A strange feeling it was. "You are now a demigod, and it is time for you to leave this world," Caroline said softly. While Milton Cheney was perceiving the power within his body, he immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. But he still had many questions to ask, and instinctively wanted to speak. However, many of his doubts remained unasked. His body gradually turned into a phantom, and a white light that even Caroline couldn't see carried Milton Cheney's consciousness and left the world. The moment Milton Cheney's figure disappeared, another figure appeared beside Caroline. "Sister, why didn't you let me meet him?" a cool voice echoed in the palace. "Not this time, just keep waiting." Caroline spoke, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue.